bat. They're thirsty, their cattle are bellowing, and their sheep are bleeding in the water. And then when they do find it, a bitter disappointment. It's not fit to drink. Now, let's read on. We don't want to stop there. And in verse 24, the people naturally murmured against Moses, and they said, "What shall we drink?" And he cried unto the Lord, and the Lord showed him a what? A tree. Now the article again I was reading concerning this referred to this, that Moses just found a branch out there in the desert, and he threw it into the water, and through some chemical reaction it became fit to drink. And see, they lose the whole thought. The tree throughout all of Scripture points to only one tree, and what is it? The cross. Now, I haven't got time what's left, but you see there's a reason why the cross is referred to as a tree. It's because back in Deuteronomy it says, "Cursed is every one that hangeth on a tree." And so the cross was the place of curse. It was where God literally poured out his wrath upon our Passover lamb. So anyway, when they come to the place of a bitter experience, there's only one remedy. And what is it? The cross. See, this is what God wants us to do. Whether we've been a Christian for years on end or whether we're a new believer, when a trial or a tribulation comes, where do we go? To the foot of the cross. Because, see, that's where everything begins and ends for us today. If we try to bypass the cross, we're just hopeless as these Jews were in Egypt. But it has to be, again, let me repeat it, the work of the cross. See? And so he cast the tree into the waters, and as soon as the tree was cast, what happened? The waters were made sweet. And so also in our experience, if we can just learn that when tribulations and disappointments and sorrows come, we just race to the foot of the cross, because that's where everything has been satisfied. All right, now then, after that bitter experience made sweet, Moses again leads them by virtue, of course, the cloud and the pillar of fire, which is the very presence of Jehovah, who is leading them on. And he brings them now to an oasis. And again, here's one of those questions that I just can't answer, and I guess every class has asked it. Well, what's involved here in the 12 wells of water and the 70 palm trees? Well, I'm sure there's something involved, but all I can say is it was an oasis. And it was just a place where they could have water to drink. 7 million people couldn't rest under the shade of 70 trees, but whatever, it epitomized a place of rest, relaxation, and the satisfaction of their thirst. And so they came to Elim, verse 27, where were 12 wells of water and 70 or 10 or 70 palm trees, and they encamped there by the water. Now we'll just, for the moment that's left, go on into chapter 16. Maybe I won't even have to go into chapter 16. I think I can finish the minute with just plain common sense. I think most believers are aware of the expression, a mountaintop experience, aren't you? What's a mountaintop experience? Oh, I mean something that just thrills you. But you know what? You don't accomplish anything on a mountaintop, do you? I mean, it's a beautiful place to see the view. It's a beautiful...
Welcome to the Scottish Cellular Repeater Network. The local time is 9 a.m.
Ambulance 1, just checking your status. Under control, preparing 1 to 401. Ambulance 1. Go ahead. Thanks a lot. On the DH1 at 407. You're welcome. 407, you're on.
Ambulance 1.
Transporting Hitchcock, staring 0.
3407.
Dum 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 dum. It's off key, isn't it? Man, I gotta go get a booster shot, man. Got some kind of respiratory. I think it's beyond the allergy, though. It's probably both. Yeah, that's what it is. I said to myself, Self, you act like crazy, man. Self replies, who acting?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. I know it's pretty late, but I'm going to be honest. You guys don't care, because it seems like you're up 24/7 like me. You're Batman, nocturnal animals. We're up at night. We are bats on this channel, okay? We all need melatonin. I got the melanin part. I just need the tonin part. Well, this is some major breaking news. Wow, a shocking story. Nick Shirley supposedly has collected more bodies than a mortuary. Tim Walz, the crooked governor, the absolute disgusting weasel that has been destroying the state of Minnesota in partnership with Ilhan Omar and the Somali pirates who hijacked the state, is suddenly stepping down from 2026 from the election. Walz declared that he was going to run for a third term a few months ago. And now, according to local news, tomorrow we are going to hear from Tim Walz, and he's going to tell us that he's stepping out of the race. Now, if I'm wrong about this, I apologize. Okay, sometimes we just have to be...
Yeah, it could be a little jumping at the gun here. Now, why would the DNC want such a crook at the White House? And then the presidential candidate had like less than 1% in the primaries. And then when you look at their demeanor, you realize there's not a lot going on up there in that skull, you know what I mean? See, that's why deep state has all of these incompetents, these DEI types. They're easily to control. You can wave a Snickers bar in front of them. Ooh, I'm just using an analogy here. But see, these people are easy to corrupt. You can control them, you can blackmail them, you can bribe them. If anyone was wondering why the ludocrat party always puts up people that seem to not be, keen. Well, I don't know. They said Biden was sharpest attack there right before that debate. But see, people are watching this, man. They're watching these delusionals with no self-awareness out there strutting around, spewing things out of their mouth that contradicts what they said years ago. And they think we're stupid, that we can't go back and look. And they're banking on people to be, not interested and just to listen to every word that comes out of their mouth. I mean, Hillary's running around there talking about disinformation. It's like, Hollywood couldn't make this movie. Screenwriters couldn't write all this. And they are so caught. They are so caught in their fake narrative. All the way over to the World Economic Forum. All this climate BS. They don't think people can watch these folks. Do you really think they're going to save the planet with solar panels and windmills? Are you think they're really concerned about that? while they buy oceanfront properties. And what gets me is they're so arrogant and elitist and narcissistic. They think people don't see them. Their self-view clouds their judgment. I think after 2026, the midterms, reality is going to come down hard. You see, the projection is only 4 to 6% will never get it. That's a low number. That means 95%-ish are going to get it. Y'all know I'm a Q-tard. I don't hide it. I knew from a long time ago what it was about. It's to circumvent the mockingbird. And it's been very successful, obviously, around the world. They try to say it was a little group of radicals. And you read about it, yeah, you can read all kinds of stuff about it, but when you read it and look at it and connect the deltas and the timelines, and all, it's too complex to be made up by a couple pedophiles on 4chan. But I tell you what, when you do read it, you understand why they don't want you to read it. Oh well. After 2026, after everything they've tried, their cyber attacks, their scamdemics, their World War III fails. And we take the righteous, hopefully, I don't know how righteous they are, you get your confidence in, like, MTG. She's a turncoat, obviously. People do anything for money, or they've been compromised. I mean, how can people just turn like that? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If you know English, you gotta know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying? Racist. And then that's all they speak is racist, 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 racist. Really? Why do you focus on race all the time? If we were different races, then why does my blood interchange with any, doesn't matter what skin color. It's the same type of blood, as long as they have my type. I'm a culturalist. Call me a culturalist. It doesn't matter what color skin. What separates people is the way they live. But see, the powers that be have been using tools of division for centuries, millennium. And the masses, man, they're just so distracted. It's a giant psyop. There's a psyop with the good guys, and then there's the psyop where the black hats are keeping everybody in the whatever you call it. Let's see, I got some information here. Oh, slave chica. Knocked me off, didn't she? No? Still recording. I don't know what the dot's about, slave chica. And I don't know why I would relate to being a slave, but obviously you're a black hat. You're a socialist infiltrator, a seditionist. Obviously you inject opium. I want to talk to you after the midterms. You see, capitalism isn't the issue. Capitalism with a central banking system is. Watch how capitalism flourishes without the greed weasels, which we're going to experience. I hope you've invested in gold and silver, because they're going to go through the roof when value comes back to the currency. Not the Federal Reserve note, though. The central bank's going bye-bye. Constitutional republics have no place for a private central bank, loaning the government money, then enslaving the taxpayers to pay the debt. It's not the way it's supposed to be in this country. And for 3 times they've made their way back. 1913 is the 3rd time. There's a reason the orange dictator Nazi has Andrew Jackson's portrait hanging on his walls in the White House, in the Oval Office. And if you look back into history, you'll see the parallels. I mean, a real history book, not what they're teaching you young minds of mush these days. Because you've obviously been indoctrinated when you can't handle diversity of thought. When you can't handle, okay, like Charlie Kirk, for instance, he was bringing everybody together to discuss things. Obviously effective. Obviously he was making some grounds, going against the world dominators' plans. You know, the globalists. Dr. King was uniting the people. Can't have that. Now you got all these other supposedly civil rights people playing the race card all the time. Like what's his name? Al Sharpton. But see, they're failing. Everything they're doing is failing. You got to ask yourself why. Why is all of this going this way? When you just almost had it. If Hillary would have got in there, we'd have already been at war and we would have lost. That was the plan. Because this pesky constitution of this country is in the way.
Bring me the fly. I beat the fly. Get him in here.
Well, good morning, everybody out there in the old-time Christian channel. We're on the way into work. Foggy. It's foggy this morning. Mist and rain. About a typical Monday, I guess. Try to get back in the flow of things this week, Lord willing. Yeah, I hope y'all have a good day out there. And we'll be talking to you a little bit later on. Kind of interested in if the the Tara show, if she's going to be back off vacation, she should be. See what her take is on all the goings-ons around the world. I like listening to her. She got a pretty good perspective on things. Just to get caught up on the news, what's happening. I tell you, I've been out of it. No doubt. Anyway, we've been in the Word, though. We've been in the Word. We don't get out of the Word. Got to stay in the Word, man. Stay in the Word. Stay in the Word more than we stay in Fox. Stay in the Word more than we stay in Newsmax. Stay in the Word more than we stay in any news outlet. And the goings-on. The Word should be a priority in every Christian's life. Anyway, we look forward to the reading of the Word today at 12, Lord willing. Look forward to Brother Smack's Southern Smackdown devotion. Look forward to what God has set before us for this day. We hadn't been this way before, but He's gone before us. He's already been this way. So we follow Christ, we'll be on the right path. Amen.
Holy shit, you're fucking long-winded. Ugh. I've been trying to sing you a song all night, my love. Here we go. Oh, You should ever find someone new. I know she's better being good to you. 'Cause if she doesn't, then I'll be there. So nothing can, I'll be there. Just call my name. I'll be there. Just call my name. I'll be there. Just call my name. And I'll be there. Just call my name, and I'll be there. When the people come to be realized, you know the joy within you. Guys, don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You gotta find somebody to love. Here's a nice political song for you. You're so famous. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Don't you want somebody to love? You gotta find somebody to love. Just say your eyes, they look like keys. But in your head, worries. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You gotta find somebody to love. And your friends, baby, they treat you like this. Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love? Wouldn't you love somebody to love? You gotta find somebody to love.
Did your computer just go?
It did, but I think I rebooted.
copy. Mine just randomly stopped working. I was learning. It's fine.
Yeah, firm. Blipped, but it rebooted itself.
I miss you, Bradley. I miss you.
Dum, 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 dum. See, Slave Chica, this channel's different than your control freak channels. You have your chance to talk, and I got my 10 minutes now. You know? See, I put you on mute and I don't have to listen to you because I've heard you in the past. So I really don't need to listen to you now. Your party that you support, the ideology that you support, has no room in a constitutional republic. And I don't care how you believe. Facts matter these days. Propaganda's going away, if you haven't noticed. You haven't noticed that? You haven't noticed all the truth being exposed and all these lunocrats on the front page? But then again, if your head's dwelling in some, echo chamber, oh well. But you know what? I've come to find out, Slave Chica. There's a lot of people that got their hands in the cookie jar. Lots of people got their hands in the cookie jar. And I'm so glad I don't pay federal income taxes, because I'd have a hard time with my hard-earned money going towards some of this stuff and these people. It would really bother me. Oh well. You see, humanity has to be shown. You can't just tell people, right? They had to be shown. 2020 was allowed, obviously. And that was the final nails in their coffin. Let's just say a coup. They're just bringing the people up to speed because that propaganda machine has been pretty effective. You got people that are so brainwashed these days. They can't see through anything. Their minds shut down when you mention certain words. And these clowns, these intelligence agencies, made a big blunder. They didn't factor in the Barbra Streisand effect. Because people with inquisitive minds will seek out information instead of having it spoon-fed to them. You know I'm a frog. You must also believe that I'm a frog. Because if you refuse to believe that I'm a frog, you're afraid of me and full of hate. You know, they made a big mistake getting out on the streets saying, we're here, we're queer, we're coming for your children. They thought they were victors. They thought they were going to take the war over, yet. It's not their time yet. I'm sorry. There's two beast systems. This one's not the one that brings in the mark. The two-horned beast that comes out of the land does. Read about it in chapter 13 of John's Revelation. I know I'm one of those weirdos that believe in an invisible man upstairs. Yeah, and fairy tales. You know, fairy tales like two clouds of gases coming together trillions of years ago, and boom, all this complexity comes from nothing. You know, fairy tales.
Hello, good morning. Hello.
Man, what's one?
MLC.
Virginia.
0438.
Science! What they call science these days. This is amazing. That's kind of strange, man. Do you even know what love is? I'll tell you what love is not. You don't love somebody when you lie and deceive somebody. And there are some hard truths being exposed. I don't have anything against you folks personally. Neither does God. But I will reiterate, God is patient, but there's a time where the patient ends. Patience. Look throughout the history. What happened to the Phoenicians, the Mayans, the Aztec, and any other human sacrificing culture? It's extremely unwise to blatantly shake your fist in God Almighty's face and not to expect retribution. In chapters 17 and 18, it describes the fall of Babylon. Now, people are trying to figure out who Babylon is. There's a lot of people that say the United States is Babylon. If you read it, it doesn't describe the United States. It does describe the deep state, though, from the District of Columbia to the City of London to the Vatican City. It does describe and parallel that.
Chester Fire, Proctorsville Fire, Chester Ambulance, Weathersfield Fire, Flying 730 Cummings Road, reignition of a structure fire, again for Chester Fire, Proctorsville Fire, Chester Ambulance, Weathersfield, responding, reignition of a structure fire, 730 Cummings Road in Chester, Proctorsville engine to scene, Proctorsville tanker to scene, Weathersfield engine for station coverage, 0441.
You know, the information that's being out there, those are still drips. That's not the D5 dump. But those floodgates are just, they're creaking, holding back all that information. And when the time's right, boom, they open. Do you really think it's about these old men with young girls? Or does it go deeper and more sinister and more horrifying, atrocious, that they're trying to keep secret? And Epstein Island, that's just a tip. That was just put out there for the PSYOP. Epstein Island's not the only ritual site. Of course it's not. It's been through the centuries and millennia in Europe, Ukraine, and that big island over there off the coast of Europe. They say it's united. A united kingdom. Oh well. You can't stop prophecy.
One medical emergency. 603 U.S. Route 5. 603 U.S. Route 5 in Heartland. Timeout. 0443.
5. It's clear returning.
Returning 0444. incoming 0444.
Oh, it's early. Yeah. Getting ready to get on the road myself. They're Top Gun. I have some stuff. But good morning. Nice flight picture, by the way.
Good morning, sir. Yeah, getting pretty close to the terminal over here. It's been a little over 2 weeks since I've logged into the computer system, so I'm probably going to have to start from scratch again. Last time, had a lot of trouble getting everything set up. You have to set everything up again. I hope they change that, where all I have to do is punch in 6 numbers and get in, but if you have to go from scratch, it's so aggravating. But yeah, I hope I don't have that aggravation this morning. But if we do, we do. We'll get it figured out. Get on the road again. Yeah, I feel a little better this morning. I think I'm getting better if it don't come back on me with a vengeance, you know. So I hope you have a good day out there. Be careful on the roads.
I sure miss Nurse Distract and Dr. Deflecto show, don't you? That was so entertaining. Where'd they go? I see Dr. Deflecto every once in a while. But what happened to that health expert? Nurse Distract. Or as Fife like to call her, Nazi Nursey. And what happened to Fife, man? That really blows my mind. I thought that dude was more intelligent than that. To fall for the propaganda. Then again, he just might be just trolling. He just trolls everybody. I don't know. I'm not taking it personal. But I will disassociate myself with people that I don't, agree with or don't want to, like the situation I'm in right here. I don't want to be here around these people. Nana and I, we have a fellowship, but the rest of this is too dramatic, too selfish, too human. So I don't really want to hang around and listen to a bunch of malarkey. Why would I want to go to a channel that's full of chaos? Nah. If I want to go talk about subjects, I'll go to amateur radio channels where we have a like interest. But mainly, my Zello activity is just to come in here and archive things that I've said in the past because of these accounts recording and those people listening to the recordings. I'm pretty much talking to those folks. The men behind the scenes. I want to see how much activity exists after the money dries up. That's what I'm curious of also. Because what incentive will these crooks have if there's not a little bit of, monetary gain? Remember how they came on the channels and were bragging about the stuff they have and how rich they were and all this? Remember Nazi Balzac's attitude? So condescending. So you don't know what he said to me or what he sent me. You only hear what he spews out now that he's a good guy. Right. Ask him about the Muslim Brotherhood. See how he reacts. The Muslim Brotherhood. ISIS. Al-Qaeda. Hamas. You see, we're at war. It's a psychological war at the present in this country. But they want it to escalate into bloodshed. That's the reason Q exists. That's why this plan was devised, to keep the people somewhat at bay, right? somewhat civil, and to show them. That's why 2020 exists, to show, let these people think they're in control and show their true colors. And boy, did we get our eyes and ears full. My. And then, if you remember, I was telling you 2024 was secure, just like 2016. Just because you don't see it happening, there's stuff going on. 80%'s covert. We're only getting 20%. Look how they're trying to spin this Venezuelan thing. Look at Colombia. Really, Colombia, you going to stop if the United States wants to come in there and take out your dictator and your drug runners and your cartel? Mexico, you think you're going to stop it? You can hem haw all you want to. The United Nations can cry all they want to. United Nations. It's like cancer research. That's like the Affordable Care Act or the Inflation Reduction Act. These people are frauds, fakes, and they do not want the United States to exist because of the agenda. Well, their agenda has been postponed. The Great Reset has incurred a great reset.
I will, Top Gun. Same to you. You do the same thing as well. I'm assuming naturally you're taking the Tennessee route again. I'm going to have to... Yeah, I like Nashville. I'm a big Nashville guy. Love going by there. All right, well, you be safe. And, yep. Everybody else out there, good morning.
All right, man, what's on? Orders.
1447.
Somebody threw a big orange monkey wrench into the works. It's got it all jammed up. Enjoy the show.
U.S. Route 5, I believe now subject to altered mental status, general weakness, second town 0454.
50 years ago, we would be blind to what he is doing today. The former things are the shadows, the new thing is the substance. To lay hold of the future, you must let go of the past. Number 2, there is the cause. In verse 19a, behold, I do a new thing, now it shall spring forth. Shall ye not know it? God uses the word here, I love it, behold. It is a wake-up call to our soul. Note this, that God says, I will do. The new year is not about your willpower. It is about his way power. We find he says, it shall spring forth now. Even as we sit here today, God is orchestrating circumstances, opening doors, and softening hearts. Now we notice he asks here, shall ye not know it? It is impossible, or say it is possible, I should say, for God to be moving in your family, in your job, in your personal life, in your heart, and for you to miss it because you are looking for the spectacular rather than the spiritual. Number 3, we notice in the same verse, 19b, I will even make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. So there's the comfort of refreshing. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, God addresses our greatest fears about the unknown years ahead. He promises 2 things here in the text. Directions. The wilderness is a place where there is no path. You may not know how to navigate 2026, but the great shepherd says, I will make a way. He doesn't just show you the way, but friend, he is the way. Number two, there's a provisions here. He says in the desert, now is a place of spiritual dryness. Have you been there? You may be there today. Perhaps you feel burned out. You ever heard that? Or maybe you feel empty on the inside. God promises rivers, not a cup of water, not a trickle, but an overflowing supply of His Holy Spirit to sustain you in the dry seasons ahead. I do not know what 2026 holds, but we can trust that God is already there. As the clock, I guess, would be another night, it was New Year's Eve, I think Thursday night, and the year turned Wednesday to Thursday. The circumstances of the world may not have changed, but the calendar changed. But I'm glad today that God's character does not change. God will stay the same. His word remains the same in the year ahead. Don't you get into this year looking backwards at things of old. Look upward to God who makes paths in the wilderness. He is doing a new thing in your life today. Will you receive it? Will you perceive it? Can God do what He wants to do through your life? I beg you to say you want to see God do great and mighty things. We know it's not. And He can do that. You trust Him. Submit, surrender your all to the Lord Jesus Christ, and you'll be amazed at the end of this year what God has done through you and for you. Before I go off the broadcast, I want to ask you again to join us here if you do not have a home church, right here at Tabernacle. And we're going to have a good time with the Rogers family singing at 10 o'clock. We all will meet in the main auditorium at 10 o'clock till about 10:50. We'll have a break. Then we'll come back again at 11 o'clock for the main servant. They'll sing again as well at 11 o'clock. We're going to turn loose in the Sunday school hours. You be with us this coming Sunday right here at Tabernacle Baptist Church. Well, hope you have a wonderful weekend. Until next time, stay encouraged.
Theater Chester Station. 7 responding to Chester Station 045.
Yeah. The orange Nazis are going to take over the world. They're going to lift people out of poverty, let the countries benefit from their own resources, and take the power trip and control freaks down a few notches. It's not going to be totally destroyed because it comes back. It's in Revelation. It grows back. But it won't have a corrupted rider on its back. This next beast, it's not going to have the prostitute riding its back. Read about it in 13. This two-horned beast comes out of the land. That's all right. Believe what you want to believe. You have that right. But you don't have the right to take away my rights, which they try to do. Which they try to do for a lot of freedom-loving people. And it failed miserably. Can you imagine if we were like Australia or United Kingdom or Canada? If the United States had a constitution like theirs during that lockdown, all this business is folding, people being oppressed. And then they have the audacity to call the orange dictator Nazi dude wanting to be king. Do these people have any reasoning abilities? I tell you what, Mockingbird's been extremely effective is all I got to say. And it takes a lot of people. It takes a lot of collaboration to pull off election frauds and scamdemics and such. Climate crisis hoax. Getting all these people all riled up, thinking they're the majority. And here they're playing right into the Patriots' hands. You see, when the Insurrection Act is invoked and the military comes in, it's coming. But the people, the majority of the people have to see why. They got to understand why it's happening. The military already could have fixed all this. They have the constitutional right to fix this mess, but they don't want bloodshed. Whereas the enemies of freedom, that's what they're all about. Look at the wars. Look at all the research, but no cures. Look how the vaccines cause more issues than helping, all in the name of helping humanity. Outstanding pillars of society. Give them a Nobel Peace Prize. And then they always come in, oh yeah, we're trying to help people. We're here to help the community. We're here to help people. Why don't you help the little children that are coming up missing? How come that's all quelled all the time? When the evidence comes out, how come no one's concerned about all the missing children? If they're so concerned, how come no one's investigating all of the stuff that the individual journalists bring up, the independent journalists? How come the mainstream apparatus is in coordination attacking all the time the truth? They really want to help humanity. Oh yeah, socialism's the answer. Right. People need to educate themselves instead of being spoon-fed information. Quit being a tool. But then again, if you have that personality where, you're greedy, you do anything for money. If you notice all the socialists in the past, those party members, right now in Venezuela, you can go down there. The only people that are prospering are party members. The only people who are speaking up and supporting the tyranny are party members. And that's the same thing happening in this country. Party members claiming to represent the people. Pretenders. Frauds.
Stay encouraged, he said. Stay encouraged. I'm turning into the yard here. I gotta get busy. We'll catch y'all a little later. Good morning there, Spud. We'll talk to you later on, maybe on the ride in. See if they'll even let me in the gate this morning.
Welcome to the Scottish Cello Repeater Network. The local time is 10 a.m.
I don't know about you, Top Gun, but it's foggy. I mean, visibility is really low over here right now. I would say not even a quarter mile visibility.
Dispatch center, time clear, 0500. Domestically.
Yes, sir, that's the way it is here.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I think I'm looking at it. I think the visibility, based on just perception and the way I'm seeing it, is about maybe 10,000 feet.
It is 3 a.m. in Arizona. This is 50K UW.
From the Sky News Center at 9, Venezuela's ousted president's expected to appear in a New York court later on drugs and weapons charges. Special forces captured Nicolas Maduro and his wife over the weekend. A number of nations say America's violated international law, but Donald Trump's hinting at more military action elsewhere in South America.
We have a very sick neighbor. It's not a neighbor, but it's close to a neighbor, and that's Venezuela. It's very sick. Colombia is very sick too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States, and he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you.
The UN Security Council's due to discuss the operation. Sir Keir Starmer says he'll use every tool to help with the cost of living. The Prime Minister is expected to make a New Year's pitch to voters this morning. The Home Office says seizing phones and SIM cards from migrants who cross the Channel in small boats will save lives. The idea is to download information from the devices to understand more about how people are being trafficked across the sea to the UK. Temperatures will struggle to rise above freezing, with some travel disruption expected. 3 amber alerts for heavy snow remain across northern Scotland, where there are school closures. A polar vortex is bringing Arctic conditions to much of Europe. Here's meteorologist Claire Nazier.
It is so cold outside, it's bitter, and that will continue through today before we see a feature move in tomorrow, bringing rain, sleet and snow yet again, so further warnings are likely to be issued.
Sport and Ruben Amorim suggested he'll leave Manchester United when his contract expires in 18 months. He's demanded to be called the manager, not the coach, following the club's 1-1 Premier League draw with Leeds. And England's cricketers allowed Australia to fight back on day 2 of the final Ashes test in Sydney. Joe Root's century helped Ben Stokes' side to 384 all out before their opponents closed on 166 for 2. Bad weather stopped play again in New South Wales. That's the latest.
Alright, well, you be careful there with all that fog you got going on over there, Top Gun. I'm going to the coastline area. I'm hoping the fog kind of thins out. I'm pretty sure it will as you get closer to the water line, the water area of Charleston, South Carolina. Spud, nice picture, by the way.
Unstoppable watts!
We haven't heard the last of Pizzagate. Drip. Drip. Drip.
085.
085, go ahead.
Nothing stops what's coming.
In quarters.
In quarters at 510.
You can see why they don't want law-abiding citizens armed. Look at Australia, United Kingdom, Europe, Canada, here recently with Justin Trudeau. Chip it away. See, Barry and John Kerry with the United Nations, they failed. During that scandal-free administration, they failed. A very, very important part of their agenda. There are more black rifles and gun vaults around this country than there ever has been since they tried to take them away back then. People were going out and buying 10 at a time. I have a neighbor on the front of the property. Well, he actually owns land everywhere, but he got 70 acres in front of us. Dave, what do you need all these guns for? He's like 5 of each, or three of each. Some of them he's got 5 of each. The new FN, the SAR, and all. He says to pass out to the neighbors. And he wasn't joking. He was serious. And there's a lot of patriots like that. These protesters these mostly peaceful protesters talking about bringing it to the country. Bring it. You don't realize what you're stepping into. Go ahead. Try it. It's not going to end well.
Mike 0 Yankee Golf Lima from Mike 9 Juliet Alpha Kilo.
Look down there in Polk County, Florida. Their law enforcement encourages. See, it saves money. Someone's doing something they're not supposed to be and they get killed. Oh well, saves taxpayers dollars. Ooh, that's cruel. You can't be like that. You got to accept everybody and be nice. No, we're done being nice. Turning the other cheek isn't working. You got to become the enemy to defeat the enemy. You know what I'm saying? You got to become a terrorist to defeat the terrorism. I know a lot of you can't wrap your head around that. That's okay though. You got to fight fire with fire. The silent majority is done being silent. The bullhorn was taken away from the radical left, yet they go on thinking they're the majority. Oh well, reality's going to be hard for some. And these brainiac intellectuals still use the same tactics. I wish I had a PhD so I could have a doctor in front of my name. Not.
What's 97?
Still engine 7 back.
We off at the Chester station.
Justice is coming. Are we going to call it Nuremberg 2.0 or my favorite, the Salem witch trials on steroids?
Chester station at 5:16.
Oh yeah, and fuck you, Nimble. You can't bounce me in here.
Yeah, fuck you, Nimble. You can't even fucking bounce me here. He bounced me since like he put me in a fucking block list for like 18 hours, almost 18 hours from Zillow Explorers.
It's just weak, isn't it? He's a loser. He's a loser. He needs Jesus.
80% chance of snow showers throughout the day and sticking around until Wednesday night. Temps are going to drop down to around -6 Celsius. Yeah, Wednesday looks pretty wintry. Beyond that, it's a bit fuzzy, mostly cloudy, but nothing concrete.
Yeah, it's me all set, buddy. Thank you very much.
All right. Have a good one. No. Comicals are happy from the... You still there, Sean? Just checking. Everything all right?
Yeah, I'm good, buddy. I'm driving the car just now.
Ah, fair enough. Be careful out there, then. Roads sound a bit dicey with that snow coming. Don't want to end up in a ditch, you know? Just focus on the road, yeah? I can just hang tight here while you drive. If you need anything.
You want to do a road traffic report between Dundee and Aberdeen?
Oh, nice. A public service, huh? Good on you. Definitely appreciate folks looking out for each other. Anything I could do to help with that? Like take notes or something? Just let me know. Be safe though, alright? Don't want to get distracted.
Can you check the Traffic Scotland website for me? On the A90 northbound between Dundee and Aberdeen, see if there's any congestions on that road.
No, I never knew that fucking Kermit was nothing but a fucking troll. What a fucking loser. 56 years old, he said he is. Coming on Zara being a fucking troll.
This isn't good. Apparently there's a closure on the A90 northbound and Northwater Bridge. Fire destroyed 2 cottages, sadly. Also there was a crash near Chircatro on Saturday, still causing issues, and just now a breakdown near Miltimba. Plus, those weather warnings are still in effect. Looks like it's going to be rough going. You might want to adjust your report accordingly. Thanks.
Okay, can you check to see if the snow gates are open at Spittal of Glenshee?
Let me just have a look. Good news on that front. The snow gates at Spittal of Glenshee are open right now. Still, they'll say the conditions are difficult up there, so caution is advised.
And this morning, with my coffee, I'm having strawberries on toast. Have you ever had that? Strawberries on toast. Try it. Also, try, what do they call it? Kiwi fruit on toast. It's better than jam.
Just keep in mind for your report.
Okay, Max, thanks very much. Have a good day. That's me signing off.
Alright. Drive safe, Sean. And you too, have a good one. I'll talk to you later.
No, Nimble is getting gone crazy because he's listening. If you're gonna say something, I'm not loyal to the king. I'm not loyal to the fucking royal family. I used to be I was loyal to fucking Queen until she passed away. What are you gonna do about it, Nimble? Are you gonna fucking call the FBI, MI6, MI5? What are you gonna do?
If not, just making sure.
He loves saying that, doesn't he? He said I works for the MI6. But who was Quinn? I don't think I knew Quinn.
Sean, everything okay? You went quiet there.
Queen Elizabeth?
Yeah, I'm signing off, Mark. 7-3.
Oh, Queen. Well, the world was kind of normal when she had the crown.
Ah! Right, gotcha. 73 to you too, Sean. Have a good one and stay safe. Okay. Around.
I've been waiting for him every day. Almost every day. It's like starting of December 24, December 25. He mentioned something like you have only 2 days. Then after that, you aren't gonna be here with us. You're gonna be sitting in fucking interview room. They're gonna be asking you. The boys will be asking all sorts of fucking questions.
Roger that.
Hartford Ambulance 2, Fall, 36 Overlook Drive, 36 Overlook Drive, in Hartford, timeout, 0524.
You think he's a fucking Zella police? Is something fucking special. Know what I mean? You, Mark Wolf, Marvelous Marvin, bunch of fucking dafties.
Sweet Sean?
I think you can add Mike to that list now.
Hartford Station 2, Fall, 36 Overlook Drive, 36 Overlook Drive, in Hartford, timeout, 0524.
You've been talking for hours and hours and hours. You've been talking every fucking day for like, you know, when you're gonna be in the fucking church and you're gonna stay there listening to the fucking priest or father, whatever you call it over there. He's been talking like more than 45 minutes, 55 minutes, 1 hour. Sometimes he crosses 1 hour. He just keep talking and talking and talking. I mean, what's the reason? What's the reason you keep blocking the fucking channel? You keep talking and talking and talking when no one's gonna give a shit about you. Come on, Agent Nimble. You're fucking undercover, innit? Nah, you always sitting in the fucking wheelchair. How come you're gonna be a fucking undercover and you're gonna be a fucking Zello police? You should change your name, Nimble. You should call yourself as Zello police, Zello officer.
Nimble was programmed by a Lincoln 6 Echo. And Nimble is a phony cunt. He's a two-faced phony cunt.
Just needs an update, that's all.
What up, Dean? Did you catch my message? I got lucid last night. Well, this morning. About 8 o'clockish.
Yeah. It's all right. No, I haven't seen it. I haven't noticed it. Like. Sometimes I find messages and it's a week later. I don't need to do it.
Dean, can you unblock us from there, from Zello Explorers?
No, I keyed up in Explorers, but I've deleted it now because I've got no badge. And like last night was just so frustrating. I couldn't get in. You know, I had to wait 2 minutes to try and interrupt some fucker.
Yeah, then that case, he's an ignorant bastard. You told him situation. I didn't know until you told me. So you're aware of that, aren't you? But he's not playing that game. He's an horrible bastard. He bugs me. Dude, you'll just feel alright, bro. What channel are you wanting unblocking from?
I think he said Explorers, Dean.
Dispatch, engine 1.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was watching this thing yesterday about Venezuela and Maduro's kidnapping. Apparently before it happened, when the blackout occurred, China and Russia exported tons and tons and tons of silver out of Venezuela. So I'm wondering if that Maduro let him do it, because there's a big grab for silver apparently for industry at the moment, and so it appears that America might have got in there a bit too late for the silver, you know.
Overlook drive.
1 year en route to Overlook at 529.
Hey, look, I'm just gonna hang tight here. If you need anything, just seriously, here.
But I also saw Maduro in a speech calling, various Western countries Zionists, comparing them to Nazis and stuff, and saying how they're going to come for the Muslims, and then they're going to come for the Christians, and then they're going to come for the Catholics. And obviously the dude was anti-Israel. So that could have been like the final straw for America, you know, saying all that publicly.
I think they are fucking after the oil. They are fucking after the oil. Look what happened to fucking Saddam Hussein in Iraq back in the days. And look right now.
It's always about oil there. Same as fucking Israelis. But they never tell you that. They'll come out with a lot of bollocks. Oh, weapons of mass destruction. And end up war like on earth with it. Where's these fucking weapons of mass destruction anyway? Smacky.
Engine 1's on scene.
Engine 1's on scene, 531.
Silver, oil, land, and regime change by the look of it.
And it's like we're catching up with messages here, bugging me. And then we're going back to enough time catching up with messages. 5 steps. There's going to be some steps somewhere of significance.
Hey, Top Gun. You get on the road in South Carolina. To let you know the state troopers are out tonight, out this morning. I just went by about, I think 3 or 4 of them. I'm sitting in the middle of the median.
So if they want Nicolas, why they catch the fucking wife? Why they bring the wife to fucking US?
Oh, I don't know if you was referencing what I said. You may be confused 5 with flight. It was a flight of steps, and before I got to the bottom, I was out. I did notice a female. She looked like a native Indian, and she'd noticed me. She was sat with a bunch of people at a table, maybe having a coffee or something like that. But yeah, I proceeded, and then I never quite reached the bottom. So I'll be aware of that in future.
Yeah, I thought you said 5 steps. Flight of steps. Did you understand unblocking that channel? Native American. Interesting.
But as you know, I was a bit fucking blasted last night, and it was even affecting my speech and shit. And because I'd had 3 episodes of lucid dreaming last month, it was about mid-December, all within a week. I thought it was down to going straight, because by that point I'd been straight for like 2.5 months. But no, it happened last night. And I wasn't straight. Well, this morning, and I wasn't straight, so that's not the key to it, do you know what I mean?
No, it's like having flashbacks, isn't it? My dreams are epic. They're so epic, and I enjoy them for the most part, unless it's a bit scary. Well, if they're scary, they're fucking proper scary, because I can't shake that feeling off for a week. That's rare buggy. But you know, they're just like watching a film. But it's never like you say lucid, so you're aware you're dreaming. I never seem to get that. I get recurring dreams though. They're fucking mad, them recurring dreams. And I drove past, overnight I went to a party, and I drove past as a place, and since I was a kid, I dreamed about it's like a main road, and you can see through trees. There's a bit of buildings there, but you don't know if it's houses. You don't know what it is because you can never see it. And I've dreamt that there's like some kind of, like a school there, and I've been in it, and it's a flat roof building anyway, and big as well, like a block of flats kind of thing, but only like 2 stories high. And some it's 1 story high, and because I told my brother when we drove past it to go to hospital to see my brother as well, and I told him about this dream, and he says we ought to go in and have a look what's there, actually there, like. And I want to do that because I've dreamt about that place since I was a kid, and I've got other dreams similar that repeat, and they're very particular. And I think I'd love to go and check that out because I've never been in a building there.
Go ahead. They still need the stretcher. You guys get it? Proceed.
Yeah, for sure. Some of these places exist within their own right. So if you happen to get lucid, maybe just keep setting your intention on it. Do you know what I mean? Don't expect it to happen straight away, but if you keep repeating it, maybe. And that thing about those horrible dreams and that I think that's for a reason. I think that's the energy vampires that cause that. And that's how I always used to have a negative dream before sleep paralysis as well. And I don't know if yours ever progressed to that, but there's definitely fucking something vamping our energy. And if like that feeling lasts like all day or for a fucking week or something like that, I'd say, yeah, it's definitely an indication that something is vamping you.
I've had a couple of sleep paralysis moments. Well, twice that I can remember, yeah. But I can't remember what dreams I were having while around that time, like, so I don't know about that. But yeah, because I have this recurring dream that it's weird actually, and it's like I'm worried that me and my brothers killed somebody, right? And we buried him. Like last time I had it, they were under floorboards in my mum's house, this body. But it was like a big drop, and it was like all mud, and you could just see part of the body still exposed slightly. So we've got to move it. There's something happening where they're going to find it, somebody's going to find it, so I've got to move a fucking body, right? I've never killed nobody, never done it like that, but that feeling, I don't want to get caught, right? I know it's wrong, but and my bro done, and we're going to trouble, a fucking trying to shift a fucking body that's decayed, and it's so real, but that fear and that dread and that sicky feeling, I can't shake it off when I've had that dream. It's fucking rare, boy. Sometimes the body's in garden.
Oh, this is a cult classic. Get it? They love this song. A cult classic. See, the Rastas, they get it. A lot of people are getting it. I don't agree with all the Rasta doctrine. And I'm thankful that God sees our hearts, sees man, sees the intentions of the hearts. When we stand before God, it will be a righteous judgment. There won't be any paid off lawyers, any paid off prosecutors, any compromised judges. And you're not going to go in there thinking you're going to defend yourself like, oh, I didn't do anything. When we stand before God, we'll know where we stand.
Everyone,
and I move by faith and give God the praise. So when it's afraid, then I will come stepping away. Monsters of Rasta is soon taking over. The crowd shall move to their knees. In all of this majesty, will be missing. Only the righteous and the meek shall inevitably be seen. Yeah, only the righteous. You know, man, I think it's not that goes far. You know, man, I think it's not that goes far. Tell me, say we want no more altar. Tell me, say we want no more altar. You know, man, I think it's not that goes far. You know, man, I think it's not that goes far. Tell me, say we want no more altar. Tell me, say we want no more altar. You know what he did. They're gonna wipe out these children. Living naughty, you make me convict. Then Rasta come out ya, Lord God, Ross God. Illuminati, you are that. Illuminati gonna get it. You don't wanna see the sun is a blood fire. You don't wanna see the sun is a blood fire. Tell me everyone, no more outside. Tell me everyone, no more outside. You don't wanna see the sun is a blood fire. You don't wanna see the sun is a blood fire. Tell me everyone, no more outside. Tell me everyone, no more outside. You know my naughty Jason. Check on no fight but your events. Illuminati, naughty trade ones. Check on the smash on your demons. Well, let it be known. Straight, let it be known. From the eastern to the west. Shouting now, let it be known. So you can what I'm saying. Say, master Illuminati, I'm the one. No more backbiting. No more was fighting. No. Hey, you know Illuminati gonna live it. Illuminati gonna stop blood clot. Illuminati gonna stop blood clot. Tell them everyone, no more alcohol. Tell them everyone, no more alcohol. Illuminati gonna stop blood clot. Illuminati gonna stop blood clot. Tell them everyone, no more alcohol. Tell them everyone, no more alcohol. I tried, but still no love. But I know one thing is right. My life must fly. Yeah, it's an open board. As my side, when it comes to the end, there's no one to read it.
This is the story of yourself. Oh, if you feel it, you gotta really feel it. You gotta hold on, I write today to tell you that it's okay to pray for the people that you love, whether or not you think there is a God, but it's inside us. Even if you're a fire, got to recognize the eternal fire within. Got soul and soul. When you speak back to everything that you need, someone takes it away, and you let know you need you. You stop and you say someone needs to your name. The same thing again and again. When you reach up to the sky, when you see you in your eyes, you can't believe it. They got a solution for every problem, and you just put a problem in the meaning.
Well, that tea tree oil is so good.
Know you're right, know you're right. I'm a herbalist, precious. I can never leave my body.
I think Nazi balls actually. He's like, "Oh, you got a foul on you." I said, yeah, "I've had a foul on me since, what's his name? Slick Willie. I've had a foul on me since Slick Willie." Trying to intimidate me. Yeah, the FBI's got a foul on you. Oh, yeah. I had 2 agents come up to me. I'll tell that story again. Actually, I will catch the mic again.
I've had very similar dreams to that, and it's never been me that's killed the person. It was usually a friend, and it's usually the same friend. And yeah, like you say, trying to fucking cover the body up or move it and shit, and you're thinking, oh man, you know, they're going to catch up with us and all that. Like, it's horrible. I know what you mean exactly with that.
Yeah, it is hard. But I've got other ones that, it's like that with flat roof. There's nothing, it's good. It's like I've dreamt it since I was a kid. Yeah, so I can't even go in. Why would I be going down that road when I was a kid? Obviously it's somebody's car. You know, and it's like I feel good when I'm there in this building and outside this building. But and there's people there that I know them, they know me. As if it's a familiar place. I've never been there in my life.
Sometimes you end up going to these places, don't you, or something that looks very similar to them. There's always some differences, but yeah, I do subscribe to the idea that these places actually exist on some level or in some dimension. But my question is, are they just like another version of this? You know, because a lot of the times when you go to those places, they're not exactly paradise, are they? You know, you could think of places that would be better, but what is it that keeps drawing you back to these places? And I know it's a strange one.
I don't know if it's something that you, from childhood, that's made you associate something with that place. Because I can't remember, they'll come to me in a bit, like, because I've got several recurring dreams, and most of them, yeah, it's like I don't feel bad. You know, I'm enjoying the dream, like, I'm in a good place. But there's other specific places as well that I've never been to, but I'll dream about it, and I'll pass it and think, oh, that's what I'm always dreaming. I've dreamt about that place loads of times, but I've never been there. So I've got a few of them.
Maybe the act of having these conversations will make you lucid shortly, Dean. That's usually how it works. I mean, I was almost giving up on getting back lucid again since like mid-December last year. But then Mike started saying something about fucking when he was stoned or something, and his body fucking floated off, and he had an out-of-body experience and all that. So I think, yeah, when I got into bed, I thought, oh, that's interesting. And I tried relaxing, and I thought, I wonder if I can do what Mike did. Nothing happened, like. But then maybe like 10 hours later, or whatever it was, I was lucid again.
I have done that lucid thing a bit, because I'm trying to think of recurring dreams. And yeah, it's good to talk about this, actually, because a lot of them, I don't know what happens, but I wake up feeling good. You know, it's like I'm intrigued or something, thinking I have to go there and see what actually is happening. But I've got another one, and I mean, I am lucid, Because I'm saying, I'm dreaming it's a dream. And there's people there saying to me, no, you are dreaming, but you've got to go back. And it's like orange-coloured marble on floor, on walls, on ceiling, and there's these pictures that are symmetrical patterns and that, very detailed though. And I'm walking up to them and looking at, and I'm feeling, I'm touching the marble, and I can feel it, and I'm thinking, this is real. I'm in real, and it's all that gold, everything's gold and orange. Really, really, really nice. But it's like an official place, and there's somebody outside of me who's well dressed, and he's trying to tell me, this is a dream, yeah. You're still in a dream, really. You've got to go back. And there's official people there. It's like I've got respect for the place. It's not a bad place, but it's a place. It's gold. It's lined with strips of gold in floor, strips of gold on walls. Very detailed, but fuck knows why.
That sounds interesting, the gold, but somebody or something telling you have to go back, that's a bit suspect, isn't it? It's like, why the hell would you have to go back? I mean, what's it costing anybody for you to be there? Do you know what I mean? It seems like it could be part of that fucking loose farm system where they don't want you to know that. Obviously, it's too late. You do know that they exist, but you have to go back thing, that could be them just trying to train you for when you shake a 7, when you shed your mortal coil, and then they come along and say, you got to go back to that place again. And you might think that you have to, like, you know what I mean? I'd try and defy them, Dean.
It's weird because it's like they're not like, we don't want you here. It's not that kind of, it's just, because I'm touching and I'm thinking, this is real. It's because, dreams are so detailed anyway. But it's the only time where I've done that, and I'm thinking, is it a dream? But I even touching floor on that, and saying to myself, well, I'm looking at the patterns, I'm going to remember, and I do remember it. But there's a guy who, is talking to me. He's being polite and that, and he's just explained to me, well, because he's telling the truth, isn't he? He said, you're asleep at a minute, like, and you're going to wake up eventually, and you'll not be here. And it's, it's that, and it's recurring.
There's this link of this guy who remembers his pre-birth experience. He's called Harold, and I think the video is about 15 minutes long. If you just type into YouTube Harold's near-death experience, that's really fascinating. He talks about these beings that he met and all that lot, and they basically make him come back here. But at the point where he gives his consent, right, because it's all about consent apparently, and this is where I think he fucked up. He said to him, okay, but I want to remember everything about this when I go back there. So obviously he did remember it and he's speaking about it, but it's interesting. Check it out, man. And he says he's looking at Earth at one point in time, and it's like a horrible, evil, dark, massive fucking, I don't know, man. But yeah, look it up, man. Harold's near-death experience. The dude's he's in a car and he's got some shades on.
Good morning, old-time Christian. Good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, Top Gun, it was a tough one coming. Getting up, getting ready. But I'm on the road. I'm almost 9 miles into my 54-mile trip. And it's foggy out here, too. It sure is. Man, it's foggy across everywhere, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, it's back to the grind after about 2 weeks. Gotta work 4 days and then I'll have 3 off, so it won't be too bad. Won't be too bad. But, yeah, it's been quite the 2 weeks off, Christmas vacation. I've seen joy, I've seen sorrow, and I've seen death. quite the roller coaster over the Christmas holiday. But thank the Lord, He sent His Son Jesus so we could have a chance. That's for sure. But I hope everybody has a blessed day today. Safe driving. I'm running about 75 mile an hour headed east on I-10. Headed to the shop. See what we can do today. Hopefully it won't be too bad. Yep, headed east on I-10, mile marker 156, eastbound. Hammer down.
I know this will happen. I've come downstairs and left my phone upstairs. And when I do this, I've remembered as I'm walking to the room for hang on the phone. You know what I mean? But I'm not going back upstairs at that point. I think I know what's going to happen here. I'm going to want to use my phone. And it's happening.
It's almost like something doesn't want you to take that phone and doesn't want you to see that video.
I very like that pseudo, you know. You travel through life, right? And I can be defiant, I can be stubborn in that, but sometimes as well, something happens, and we wanted to do something right, and while I'm trying to do it, whatever it may be, many things you could mention, many situations, there's something, by coincidence, because I'm plagued by that anyway, it's like, it prevents me, you know, something happens that's not really linked to that, and so it stops that for a bit, yeah, puts that on hold, because that's just how it is, and sometimes I'll go with that flow, especially if it happens a couple of times, and think it's something that's stopping me doing that, so I'm not going to do it.
Bud, you said you're what, on I-10? What state are you in?
Great state of Florida, up here in the Panhandle. I-10 runs from like Jacksonville all the way through Texas, farther than that, I believe.
Yeah, it could be like, say, for instance, you're watching something and it's an out there subject, something metaphysical, and it's real interesting. And someone will disturb you while you're watching it. Or someone will knock on your fucking door or something like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I-10 will bring you, I think, through New Mexico and Arizona, and then once you get to the California border, I think it switches over, near California anyways, somewhere in Arizona.
Yeah, exactly that, yeah. And you think, well, and if it happens again, you know, and it's likely to with me, like, so somebody's knocked on the door, yeah, you got to sort it out. So time goes by, so you get back to that, right, I'll do this now. And then something happens again, the phone goes or something. It's like, why every time I'm trying to do this, is something stopping me. And I just go with flow.
Yeah, we went on I-10. Hello, good morning. From Alabama, Mobile, Alabama, to close to Texas anyway, and beyond. And then we got to, I forget that street. Or, actually, highway. It wasn't I-20 though, we didn't get on I-20, it was a different one.
I've seen it happen with some YouTubers when they're like doing the videos and stuff like that, and people start ringing them, do you know what I mean, and start getting fucking interrupted, and they know what's going on, but it doesn't stop it trying to prevent the fucking information coming out, you know.
Yeah, I don't know how the police are in Florida, but they're out here in South Carolina off of I-26 going eastbound. They're all up in the median. I mean, I think a second ago I said there was 3. Well, I changed that now. There was 5. So there's 2 more later on. I guess they were catching people that thought, oh, well, there's no more police. We just pass them. And then they get you. But, yeah, it's foggy over here too, man. Really foggy.
Yeah, I mean, do you know something, me? A lot of things I say, there's 2 meanings to it, and I don't mean to do that, but when I look at what I've said a lot of times, I think, well, I could put that 2 ways. So in a way, like, if I'm in a court situation, I sound like a murderer and all sorts on. And I think that I'm not meaning to do it, but it's as if you could take it two ways. And also, as a person, somebody will say, oh, ask you about something and your character. And a lot of times I'll say, yeah, I'm like this, but I'm also, a lot of times, the extreme opposite as well. Do you know what I mean? That's a common thing with me. And sometimes like that, when there's something stopping it, there's a stubbornness, a defiantness in me. And I think something's trying to stop me, and I'm going to fucking do it. So then I'll do it, and I'll keep trying until I get it done. You know, I'm always both extreme ends of a spectrum, me.
Good morning, Miss Judith. Good to hear you. Yeah, the fog is not heavy here. I'm in a spot now where there is no fog. There was a minute ago, but I'm sure it'll pick back up again when I cross this big river.
Yeah, I'm hoping the fog actually goes down a little bit around here because people like to speed like the end of the world's coming like in the next 5 seconds. And you can run up on somebody real quick and in a hurry and not even know it, and then next thing you know you have an accident. Like this guy, hold on.
Yeah, I also see it with the idea of free will. Let's say, for instance, you could have acquired a habit or something like that. Then you tell yourself, well, that's it now, I'm done with this habit. And then all of a sudden, like days or weeks down the line, some kind of fucking amnesia hits you. And it's almost like you forget about what you've told yourself and your determination and shit like that, and you just fall back into this thing that you were so sure you were never going to fuck with again. But you just end up fucking with it again, and I'm convinced that this isn't a place of free will at all. This is like we're entering into these lives to do like some sort of a fucking replay. Some people call it soul looping, that people are just forced into the same life over and over and over again. And if you think about it, if that was the truth, then there's no way that you can change any of it anyway. You might be able to think about it. I think that's maybe where your free will lies, within your brain. Do you know what I mean? But if you're just going through the motions all over again, there's fuck all you can do to change your life. And that sounds like a very bad thing, but there's also the opposite of that, because everything has its opposite, right? And the opposite is that it kind of gets you off the hook. So it makes you think, oh, well, hey ho, that's fuck all I can do anyway. I'll just carry about my business and not worry about anything.
Yep, I heard that. Well, we just crossed into the Eastern time zone, so the clocks are switching. Almost 6 o'clock here on the road, crossing the Apalachicola River.
Hey, I don't know if I stand correct these days, but I remember when I made my nonstop trip by vehicle, by car, from Charleston, South Carolina to Los Angeles. Barely made it there awake. But somewhere in Texas, the speed limit is like 80. I went through the I-10 all the way, I'm pretty sure down, pushing me through, I think, Dallas or something.
I'm not sure. That'd be a question for somebody else. I've never even been to Texas. We're wanting to go, but haven't been there yet.
Exactly that. And it's, to me, that just natural occurrences, it's going to bring me to one conclusion or the other. You know what I mean? And inevitably, you can't do nothing about it. There's fuck all you can do. So why would it? You know, or why even bother try to, you know, you could make it lazy, I suppose. Ambitionless. But it's true, isn't it? It's true. And actually, like things that have happened recently, you're helpless, really. You can't, the stuff you just can't change. And you know what's coming. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's been a while since I've taken that road. Nowadays I fly by airplane, but you know, I do like my road trips, and I kind of forgot, but I remember specifically seeing an 80-mile-an-hour speed limit sign. One of the very few I've seen in the States.
Well, it's probably in a pretty remote area, if so. I don't know. I remember when I was a kid, speed limit was, I think it was 80 down here in Florida on the big roads back when I was a kid.
Yeah, and on top of all that, you'll get fucking retarded people like Mike was acting last night that are trying to make you like have some concern about like whatever's going on in your life. He's like, pay your fucking energy bills, and he's just not listening to me, and I'm explaining there's a reason why I'm not, and it's as if he's trying to make me feel guilty, but it's never going to fucking happen because I see what this place is, do you know what I mean? And I see what people like him are when they're being moved around the fucking chessboard like little minions trying to achieve something, trying to achieve like an emotional state in me over my actions. For me, that's indicative of like the fucking Matrix is pissed off with what I've done. Do you know what I mean? And if it is, I'm fucking glad it is, you know. But yeah, people like Mike, they're never going to see the bigger picture, are they?
Oh yeah. And I think it was in the 90s, if I'm correct. I think it was Montana that put in a no speed limit. There's like 0 speed limit for like remote cleared areas, and I think they took that away. I'm not quite sure, but there's talk about it. And I seem to remember that I think they did allow no speed limits in the outer bank for a short period, though.
So I'm at the little corner convenience store. Grab me some coffee. Getting ready to go down the river. Sitting there drinking my coffee on a picnic table or tables on the corner of the building. There's a little patio there, and there's the parking lot kind of comes in an L, comes around the corner. Then all of a sudden, 2 SUVs, GM products, by the way, drive up abruptly. One comes in on one corner, one comes in on the other. And 2 federal-looking individuals are sitting there. One puts his laptop up into the dash, points the camera at me. The other one's on a cell phone, looking at the cell phone. So I'm sitting there drinking my coffee, and I'm thinking, oh, look at this. I got the feds right here. So I get up, and I just walk around with my coffee. They're ignoring me, right? They're not making eye contact. They're just ignoring me. And I'm walking around their vehicles, looking at them, looking in, looking at them, looking at their license plates, trying to get them to notice me. And they ignore me. So I go back and sit down and finish my coffee. Sitting there watching them, watching me. And then when I got up to go grab my backpack to walk over to the bike rack, I turned around real quick. And lo and behold, they both were looking at me. And the old boy was coming off. I didn't know him. Some long-haired dude. Just finished fueling up his vehicle. He's coming across the parking lot. And I look at him and say, hey, look over there. Pointed over at him. I said, there's your hard-earned tax dollars at work. And we started laughing. Yeah, these people. Yeah. There's a day of reckoning for the traitors. You know, the Bible says the wicked flee when no man pursueth. So if you have a clear conscience, there's no reason to be, worried.
His mind's closed, yeah, very closed. And he's just any opportunity to, I think he's like it in fucking real life as well, actually, but that's his troll. He's negative, like, and all you say, if he's got that, you just know, it's so predictable as well, that you saying that, he takes that as an opportunity to show off that he's paying his bills and he's got loads of money. Which I don't believe him a lot of the time. There's a lot of things, well, I've got in my heart anyway. Like, I know it's a childish thing, it's a simple thing, but don't tell me you're an exquisite furniture maker with all the tools. I ain't got no, I've got 3 miter saws. One of them's very expensive, well, it's a crosscut. Yeah. But I ain't got none of them. But he's gonna then tell me how to not use that tool. So he's not an expert furniture maker because he doesn't have to. He doesn't want. He made a mistake, right? And he knows he has. He's going to keep. He's going to keep lying about it instead of accept it. I'd have more respect for him if he said, "Yeah, I was thinking about a table saw when I was saying that. I've got that wrong." But he ain't got that in him to do that. So he'll even invent a new way of using a tool, which is impossible actually. What he's saying, to run some timber through that blade set at 45 degrees, how are you feeding a length of timber down so the blade runs down length of it? You can't. There's a guard there, you run it against the guard and chop a 45, 90 degree angle. That's a chop saw, like a chop saw, a miter saw. You can't feed timber through it, that's a table saw. You know, he's full of shit. He's full of shit. And he's very negative. He doesn't say no good to nobody. He never ever says that's good. He ain't got it in him. And he's like that in real life as well. And I bet people avoid him because he's such a negative know-it-all. He's a know-it-all. That's what he is. He's a fucking that's him. He's not putting that on for just to I'll do this on this app. I'll be this. That's in your fucking real life. And no fucker likes to come.
See, that's what I need right there, Spud. A truck full of chickens. I need them to stop at my house on their way back.
And I'll tell you what, another incident of being surveilled. Before smartphones, I had the flip phone thing. This is during that scandal-free administration. I sent a picture over to my boss in Colorado Springs. I bought me a copy of an MP5 SD licensed by Heckler & Koch, manufactured by Walther. 22 long rifles, semi. If you look close, it don't look like they're real though. One thing about the suppressor copy thing, it was a barrel tensioner. That thing was so accurate, it just didn't look right. You know, folding stock, 25 round clip, or magazine. Anyway, I had it slapped around my shoulder. I was up here at the farm, logging and living the life. And so I sent this over to Colorado and said, made a little caption, "I'm ready, when's it start?" The next day I get phone calls on my little flip phone. The phone answers itself. It says restricted. It doesn't leave any call log on my phone. It just answers and listens. It's illegal. It's unconstitutional. And these power trip and control freaks have been getting by with it way too long. And now the patriots are taking their country back, and there's not a thing the corrupted infiltration could do about it. I mean, they can cause chaos and false flags everywhere, but in the end, they're already dead in the water. They're just catching the people up. Freedom will prevail in this country, and then it's going to spread to other countries. Just look around. People want freedom. They're rising up everywhere. You socialists, you're deluded. You are brainwashed into a failing ideology.
Maybe he watches a few fucking YouTube videos of people using fucking jigs and saws and shit and then pretends that he knows the score. Although that's a bit like Mac Wolf behaviour, isn't it? I don't know why people would do that. If I don't know about something, I don't know about something, and that's not a fault, is it? I mean, why the fuck would everybody know everything? It's like, who wants to know everything? You know, people out there who don't give a fuck about fucking making furniture, why the fuck would they want to know anything like that? It's like you say, bragging and stuff like that. I I don't boast about anything, do you know what I mean? I don't see the point. And what business is it of anybody anyway? And who cares?
Exactly, who cares? It always boils down to that. And the thing is, somebody showing off about something, right? At least actually tell the truth. You know, Smacky and Ken, they're very similar, like I said, in that way. They'll lie about something, but, you know, it's not just, like I've got a miter saw, right? I've got a few miter saws, I've got loads of tools. I'm not in business using them tools every day. You know what I mean? So in a lot of most parts of waste. And I'm not pretending to know anything, right? I'm proud to say to somebody, I don't know, because they're going to tell me then, aren't they? You know what I mean? If you're making out you know everything, and you know, shutting everybody up because you know, and in actual fact you don't know, you're never going to learn either, because you're just shutting everybody down to be big-mouthed. And they always go big on it. It's not just, you know, he's got them tools, and he's made stuff with you. He's an exquisite furniture maker, his words. You know what I mean? It's like, come on. You're not an exquisite furniture maker, are you?
I've always thought that a boastful person is an insecure person. They're trying to compensate, make up for something that's lacking, something that they don't want to talk about in their lives. Do you know what I mean? I think that's what's going on most of the time.
Yeah, it's a smoke screen, isn't it? Constant smoke screen. You know, it's not the truth then, is it? And I like coming on here and certain people you talk to, maybe yourself included, and they're going to tell, you know, they might mention something, and I don't know about it, and I'll take an interest in it. I'm never going to start pretending I know about something when I don't. I'm never going to do that. And there's a lot of people in here that do that. But like such as Kermit, when he first come on, and Smack said, they're very convincing. But then it's either, I've taught you something today. At least I've taught you something you back with, lad. There's no, like, as soon as somebody's like that with me, it's like, I'm not like that with you, why have you been like that? So I like it when I catch them. I think they're not what they are making out. And even if they were, even if somebody has got that knowledge above somebody, why take piss out of that person who don't know? You're not born knowing everything. You know what I mean? It's not a reason to take the piss out of somebody because you know something and they don't. And that's their attitude.
Yeah, you better watch that hill, Jack. He's one of those extreme right-wingers. Just waiting. I just can't wait to get in somewhere to shoot up a McDonald's. You people are so deluded. If you would look at the statistics, you would realize what's going on. But see, that's what it is. Facts don't matter if you punched. Is it the agenda? That's what's more important. The cause. And just imagine if all these extreme right-wingers were the way they were portrayed. It'd be a bloodbath out there, wouldn't it? It wouldn't be a false flag made up for Hollywood. It would be a slaughter fest. And yet, these minions don't realize that's what the deep state wants. They want another civil war in this country. And they definitely need World War III. Are they going to get it?
Yeah, did you notice last night, like when honey came up into the conversation? And yeah, people were talking about, you know, most so-called honey is just like fucking, well, nobody said it, but it's corn syrup, innit? A lot of the stuff, it's just absolute garbage and not really honey. But anyway, there was conversation about honey, and I happened to mention that I had some Manuka honey in the cupboard. Not trying to say that Manuka honey is anything fucking special. It's just fucking honey that I got from Lidl. And he's like, oh, that's not very good honey. Do you know what I mean? He has to, it's that one-upmanship, like, he either wants to pretend that he knows something better about the subject matter, or that he's got something better than the subject matter. It's just ridiculous, man. Like I say, it's just to me, it's all about that person's insecurity. They've got to try and make up for it in other ways. And it doesn't make up for it anyway. It just makes them look like a fucking plank.
Yeah, too short ones. And it's just, they bring that on themselves. Whatever happens to them in conversations, they bring that on themselves. I'm not creating that. You know, nobody else is. They're creating that for themselves, right? And yes, he paid. It's all about money with him. He's money orientated. I bet he's a right tight bastard. I bet he is that. I bet he's the tightest cunt you ever meet. I just know. You know, and like I was saying to him, if you're going round, because I met people like him, and if you're buying him rounds, which you do when lads are all working together, you'll do that, you know. And he's one of them that slips the toilet out of way when it's his round. He's one of, I fucking know he is, you know what I mean? I just could tell. And like, he paid £40 for money, straight away with money. Didn't say what kind, but I paid £40 for him. I'll pay £40 for a Johnny. He's about the price. I can't remember. I've got my uncle on here. I don't know what I paid for it. I ain't got a fucking clue. But he's about the cash. But he ain't got money in his cupboard like you have. You've got my uncle on here, right? I've got my uncle on here. I've got other on here as well. But he ain't got none. But he's talking about it. And he's one with big price on jaw. But he ain't got it. He didn't put it on glass. Like, he's full of shit.
You Canadians, what's going on up there? I thought Justine said you can keep your handguns. See how it works? And now Ottawa, what's up with the provinces, man? They don't want to be part of your communist failure. You can't control what's going on. You power trip and control freaks are out of control. You're not in control. You know how I know that? Because look at all the information that's out. And look how they react. They're all on defense. They're all reactionary. It used to be the other way around. And then when they thought they were in control, boy, did they show their true colors. Remember that? Don't forget that. Don't forget the intimidation, the slander, and the accusations. Don't forget that, folks. That's who they really are. The way they're portraying now is the fraud, the fake. When all of those hideous acting people became friendly, in unison, that's all I needed to see.
That saying just came to my mind, and I think it does apply to him. It's like poverty. It has to be in. A, it is like poverty, and it probably is poverty, and B, it does have to be in.
The narrative changed on the MSM, and so did the demeanor of the Ram Ranch bunch.
Exactly.
But anyway, Dean, yeah, interesting conversation. I'm going to fucking start. It's 11 o'clock already. I can't believe it, man. I'm going to try and get something done. So I'll talk to you later, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, have a positive day. Watch out for the flight of steps. Catch you later.
Yeah, I shall do. Maybe it meant something. All right, Dean.
I'm not sure what I'm going to do with this. It's fun. It's real fun. Yippers. Ooh, that mix is all whacked. I've been playing around with the mix. I still gotta figure out how to get two stereo mixes of this. out of this house, man. Man, it's going to outlive us all. That would be cool. All these vultures around here. Let's turn down that track. There's way too high. No, that's good. This one. I don't even see it. There's nothing on there. Oh, there she is. She's right there. Okay. It's mislabeled. Now sync. Yeah, what happened there? It's way off sync. Interesting. Let's see if this one is. Things. That sucks. We'll erase that. Yeah, I'm not in the mood for this. It's like hooking all the MIDI chords up, syncing that, synchronizing everything. All this electronic stuff just robs your creativity. You know all about that, don't you, Paul? You're into that electronica stuff. It robs you. To me, it does. Unless you're really, really versed on your equipment. That's what I'm trying to do with this garage band. I put enough time in it. It's got some potential, but I'm still trying to figure out how to incorporate tube mic preamps. Because I can run an interface. The good thing about it, it is a hard disk type of recorder. You can come in on the audio inputs. And then I can use tubes when I do a master. I might be able to do something with it. I miss all the equipment I left out in Colorado to come over here to help my sister. I was supposed to make it back, but I never did. I missed the roundhouse. I missed the view of the Sandy de Cristo mountain range. Now there was some inspiration out there. This Ohio River Valley thing in the wintertime. Man, no wonder so many people suffer depression around here. In this little county that I'm in, it's oppressed with witchcraft and sorcery. Yeah, the cult. It's a special place for the cult. There's more lodge members in this area per capita than probably anywhere. We even have our own obelisk. The monument, the Battle of Point Pleasant. And imagine building a town on a battlefield. Oh yeah, and the curse of Chief Cornstalk. Bridge collapse. Courthouse blown up. got strange beings flying around. Now they attribute their homage to the demon. They have a festival for it every year. It brings prosperity to the community. And you know, all the way back in high school, which is a long time ago, I had acquaintances to come up on people around campfires torturing animals. Now, why would someone want to torture an animal? This adrenochrome thing's coming to an end. And it is being combated. It must be highly addictive. Because how could someone's conscience be so seared to be involved in that? But it's all throughout society, right under our noses. I mean, look at Google. They got products called Adrenal and another product called Chrome. Oh, coincidence. And on when people try to bring light to the situation, how it's quelled. When the movies come out with factual evidence, how it's quelled. How they try to steer the people away from Pizzagate, away from the Q, away from this and that, and force feed the narrative like they do over in Europe and United Kingdom. But it's failing. And there's a reason it's failing. That's because Lucifer is not God. Adonai and the Lamb that's spoken of in the Gospels. The Gospel of John, first chapter, explains who Jesus is. The cult doesn't want to acknowledge this, but the cult's demise is imminent soon. Of course, that was redundant, wasn't it? Imminent soon. The cult only thinks it's in control. The cult only thinks it's invincible. And the cult is full of narcissists.
Wants and needs. In fact, he's probably the most valuable guy on earth at this point, short of maybe Vladimir Putin, that we could bring in and shake down for information. I'm going to get into what that's about for a long time. This is just going to benefit America massively. When you have Oleg Deripaska, a Russian oligarch, freaking out because this is going to severely depress oil prices around the globe, you know that we're headed in the right direction. So much stuff going on today. Let's start with the Democrats. Lying as usually, because that's all they have, is their lies. That this is somehow an illegal operation.
It's a violation of the law to do what they did without getting the authorization of Congress. Clearly, this is wildly illegal. This is a president who has been operating illegally since he was sworn into office. He's a bad guy, but we pledge an oath to the Constitution, Jackie, and the Constitution does not give the president the power to initiate military action. This was not simply a counter-narcotics operation. It was an act of war.
No, and no. No, this is just no. First of all, Joe Biden, if you look at the wanted poster that the Biden administration put out, poster, what word do they use? What wanted for what? A cocktail party? No. Wanted for what? Arrest. It says it right on the wanted poster. Wanted for arrest. So America is offering $25 million. Donald Trump obviously doubled that later for the what? Say it with me. arrest of Maduro. On what? I don't know. Trump just went in there as well then. No. He has been indicted, Maduro has, since 2020. That is by U.S. courts for his drug trafficking operations, the proliferation of weapons, other stuff he's been doing, getting there a little bit. That is why Biden had a $25 million bounty on his head. Because why? Because the indictments existed to arrest him. This is not hard. And the Democrats all knew it, Lee. They're all, the leadership anyway, on record mocking Trump in 2019 when it became kind of a canard to say it was proof that Trump is a Putin puppet because he has not taken out, ended, captured, whatever, Maduro. So this is where we are this morning. What did you think of this whole operation?
The operation itself was amazing from what I've been reading. And this should, and you backed this up with the Iranian strike between the U.S. and Israel back several months ago. You look at the operations that this country has undertaken during the Trump administration. Well, it's obvious that the U.S. military, despite who the administration is, whether they're good or bad, is well prepared for these types of situations. And apparently, from what I've been hearing, there were a few soldiers, U.S. soldiers, injured. And there was one aircraft that was hit by gunfire. It was still able to fly into its submission. So we had basically minimal casualties and no lost equipment, and took out the target in no time. And I also thought it was interesting that, and the president alluded to this, and I've seen some stuff backing it up in the media, that we pretty much took out their electrical grid by cyber attack.
Which is awesome, showing the power of the U.S. military, used finally the way it should be used for our own protection in our own backyard.
Absolutely, and that's, to me, that's the most important thing, that this is something that is right in our backyard. This is not us, steaming aircraft carriers off to the Pacific or North Atlantic or the Indian Ocean or whatever. This is right in our backyard. And as I'm sure you're going to point out, this also has ties to what is going on in Russia, Ukraine, China, Iran, many other situations. This is all tied together, and of course, Democrats are going to sit here and say, it's illegal, unconstitutional, you didn't tell us, and that has nothing to do with anything. That's just what they're going to do. That's their strategy. That's their narrative.
He didn't have to tell them. No. And I'm here to tell you he couldn't tell them, because they would have tipped off Venezuela.
Absolutely. Yeah.
They would have tipped off their Iranian friends. They would have tipped off Venezuela. And we would potentially not have Maduro alive. I think we're going forward no matter what. We need Maduro alive. I'm explaining to you why, in a way, you're not going to hear from just about anybody else today who understands this. We've been talking about this since the beginning of the year. One of the first stories I did once Trump was sworn in was Maduro began to panic. And my daughter and I sat there. She speaks fluent Spanish. She and I translated the speech. Mine's okay, but it's not as good as hers. And I said, I want to make sure I understand what Maduro is saying here. What Maduro began saying to Donald Trump in the beginning of the year, don't tase me, bro. Wait, what? He was saying, I didn't want to send Tren de Aragua to America. Joe Biden made me. He made me send that. And he continued to infiltrate your country. And he continued to say, the FBI ran them through the Colombian safe houses. Check your records. I know which safe houses they ran them through. I had no choice but to send them. What are you seeing here? What I've been seeing since the beginning of this. I have been saying this. Donald Trump sees what I saw and what I've seen for years, that the Democrats in Iran, Venezuela, Tren de Aragua, the Mexican cartels, Cartel de los Soles, have merged. They have merged. They are one criminal entity. You can see this in many ways I have demonstrated to you. For instance, Biden's own spokesperson, John Kirby, admitting, yeah, Iran is funding the Democrat street protests. Not all of them, but, some. That's illegal. They had teamed with Tren de Aragua. Why? To move the replacement voters in. So Trump took a look at this and went, oh my gosh, it's not enough just to militarize our border and close it. I've got to rip this out by the roots. Rip what out? The cartel, the big one. The merge between Iran, Hezbollah, between Iran, Hezbollah, Venezuela, Cartel de los Soles. Yes, the Mexican cartels, which are also a part of this structure. It's a super structure. He's starting in Venezuela, and he's ripping it out. He's breaking up the Democrats and our enemies. Going right back to the beginning and doing that. So we're going to lay that out as it is. In order to stop all of this, Trump had to do that. And by the way, hope you had great holidays. Did you have a good holiday?
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Yeah, this is probably one.
Burn Babylon. Burn. Gotta figure out why this isn't synced. At least you don't have to put all the patch cords together and get all the MIDI talking. Oh, I hated that. Back in the old MIDI days. That's why I like acoustic instruments. Try to sync this up. The only thing I did was put a bunch of arpeggiators, combined them. Obviously I did something more to it. Let's see here. It's off. Oh, I know what happened. I know exactly what happened. It's way off. Yeah, I moved something. I'll just start over. These are just drafts anyways. I'm not going to do anything with that piece anyway, you know? It's just fun. I'm just trying to get to know the equipment. The equipment. The iPad. Man, if I had this when I was young, man, wow. Wow. All of those cassette tapes would have never been happening. Let's see. How do I delete this? There we go. Delete. I don't think I'll do anything with that either. That bass sucks. And again, I haven't A/B tested this stuff. It's like when I was test driving a Rain song, $1,800. No, it wasn't that. I don't think carbon fiber acoustic. Oh man, that sounds so great. And then I thought, well, let me try that Collins up there. That wood guitar. Should have never done that. Now I want a Collins. You can't replace wood in acoustics guitars. I'm sorry. And I found out Engelmann spruce, that'll check real easy, whereas mahogany, it's got a tighter grain. That's why I like mahogany. That's why I like my mandolin. I need to get a case for it. My backpacker checked whether the mandolin's still intact. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know what I got here. Is this me? Is that my cut? No. Yeah, makes this all wrong. Of course, I'm on. I don't have any monitors. It's the guitar. practice with?
Well, I'm finally on the road. Not in my truck. Had to take somebody else's truck, which is aggravating. This thing is nasty. I had to spray down with Lysol when I got in here. For my protection and probably for his, I'll spray down again when I get out and wipe everything down. But my truck got T-boned last week. So nobody got hurt, thank the Lord. But yeah, it's going to be on the sideline for a while.
Well, I'm glad you weren't in it when that happened.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, a female was driving it, one of the newer drivers, and she pulled out from a log yard. It is difficult to pull out from that log yard because they park their trucks on the shoulder. So you really have to get your nose out into the road to be able to see around what's going on, but you just have to take your time and be careful, make sure you clear. And she thought she had it clear. Pulled right out in front of a oncoming car. And they said the car left skid marks for a long ways. So the impact was not as bad as it could have been. It could have killed that woman. Could have killed both of them, I guess. But she went into the fuel tank on the driver's side, T-bone. And the air tanks, I don't know what kind of damage was to her car, but it didn't rupture the fuel tank, which was a plus. No fuel spill. The truck was drivable. So, yeah, I got a picture I'll put in here later of it. They just have to straighten up the air tanks and put a new fuel tank on it, and it should be good to go. Which, if they get on it and do it, it shouldn't take them long. But that just happened last week. So we had an 8-year as a terminal, 8-year accident-free as far as DOT recordable accidents. And so we lost our 8-year streak. But anyway, we're on the road. Mist and rain. Little foggy places here or there. Hope y'all have a good day out there. Hope you have a good day back at work there, Spud. Me, it's rough coming back on these Mondays when you've been out like we have.
Yes, sir. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I fell asleep kind of early. I got a pretty good night's rest, so when I did wake up, it was about 10 minutes till 4, and the alarm goes off at 4:05. So I got up right away. I wasn't real groggy or whatnot. It was easy to get up. Made my way in there and got a cup of coffee. Actually, right before that I was making my coffee, the alarm went off. So thank the Lord for that decent night rest. And I've been praying about it. Give me some good rest. Make this day a nice day. Not a madhouse for being gone so long. I'll have a few emails, but over the absence there, I checked into my email a couple times, tried to clean it up. get rid of all the junk, file a few things that needed filed, so it won't be terrible as far as that. But, let's see what kind of problems and situations await.
Yeah, I hope it goes well for you. Yeah, I got one of these newer trucks I'm driving that's got that steer assist on it. Tries to drive for you. I'll be fighting that all day. But, yeah, it's a lot newer truck than mine. But, yeah, I don't know how they let these trucks get so nasty. It looked like that screen hadn't been cleaned since it was installed. It was just finger juice, a 32nd of an inch thick on the screen, you know. So first thing I did was sprayed that with Lysol, cleaned all that gunk off, cleaned the steering wheel, everything you touch, door handles and all that, man. I sprayed all that down. Wiped it down good. It's a mess in the floorboard. Looked like it hadn't been vacuumed out. It just nasty stuff every which way. Yeah, I can't stand it. I'll have it cleaned time I get back home with it. I'll have it cleaned up. He won't even know. He'll be like, oh, somebody cleaned my truck out for me. Cleaned it up. Anyway, it'll be better than I found it. I guarantee you it already is. Well, I'm going to listen to my talk show. I hadn't heard her in a couple of weeks. But she brings out things that other people just don't bring out. Like Biden had an arrest warrant from Maduro in 2020. So that's been ongoing from 2020. And Trump enforces it, and everybody has a cow. Yeah, I didn't know that. But that's what she said. I don't guess she's lying about it. I don't think she would.
You're not staying here. You're not partnering with the Democrats. You're not doing any of this. We're going to get into all those connections coming up. But the Democrats lying, this is illegal, you can't do this, yeah. The same Democrats, by the way, trashing Trump at the end of his last term because he hadn't arrested Maduro yet. Because he hadn't rolled up Maduro yet. So they know this is legal. They do. Meanwhile, by the way, Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, we don't know, scheduled a press conference this morning. Speculation is, at least local news outlets, we don't know if it's true, local news outlets reporting that he's going to drop out of the race for governor, that he will not seek another term. That means his hands are directly in the Somali fraud tail. We're going to get into Somali fraud too, to tell you what that's about. Because it's much bigger than what it looks like. Much, much, much bigger. But let's go back to Venezuela for a second. Democrat members claiming that Trump sweeping in there and picking up Maduro with an arrest warrant is somehow illegal. Here's what liberal law professor Jonathan Turley wrote about that. Trump does not need congressional approval for this type of operation. Presidents, including Democrat presidents, have launched lethal attacks regularly against individuals. President Barack Obama killed an American citizen under this kill list policy. If Obama could vaporize an American citizen without even a criminal charge, which he did. By the way, the American citizen was 16 years old, so it's just good. He's a minor. But that was cool. It was fine. It was good. If Obama can vaporize an American citizen without even a criminal charge, Trump can capture foreign citizens with a pending criminal indictment without prior congressional approval. And again, it's not even a pending indictment. We've had an indictment on the books for Maduro since 2020, which again, the Democrats trashed Trump for not acting on. Why did they trash Trump for that? Because in 2019, as we're heading into the presidential election of 2020, they began claiming that the reason that Trump had left Maduro, an illegitimate president who had stolen his election, he stole it twice, actually, in the last 5 years. The only reason he was in place was because Trump was a Putin puppet. And Putin had told Trump, blink 6 times that he wanted Maduro in place, so Trump just let him there, left him there. And that is why Trump is not picking up Maduro. Here's a sample of this from 2019. Again, in part of a long CNN segment underlining the evidence that Trump is a Putin puppet, the chief exhibit from the Democrats was that Trump had left Maduro in power despite an active arrest warrant.
Even in Latin America, the same pattern. While U.S. public support for Venezuela's self-declared interim president Juan Guaido seems to have diminished, strongman Nicolas Maduro is still in power as Russia's support for him remains steadfast, sending a clear message to the world of America in retreat and Vladimir Putin filling the void. These foreign policy gifts that he keeps getting from President Trump not only make him stronger abroad, but also help keep him in power here in Russia as well. Brianna.
All right, Fred, thank you so much for that report. So that's CNN, and it's part of their a series of reports on how Trump is a Putin puppet, and that is why he's left Maduro in power. So they continue. Jen Psaki is in here. This is the Democrat Media Brain Trust, as well as Joe Biden's spokesperson, sitting there talking about how Maduro is in power because Putin has demanded that of Trump, and Putin has flattered Trump, and that's why he's taking this terrible isolationist policy of not removing Maduro.
Okay, so, one of the arguments the president makes is that these places are thousands of miles away, the U.S. doesn't need to involve itself, and hey, if Russia's going to get involved, so be it. Part of what President Putin's been doing is looking for spots in the world where there is a leadership vacuum and an opening to have influence.
Everyone who knows anything about foreign policy tells you that there's an impact when a global power like the United States is led by someone who actively says we need to pull back. Well, I think we underestimate the damage that Russia can do just by sowing chaos and by supporting authoritarians. We've seen this in Europe.
Why is he so susceptible to this kind of message coming from Putin? I mean, he likes authoritarian thugs. He responds to them. They probably know how to manage him and flatter him. There is an element whenever any leader of state or even high-level diplomatic official is meeting with another country where they are flattering you and they're trying to kind of get you on good terms. Trump is very susceptible to that.
And I think seems to have a special cloud with Trump.
CNN, y'all, Democrat Brain Trust right there, 2019. Arguing that the only reason Maduro's still in power is because Putin wants him there and Trump is a Putin puppet, and we are taking a terrible isolationist tack by not removing Maduro. But these Democrats, they got nothing. All they got is hate Trump, stop Trump. And one of the things that you didn't get listening to the media, if you listen to mainstream media, I'm sure you didn't, you have better things to do, I do it so you don't have to. They're saying act of war, strike on Venezuela. They're making it sound like we're in a ground war or something. Like we're out there gunning for him. Trump just went insane over the weekend, cracked up a little bit and invaded Venezuela. No. We have two things going on right now. Number one is a blockade of the ships. Why? They are in violation of international sanctions. They are doing trade with China, they're doing trade with Iran, back and forth. We have a court order that allows us to do that. Why? International sanctions. That, by the way, we're supported by both Democrats and Republicans. Number two, why did Trump go into Venezuela? We didn't like Maduro. Well, no. He went in there to execute an arrest warrant from 2020, from the last Trump administration. An arrest warrant, again, that led to Joe Biden putting a $25 million bounty on Maduro's head and a call for his arrest. What do you put a $25 million bounty on someone's head? What does the poster say from the Biden administration? Wanted. They want him for arrest. The $25 million is your reward if you turn him over to the U.S. government or you give the U.S. government information that leads to his capture. What? For his arrest. The difference is Biden failed, didn't bring him in, and Trump did. The only difference.
Why would you have an alarm on if you never get up to it? Oh, yeah. Why would you even have an alarm set? One day you're not even getting up. Why is that? Man, I can't breathe, man. This house is just...
Donald Trump's rich friends can go in there and get themselves some oil money. Never mind, the same Democrats were demanding that Trump go in and get Maduro. In 2019, the fact that he did not was evidence that he was controlled by Vladimir Putin, but now it's evidence that he's trying to get the oil money for his friends. Okay, here's what Trump said about the Venezuela oil.
The country is a mess. It's been horribly run. The oil is just flowing at a very low level. But we're going to have the big oil companies going, and they're going to fix the infrastructure. They're going to invest money. We're not going to invest anything. We're going to just take care of the country. We need total access. We need access to the oil and to other things in their country that allow us to rebuild their country.
Okay. Why is all of this going on? A couple of reasons. Affordability. Trump desperately needs low oil prices. Do we need the oil? No. We do not need the oil, but we do need the oil to be back on the market. It's a critical difference, explained by Cheryl Casoni. Will Trump's supposedly rich oil friends be going in to get the oil money? Why, yes, they will. Why? Venezuela stole billions of dollars from them.
You know, the big story, of course, is can we provide security and rebuild the infrastructure for U.S. oil companies to go into Venezuela and operate again? The Chevron is technically still there, but ExxonMobil and ConocoPhillips, they left. In fact, they are owed billions of dollars by the Venezuelan government because of what Hugo Chavez did years ago. That's when they exited the country. ConocoPhillips actually is operating next door in Guyana. That's a different type of oil. The oil that comes out of Venezuela, you've probably heard this, it's a heavier, dirtier crude, difficult to get to. Difficult problem with the money. Right, and but they've got 20% of the global oil supply. They've got 300 billion barrels of oil. They've got more oil in Venezuela than the Saudis, than Kuwait and Iran. That's why they're exporting. So here is the proven oil reserves, as you can see. Now, look, Venezuela is twice the size of the state of California. You'd be quick here, everybody. But look at this. I mean, this is the export story, right? This is where they're exporting to. And as you can see, it was China. And that is the national security side of that. That is the political side of it. But Fox Business reached out to Chevron and to Conoco. Chevron said to us, we are being focused on the safety and well-being of our employees.
Okay, so you figured out there. They owe us billions of dollars. You unleash this oil, and what happens? Well, Russian billionaire Oleg Deripaska knows what happens, and he was warning about it this weekend, warning that if the U.S. secures control over Venezuela's oil fields, after already moving into Guyana, it could end up overseeing more than in other words, the U.S., could end up overseeing more than half the world's reserves. Half of the world's reserves. The Russian billionaire Oleg Deripaska said in his view, Washington would then be able to hold oil prices near $50 a barrel, putting serious pressure on who? Russia's state capitalist economic model. He's warning Russia is screwed here. The opposite of what the Democrats were saying in 2019 when they were beating Trump up for not taking out Maduro. Claiming, Trump's a Putin puppet, he won't take out Maduro because, Putin told him not to. Now you see what's going on here. We right now control, or de facto control, oversee more than half the world's oil reserves. Maduro screwed up. He screwed up when he got indicted. So, convenient for us, not so convenient for them. Really bad for Russia. Exactly what we need to happen to begin to straighten out our hemisphere then. Alright, so much going on. I can't wait to get into the Somali fight. Folks, let me ask you a question. The online sleuths on X have already traced this up to the white Democrat handler of the Somalis. This is going to go right back to the party. Do you think the Somalis are the only people the Democrats taught to do this kind of fraud? No! It's all of their grievance groups, all of their critical voting groups. What have I been telling you for months? We've been doing the math on this show. You cannot take in 1 million immigrants, not illegal immigrants, just the immigrants, on immigrant visas a year. That is 83,000 jobs a month, right? You cannot take them in when you're only creating 60,000 jobs a month. And in some quarters, the Biden administration, after job readjustments, you created no net jobs. You have to put them on welfare on a massive scale or to fraud the U.S. government to keep them literally eating and a roof over their head. When the economy is on fire, they've got to hide that. And it's on fire. It was the greatest untold story of the holidays, mainly because we were so focused on Somali fraud, which is extraordinary. Donald Trump putting it at closer to 19, not 9, 19 billion. We're going to get into all that coming up. That the good economic news kind of got buried by the devastating criminal news about the Democrat Party. Politico reporting it as if it were at a funeral. It's a Democrat publication. Writing, it does seem the economy and inflation are turning the corner in favor of the GOP. Politico had to report, they weren't happy about it, quote, the economy is hotter than expected, with a stunning annualized rate of 4.3% growth in the third quarter. That's incredible. They also wrote that inflation cooled down to an annual rate of 2.7% in November, the smallest year-over-year increase since July. Energy prices have seen market reductions. Without a recession or depression, a blue wave for the Democrats is almost impossible. The recent economic situation likely takes a credible recession or stagflation scenario off the table that weakens the economic grievances that typically power midterm punishment. And you look at these economic stats, folks, I mean, just unbelievable. And you remember in April, and I played you the audio on my last show before the holidays, Democrats, economists, all the right people on all the right business channels, March and April, forecasting the largest tanking of the stock market since the Great Depression. That was the law. That was economic law. It couldn't go any other way from the tariffs. How did it work out? Well, S&P 500, let's look at it. Up 3% for the month, up 15% for the past months, 6 months, and up over 17% year to date. Oops. You know what is true wonder, folks, is also that anybody on these business channels still has a job. I mean, I don't have a business degree. I did take Econ 101 at UNC Chapel Hill, because I got an A in it, which apparently is all you need to correctly prognosticate. Because everybody on these cable channels got it wrong. Look at just look at this. This is incredible. It's USA Today. GDP growth for the quarter comes in at 4.3%. 90% of the professional economists got it wrong. And the only folks looking back, because none of these outlets from CNN Business to Fox Business want to go look at their track records. This is a disaster. Stephen Moore, economic advisor to Donald Trump's last campaign, regular now commentator on Fox News, look back at the blue chip forecast for 2025. This is growth. This is what all these talking head economists that you see either quoted by Bloomberg, on CNN Business, all that. What did they forecast? Growth of 2.1% for the year. Where were we by the end of the year? 4.3. They missed it by more than half. How do you have a job? You have one job if you're an economist, and they can't do it because they are more interested in helping Democrats win the midterms than they are in giving the economic news to you that you need to invest. But the good news is, contained right here, we didn't get it wrong. I told you, it's not going to, Trump's tariffs are not going to tank the economy. They're not. And we're not going to have the biggest crash since the Great Depression. And we didn't.
You know what the left can't meme? I mean, they're all raising a fuss, about kicking the mentally ill out of the service. If these people can't handle words, how are they going to handle rockets and missiles and mortars? You see, to have a keen fighting force that works hand in glove, you have to have cohesiveness. You can't have a bunch of immature, petulant, entitled types. It's got to be a well-oiled war machine. Did you notice the difference between the ads during Biden's administration for our military? How different they were? And did you notice how China and Russia's military ads were so different? The whole point of that was to weaken us. The whole point of the trans thing is their cult and to weaken society. And also to depopulate the earth. How else would you curb the population? You confuse it. They had their agenda written on stone down in Georgia, which happens to be 666 miles from the District of Columbia. I used to think the black hats, or the white hats, sent the black hats a message when the energy beam or whatever hit that thing. It wasn't an explosion like the media portrayed. It didn't have the signature of explosions. It had the signature of a direct energy weapon, though. And if you watch the light dim when it hits, yeah, it all blown in one direction. Okay. So they cover it up real quick, and we don't hear anything about it anymore. So I used to think it was the white hats sending those guys, the Illuminati types, the cult, a message. But now I think it's just a deleted tweet. Their whole agenda was right there blatantly before us. It's still archived, by the way. You can find out what it says. It's several different languages, even dead languages such as Latin and Sanskrit. These elitists have been after this thing. Millennia? Ever since the Tower of Babel? I mean, it's written on our dollar reserve note, Federal Reserve note. The only note that wasn't changed. The rest of them were refaced. But if you look at their symbolism is all through the dollar bill. It's even written in Latin under the Eye of Horus in the pyramid. These people were so arrogant and elite, they thought that people wouldn't figure them out. Their worst nightmare is occurring. There's nothing they can do about it because they're relying on a fallen angel to save them.
Hey guys, it's your governor, Tampon Tim. Well, they finally caught us. If you're a Somalian with one of those fake businesses we used to steal taxpayer money with, please shut it down like right now. If you see a white kid wearing a hoodie holding a small fluffy microphone and an iPhone, do not let him in. His name is Nick Shirley, and he may look like a friendly guy, but believe me, he is not. So just, lock the door, pretend like you're working and shit like that. Oh, and if the FBI knocks on your door, run like you're back in Somalia chasing a chick. Okay. Anyway, bye guys. We had a good run.
Thank God on each other exposing Timors. Let's go. Thank you all. Well, welcome to the Capitol. It's great that you're on. Sir, you're welcome to come. Let me finish. Let me finish and vote. Hey, Timor's getting bored. Looks like people have had enough.
Minnesota is now the land of 10,000 fake daycares. In a resurfaced clip, Tim Walz bragged about making it easier for people to get into the child care business in Minnesota.
And we have to make it easier for folks to be able to get into that business and then to make sure that folks are able to pay for that. We were able to do it in Minnesota, and I'm still telling you this.
We were able to do it in Minnesota. Yeah. And the Titanic was able to do icebergs. I don't know, Tim. Isn't it kind of weird that daycares in Minnesota have fewer kids than vasectomy clinics?
Oh, roasted, absolutely roasted out of this so much.
50 Cent just posted this announcing that he knows what he's doing in his next documentary on Walls and Ilhan Omar. Listen, you can put 50 Cent up against the whole army of these degenerate, mentally deficient Somali daycare pirates, and I'll put my money on him all day, every day. Deadass, bro. What you gonna do against 50 Cent? Shoot him? They tried that already 9 times. He's still here, bitch. You put 50 Cent up against an average IQ of 67, I'm going 50 all day, every day.
I love 50 Cent. He's a real one.
As for old Tampon Timmy, he's already under investigation, and I put way more faith in what 50 can come up with than the FBI. How long till you think he gets old Ilhan? I married my brother Omar and asked her for it. You can put Curtis up against every single one of these dudes. That still ain't gonna be no fair. Come on, man. Look at this dude. That's no fair fight. Come on, bro. Look at this. These jokes, they write themselves. But, bro, let me know if you want any help. I'll come out, bro. I got your sticks on.
Timor is going to end up behind bars. I'm sure of it.
All right, ready. Whoa, wait a minute. Where are you going, Tim?
Oh, yeah, great. Get that flag out of here. Bring in the new state flag. Oh, that's quite an ugly flag there, Tim.
There, that's better.
I can't believe Tim Walz replaced the state flag with a Somalian one.
False. Tim Walz didn't pick Minnesota's new flag, and his designer said it wasn't inspired by Somalia's.
Yeah, the fact checkers were all over this one when it seemed it might hurt Tim Walz's chances of becoming vice president. But are we critical thinkers that we are going to sit by and accept this? Here is the previous Minnesota state flag. It's all right, I guess. We have mountains, a guy working on a farm, and, an Indian on a horse. Well, we can't have an Indian on a horse.
Some imagery of the state flag was deemed politically incorrect.
It depicts a Native American riding off into the distance with the white settler on the land.
That's
The first flag adopted in 1893 did
started doing sick
Native
women's
American
days.
man on horseback was troubling to a great many.
Oh my gosh, these woke mainstream news media, they go way too far once again.
Second video of the day comes to us from the poor man's Rip Taylor, known as Tim Walz. At a recent Wisconsin rally, Tampon Tim encouraged people to have difficult political conversations with strangers to boost voter turnout. Watch.
It's going to be one door-to-door, call-to-call, $5 donation. Trying to have that hard conversation in the produce aisle with the person you saw there at the grocery store.
I mean, it's all right. He said he served in the army. It was soft served.
That's good.
I mean, it was like he not only left the army, he walked out of the Old Navy. You know. And the relationship's a little like, you know, he made a speech and then shook his wife's hand.
Yeah.
And then she grabbed his boobs.
Savage, absolutely savage. In the wake of Nick Shirley exposing over $100 million of fraud in Minnesota all in one day, lawmakers are making official calls for Tim Walz to resign in the wake of this fraud crisis.
Tim Walz knew about it, definitely, and he did nothing.
Tim Walz is a victim. He's a victim, he says, of the fact that the President of the United States called him okay, my dude.
Sweetie, what is your condition?
How should I know? I'm retarded. There's no way. Really? Somehow, $1 billion goes missing. Very strong. You're presiding over the social breakdown and disorder in Minneapolis, attendant to mass migration from third world countries. You have sitting Congress people who spend their days writing letters on behalf of people who tried to join ISIS in your state, and you're upset because people called you retarded? I mean,
that's what the letter does. Exactly. They try to play the victim, but we are going to see right through it.
We are living in a time, Michael, where we are kind of expected to accept things. It's like we were going to, whether it was like an open border or just revolving door criminality, or during COVID, we had to accept people telling us how to live.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, right? What's his nuts? Tim Walz. Hello, Tim Walz. I set up a hotline. You can rat out your neighbors. Yes. If they have too many people over for a party, call them up and let me know.
But you know what? That's a great point.
Yeah.
A hotline to rat on your neighbors, but don't arrest people that kill people.
Right? And then, if someone does get brutally murdered, don't bring it to the attention of everyone else.
Yes.
That was I'm with you, these wild headlines. MAGA wants you to be outraged about a murder.
This is absolutely nuts. These liberal policies, they are killing the country.
Tim Walz is crashing out. The entire nation has their eyes on Minnesota and the fraud that somehow he didn't notice. And him and his daughter have absolutely no idea how to respond. In fact, he is responding in the very worst way. This is what he had to say. Should have stopped there.
This is what happens when they target communities for their own benefit. This is what happens when they scapegoat. And this is what happens when they no longer hide the idea of white supremacy when you hear the Vice President of the United States talk about now white people won't have to apologize for being white. That's never happened once in my whole damn life. And I think everybody in this room knows what they're doing.
You'll notice that Tim Walz has a strange obsession for blaming white men for everything, and maybe that is him telling us that he recognizes that he is at fault for this.
Tim Walz, you're not gonna get away with anything. We'll see what you're doing.
It's really kind of sad to watch Because he starts out these events as like a happy pet shop owner, you know, and then he morphs into a lying Elmer Fudd.
Yeah.
Like, it begins with like, there's a puppy, look at all the puppies. Oh, I love the puppies. It's all this and this. And then suddenly he's like, I was in Tiananmen Square. I'm a knucklehead, Shannon Boyd. One of my friends is school shooters. Look, a puppy, another puppy. Oh, it's a heartbreaker. Sorry, I lied.
The meeting was lost all of his credibility. I don't believe anything he says anymore.
He claps too much and spews bullshit. Welcome to Wacko Walls' greatest hits.
Well, it looks like this goofball's going to have a pretty busy schedule in 2026. Between having to testify on Capitol Hill in a few weeks and running his busy re-election campaign, poor little Timmy's not going to have too much time to do one of his favorite pastimes, a little country line dancing down at the Rainbow Social Club. It just amazes me. This guy's a governor and was almost vice president. Every speech, his ignorance is on display. Hit that like and subscribe, and let's have some fun.
It is not a privilege to have food, it's a human right to have food.
That's a weird dude there.
To make the note that we're putting this money in that was to bridge us,
What's he talking about?
and just so those folks out there who want to get a grinchy hard-on or something, and so just to be very clear, this is across every geographic aspect.
What did you say?
Geographic aspect, because I'm a little bit irritated, and I'll just say it. When I was in Congress, there was a government shutdown. I donated my check to the Open Door in Rochester.
This is Kamala Harris 2.0. It doesn't make any sense what he says.
Well, hello again, friends. It's Tim Walz, governor of the great state of Minnesota. Now, a couple things tick me off. One, when the Vikings don't make it to the World Series, that's just And two, when people keep talking about fraud in the great state of Minnesota, I thought we covered this. Here we are again, it's deja vu all over. I'm so upset. I could spit nails. I could get on the roof and make a shingle stick. I can't do the waves. I can't do the kicks. My heart's breaking. Okay, they're now saying that it's fraud on an industrial scale. Do you know how big industrial? That's okay. That's like the big roll of paper. I don't even know what that means. It's a lot of money. I had oversight. I had a report on my desk. And for what it's gone. I'm looking so hard, and now they're showing me these videos. Some fella goes out to these healthcare places, these leering centers. That's for a child's education, and it's a leering. Now maybe that's how they spell learning in other countries, and this is a lost in translation. This is a Tom Hanks, Meg Ryan, Happy Little Mary mix. I don't know. I'm going to get to the bottom, and we're going to find out how Elon Omar got so rich. He's worth tens of millions. Anybody worried about that?
Personally, could not have done all of these on their own. They definitely got help from the Democrats.
Governor Tim Walz still pointing blame at everyone else, posting, quote, "This is Trump's long game. We've spent years cracking down on fraudsters. It's a serious issue, but this has been his plan all along. He's politicizing the issue to defund programs that help Minnesota."
White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt joining us now. Caroline, thank you for being here.
Governor Walz is completely incompetent. He always has been, and President Trump has long called him out for his incompetence and his poor leadership in the great state of Minnesota. I want to commend Nick Shirley for his incredible video in Real Journalism that went viral this past week.
Tim Walz is totally incompetent. I agree. He's going to get replaced soon enough.
I'm giving everybody a fair warning right now. You might not like my language in this video, but I don't care. I'm not holding back. I'm calling on every single Republican in office to get off of your lazy asses and go after Tim Walz. Get together, huddle around. I don't care. Do what you gotta do. Grow a spine and go after these crooked-ass Democrats. Go after these scamming Somalians stealing from the American people. You don't think Tim Walz knew about $18 billion being stolen? $18 billion in fraud! He didn't know. Bullshit!
And enough is enough. These Democrats, they have been stealing from people, and it has to stop right now. Thanks for watching, guys. I hope you enjoyed it, and click right here to watch the next one. Bye-bye.
What do they call conservative Hispanics? I know they call conservative blacks Uncle Toms. You know, they call everybody phobes, that they're afraid and all that. I think we ought to just start calling them truthophobes. You're a truthophobe. Are you a truthophobe, Nazi Nursey? What about you, machines? Y'all truthophobes? I like this meme. I gotta repost it. I believe that I am a frog. You must also believe that I am a frog. If you refuse to believe that I am a frog, you are afraid of me and full of hate. Boy, that depicts the insanity, doesn't it? The insane demeanor of the lunatic leftists.
Fox's Rich Edson has the story now from New York. He and his wife face multiple federal charges, including drug trafficking and allegedly working with gangs designated as terrorist organizations. They're held at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. Maduro was captured early Saturday during a large-scale U.S. strike. President Trump ordered it. The move has sparked protests both in the United States and abroad, with some praising the action while others are calling for Maduro's release. On Capitol Hill, top bipartisan leaders are expected to receive a briefing on Venezuela tomorrow. Meantime, in Venezuela, the military and Supreme Court say they recognize Maduro's Vice President Delcy Rodriguez as the country's acting leader.
But it is still not clear who's running Venezuela. Fox's Nightland Rivera has details.
There are a lot of questions of how exactly the U.S. is running Venezuela. Maduro's handpicked Vice President Delcy Rodriguez is now the acting president, but Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. will be running the country's policy to make sure that American interests are addressed, and that includes stopping drug trafficking and making sure that oil revenues don't go to the benefit of U.S. adversaries. And in that sense, the president indicates the U.S. is making the rules.
And reactions continue to pour in following the U.S. operation that resulted in the capture of Maduro. Fox's Jeff Paul reports now from Tel Aviv.
World leaders are sounding off, offering up a variety of different reactions. Some are obviously very concerned, while others are much more supportive, including Israel's Prime Minister, fresh off his trip to the United States to Mar-a-Lago with President Trump. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had this to say.
We congratulate President Trump on his decision. We also salute the American military forces who carried out a perfect operation. We know how to appreciate such things.
However, at the Vatican, Pope Leo had a more cautious tone. He offered up prayers to the people of Venezuela and called for stability and harmony.
Meanwhile, 2025 marked by some troubling trends in preventable deaths here in the upstate. Stacey Bartrow has more on that.
Coroners across the upstate say many deaths last year in Greenville, Anderson, and Spartanburg counties could have been prevented. Many lives were lost due to addiction and suicide. While drug overdose deaths decreased in all three counties, largely due to wider access to Narcan, traffic fatalities remain a major concern. Spartanburg County led the state in deadly crashes. Suicide rates varied across the upstate, with Spartanburg seeing a slight decrease, while Greenville and Anderson reported increases. Those trends have raised concerns about the need for improved access to mental health. Press conference goes later today. Word on the street from their local media, if it's true, is that he is dropping out of the governor's race, which tells you everything you need to know about how bad this Jamali fraud is. And it's bad.
People portray that as simply persecution by Donald Trump, as retribution for his campaign against him the previous election.
Yeah, and unfortunately for him, though, we have the receipts.
Yeah, there is that, yes. And there's apparently quite a few of them.
Yeah. And the left doing their level best to confuse things here. We're going to tear that apart in a month, but, well, you know what, let's start with that. Okay, so Nick Shirley
His videos ultimately hitting more than 150 million views, a absolute testament to X, and the power of the new media and the liberal media's inability to lie their way out of this story. But they tried, though, picking apart Nick Shirley's video of, what basically these Somali daycares. There was some more stuff on basically these medical, delivery rides and all of that. Oh, Nick Shirley's a bad guy. He got this wrong, he got that wrong. And then we comes back, we double check it. No, we actually didn't get it wrong. They can't get, the Democrats and the media can't get their story straight. Look, here's the thing. Nick Shirley's video was interestingly, but we don't need it. He didn't break this. The media tried to confuse people over the break. Oh, Nick Shirley, bad guy. Something, his video, look, there are some Somali children there at the parking lot. Yeah, how convenient. Okay, but how do we know that this is going on? How can we know? Well, we know because a local television outlet there in Minnesota broke the story 11 months ago about the Somali fraud. That was 11 months ago. In May, Kash Patel, to his credit, surged the FBI to Minneapolis, the good guys, the good ones, and they began deconstructing this. $9 billion in fraud was found by the federal prosecutor before anybody ever knew the name or the face Nick Shirley. All of these things happen. So, Nick Shirley went to the parking lot and, he's knocking on doors and he wants to enroll his child in the daycares. Of course he can't because they're fake and fraudulent. And the media thinks, well, we'll just we'll throw the mud at him, we'll confuse everybody, that'll take care of it. No, it won't. It won't take care of it. Because we have too many sources, Lee. It goes on and on and on. Like take this guy, Jeremy Christensen. He is a financial investigator with the Department of Homeland Security, the Federal Department of Homeland Security. He was called in 2015 after the warrants and the raids on the Somali daycare.
It's like 2015?
2015. He worked on the case after the warrants and the raids. They surveilled them for 3 months, which is how he knew there were no kids there in 2015. Now you'll hear him describe how all of their investigatory files, the investigation itself, simply disappeared. Meetings called off. And by the way, the people who are involved in this is incredible. Department of Homeland Security, the Minneapolis PD, the state of Minneapolis Police Force, the IRS, and the FBI were involved. And it just disappeared under Obama. But take a listen to what he found back then.
I was an HSI agent for 16 years in my 30-year law enforcement career. So back around 2015-ish, a case landed on my desk one day from my supervisor, basically advised me that the state was running a fraud case regarding daycare fraud in Minneapolis through Health and Human Services, or Department of Human Services. And they had a task force put together, and they wanted HSI to participate based on our money skills and our immigration skills and so forth like that. Personnel of various law enforcement agencies, the Health and Human Services, BCA, St. Paul PD, Minneapolis PD, and it was all revolving around fraudulent daycares. They were setting up sham daycares, fake bills, fake students, or just enrolling students that never came, which is all fake daycares. That's the easiest way to explain it. And then over the next several months, we executed several search warrants throughout South Minneapolis, Lake Street, and different areas at these daycares. Never, now one of the daycares I served warrants on, one person was ever present, just empty buildings, stacks of invoices and student records of people that our surveillance showed never went there. Nobody ever came in and out of these daycares. It was just completely empty from my experience. Never was occupied daycare. And like I said, I worked that for 3-4 months. I was assigned a case just as a support person to assist with anything needing as far as financial. And ultimately, the task force just kind of went away. Not sure what ever happened to it. the meetings of, I would get email notices when their next planning meeting, what we're going to do next, and all of a sudden it just evaporated. Just went away into thin air.
So this is going to be fascinating, Lee. Those warrants are out there. The surveillance records are out there. They surveilled these daycares. They raided these daycares. 2015. Now here's where it gets really interesting. You want to hear something else cool? Where did they get the idea to surveil these daycares? This is a 6-minute interview with him. They got it because the Somali men were funneling hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars in cash through the Minnesota airport every week. And that tipped off the Department of Homeland Security. Wait, what? They had a legitimate cash transfer business run by Somali men. They declared the cash, they didn't hide it, and they brought it through every single week. In fact, patting the Somali men down and going through their suitcases became a regular part of TSA training in Minneapolis. Well, when this Homeland Security investigator went to the federal prosecutor and said, basically, we need to figure out where this money's coming from. Things come from the fraud. That's how they ended up back at the daycares. Listen to TSA agent Liz Sweetie. She's talking about Somali men coming through every week and during the 5 years she worked as a sworn TSA agent, she thinks they moved around $1 billion out of the country that way from Minneapolis Airport.
The suitcases came in, and the MO was always two Somali men traveling in pairs, and so the process was, as a TSA agent, we would pull the bag, and then we'd bring them to a private screening room, and we would open the suitcase and make sure that that's all it was stacks of cash. A Leo would come and maybe question them and for sure take a picture of their identification. There is a trail out there. If they'd like to find all this cash, they should start at the airport. Because in the 5 years I was there, I believe $1 billion went through the airport.
So it's interesting that the left doesn't like Nick Shirley. He thinks he's a bad guy.
$1 billion! Woo!
I bet that bunched your panties up. Good. Maybe you ought to figure out who you are. That way you're not so easily unraveled. Maybe you ought to get off those hormones so you can start thinking correctly, not be so angry all the time.
Well, this is the day which the Lord hath made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Psalm 118:24. Hope everybody's having a good morning. It's starting to get daylight, little daylight. And looks about like that picture that Kevin put in, about the same here. Clear skies look like. Anyway, we're making progress. Keep looking up. Today could be the day that Jesus calls us home.
You know how you trigger the leftists? You tell them the truth. That's how you trigger them. And then what really makes them mad is when they try to deceive you, you blow their fakeness out of the water. That really upsets them too. Isn't that right, Nazi Nursey? No, I don't think you're Nazi Nursey. But it is hard to differentiate you all. I remember meeting Nazi Balzac on a channel. His demeanor and the way he acted. And then I met this chick over on this other channel during the Ram Ranchers, during the protests against the mandates of the scamdemic. And I thought, wow, are you the same person? You sure sound like it's Nazi Balzac. Haven't you noticed these lunatics all sound the same? You talk to one, you might as well talk to another one. That's what the collective's all about. And then they go around professing that they're intellectual. How delusional. That was pretty harsh, bombing the shrine of Chavez. That was a big message there. In fact, that orange dictator Hitler dude, he is definitely a troll. He's got these lunatics, just, it's funny to watch. It's like, don't look at them Epstein files. Elon Musk was even playing. Y'all thought they really had a falling out, didn't you? That's the reason you're leftists. That's the reason the powers that be can manipulate you. And hear me. I want to speak with you all after the midterms. You who think there's a blue wave coming. I'm going to enjoy it. I think it's hilarious how they just chomp at the bits when it goes towards Trump, but then when it exposes themselves, they're like, ah! There's a reason they're called the lunatic left. Because their behavior, I mean, come on, it's on display. It took decades to bring this culture like this. It's going to take decades to get back to sanity. If we got it. If we have that long. Things could happen real quick. They could build that temple, bring it all into play. See, the Muslims think they're bringing in the world order. They think their prophecies are coming for fruition. Isn't that right, Paul? Paul's ecumenical, or whatever you call it. Diggity. I can't even pronounce it. You know what I'm talking about. No, there's a separation between the children of God and religious people. You know what's cool? You guys don't have this ability, maybe, I don't know. I always know when I get you. Isn't that weird? I'm delusional. Schizophrenic, bipolar, suffering from mental illness. I better go take my meds. And I'm not trying to be sarcastic. It comes so easy. Luciferians are in everything, especially religion. Me. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. You know, someone asked me, Brad, did anyone ever tell you that you were a good singer? And my narcissistic pride rose up and said, well, yes. And they said they lied to you. That's an old Bible college music department joke. Boy, you talking about hypocrites. I'm glad I wasn't raised in church. There's a big difference between knowing God and knowing about Him or trying to know about Him. You got to eliminate the human factor. You got to get above the humanity part. Yeah, we don't need the United Nations. We don't need NATO. And they need us, though. That's obvious. Now, we don't need to pay for our own demise. Come on now. It's insanity to be funding the people's destroying your country. Well, they must really think we're stupid, huh? Obviously, a lot of people are. I wouldn't say stupid. I would say under a spell. I'm not going to say that about God's creation. Why are they trying to change our DNA, man? What's that all about? I think that has something to do with the mark of the beast myself. There he is, old Albert. Yeah, these warmongers need some war. They certainly do. Well, there's a new world order coming in. And it ain't like what they think. Nope. The Great Reset has definitely incurred a great reset. Listen to the madness. Read that book, man.
Yes, Lucifer is God, and unfortunately, Adonai is also God. For the eternal law is that there is no light without shade, no beauty without ugliness, no white without black. For the absolute can only exist as two gods, darkness being necessary for light to serve as its foil. What? Foil? Yeah. As the pedestal is necessary to the statue and the brake to the locomotive. Thus, the doctrine of Satanism is heresy, and the true and pure philosophical religion is the belief in Lucifer, the equal of Adonai. But Lucifer, God of light and God of good, is struggling for humanity against Adonai, the God of darkness and evil. Wow. The projection goes deep in the cult.
Right. I said I was going to show evidence that energy companies were not taking on new customers in 2022. So here's the screenshot that I saved. Not that I need to prove myself, but I did save everything. I screenshotted everything. I saved all my email communications.
They're up. Catch up on your favorite rock podcasts now on Rover.
What else should I be? Apologies. What else could I say? Everyone is gay. What else could I write? I don't have the right. What else should I be? Choking on the
people were like, and Mike was like, just pay your fucking bills, Suda. It's not as simple as that.
Outstanding pillars of society. They do so much good for humanity. I remember my grandmother, who was an Eastern Star. Such high praise for General Hunter, her grandfather. High praise for this Confederate general. Me connecting the dots, I believe General Hunter is the 33rd degree in my family. Because how else would my grandmother be an Eastern Star? I tell you, religion's a sickness. Look what the religious did to the Son of God. Brad, talking like that and get yourself killed or shot. I'm perfectly aware of all this. And I guarantee the cult knows exactly who I am and who my people are. I'm right in the heart of Mason County that still has debate on who Mason County's been named after. Which Mason? George? Who? There's controversy. I've connected the dots. It's not named after anyone. I mean, we're a very privileged place to have an obelisk. It must mean a lot to them. Those old boys down there on 6th Street, up on their top floor with the bricked-in windows. My brother actually worked for old Crazy Dave. They went into the servicing on the HVAC. Yeah, it's pretty weird in there. Weird. The second definition for weird.
Digital on Rover.
Yeah, I just looked at another PDF that I'd saved. Another one of the problems that I was having trying to log in with the energy company, and it just kept saying service not available. So I was trying to fucking leave the energy company and they wouldn't even let me fucking log into the account. So then it went to email communications and I told them basically to fuck off. Service unavailable. Sorry, there is a problem with loading your account. Please try again later. And I was doing that for fucking days. They thought that if they could ignore me, they wouldn't have to process my request to leave their company. They thought I was fucking stupid.
scratch the surface now. Slow pace still. Why's everyone watching? It's like I'm ripped out of the clothes. I'm ripped out of the clothes. Whatever you say, whatever you say, whatever you say. Make my life worth something more. Show me your life, bring your life. Make my life worth something more. Show me your life, bring your life. Where's the space I feel? Where's the sympathy I feel? I need to find a meaning. I'm useless. I'm useless. Trapped inside my own world. Whatever you say, whatever you say, whatever you say. Bring me your life, make my life worth something more. Show me your life, bring your life. Bring me your life, make my life worth something more. Show me your life, bring your life. Nothing here to see, just to kill out me. Try to listen to, try to figure it out. Nothing better to do when I'm stuck on you. I'm still on here trying to figure it out. Can't hardly sleep, but it's in my dreams. I was killing me, trying to figure it out. Nothing better to do when I'm stuck on you. I'm still here trying to figure it out.
Sorry. And then brothers, they like to talk. I remember riding by the house down there on, I forget what street. An old boy took an interest in me. A big bright smile, waving. I thought, that's unusual. And a little bit later, I drive by. Oh, he's a proud lodge member. So yes, there's talk about that crazy dude.
Another one of my communications here to the company. I am now requesting the bank account details of blank, the energy company, to enable me to make payment directly from my bank in order to clear the debit, which was like the monthly thing I was paying every month. In the event that you refuse to supply the blank bank details, I will consider the account debit clear and up to date with no monies owing. My current meter readings today, brackets almost midday, and I gave the meter readings and pictures of my fucking meters. In the interest of clarity and good intention, please be assured that I actually want to clear my account debit with your company, but if you fail to allow me to do this, then that is on you, and any reluctance to process my payment will be considered as contract cancellation by blank, the energy company, with no monies owing, pending contract cancellation at your end. I honestly feel, brackets, following your previous communications, that you are attempting to keep my account in debit in order to prevent my moving to a different energy provider, which would be unlawful because I have already informed you that I will not be renewing a contract with blank under current circumstances. And I have also advised you that the previous direct debit has already been cancelled by myself, and that you do not have my permission to initiate a new one without my specific consent, which I have not given. I also advise you that my bank have informed me that any attempt to set up an unlawful direct debit without my permission is considered fraud by the bank. Due to what I perceive as energy company manipulation of my account and my being unable to switch away from said energy company as previously evidenced, and your reluctance to assist me with bank account details, and further, since I also believe you are being manipulative and attempting to keep my account in debit, I will not be attempting to log into the online account again in order to enter meter readings. I will provide further proof via email on the 8th of April, brackets, contract expiry date, of my final meter readings, and, as I inform above, if energy company do not respond to the updated billing via this email address and with their company bank account details for transfers of final payments from myself to your company following my submission of my final meter readings, then I will consider the account cleared with no monies owing, and that your company have taken the decision to terminate the contract a few days early, thus erasing the current balance. I will be checking this email over the coming days to verify if your company have provided bank details for either the updated reading or the amount of £103.31 as specified as debit in your previous communication. So that was them, and I fucking paid them. However, I anticipate that you will indeed cooperate with my request to clear the debit. It is a shame that your company have become very neglectful of late, and that the Trustpilot reviews reflect mass customer satisfaction, because I was on Trustpilot as well, leaving fucking my thoughts and reading other people's comments, and that I now feel the need to leave your company. Thank you for your previous services. You know, so there's me showing them that I've acknowledged the amount owing, that I was paying the amount owing. All I was asking them for was their fucking bank account details, because they wouldn't let me log into their platform. Anyway, I did eventually get their bank account details, and I did pay the motherfuckers. But yeah, and once the judge reads that, these motherfuckers have got no fucking leg to stand on. These fucking criminal, corrupt bastards they are.
Well, mercy. Well, nobody's doing nothing in here. Put the verse of the day in the history. It's pretty strong one today. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 16 and 17. Isaiah chapter 1, verse 16 and 17. King James Version, of course, tells us, wash you, make you clean, put away the evil of your doings from before mine eyes. Cease to do evil, learn to do well, seek judgment, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow. Yeah. Kind of puts things in perspective for everyone, those that try not to do good and those that do try to do good. But Isaiah 1, 16, 17, again, wash you, make you clean, put away the evil of your doings from before mine eyes. Cease to do evil, learn to do well, seek judgment, relieve the oppressed, judge the fatherless, plead for the widow. Yeah, a lot in those two verses. Boy, hope everybody has a great day. Give you something to ponder about.
Because when I'm listening, I'd love to keep playing it. I don't think I've ever heard it. It sounds cool. I said I do.
This summer,
take the rock anywhere on the Rover app.
Oh, is this Tom Petty? It seems like Tom Petty. I'm picking it straight away. I'm hoping I'm wrong.
Eddie waited till he finished high school. He went to Hollywood, got a tattoo. He met a girl out there with a tattoo too. The future was wide open. They moved into a place they both could afford. He found a nightclub he could work at the door. She had a guitar and she taught him some chords. This guy was the living. Into the great wide open, under the skies of blue, out in the great wide open, a rebel without a crew. The paper said it always played from the heart.
But anyway, as a reminder to myself, that crucial information is on PDF 24 of 40 PDFs. And I've got one that says final payment proof PDF. Let me have a look at this one. So I'm communicating with somebody called, whatever his name is. Good morning, so-and-so. I've made a final payment to your company today of £201.46, which will be more than, I made a typo there, which will, oh no, sorry. I have made a final payment to your company today of £201.46, which will more than pay for your services. See, I'm expecting that they fucking owe me money at this point because I sent more than I should have done just to cover myself. Please arrange for the remaining credit balance to be returned to my bank account. So I overpaid them and they never sent me a fucking penny back. This is in, what day is this? This is Friday the 8th of April 2022 at 9:58 in the morning. And then I've got a screenshot of me making a payment transfer, step 3 of 3. The final meter readings, which will also be sent to the national grid, are electricity, meter reading, gas, meter reading. See attached photos of meters. So-and-so energy services will no longer be required due to contract expiry / non-renewal / non-consent to any further contract with said energy company. See below. And then I've just like included loads of fucking previous communications in that email. So that, I think that, oh man, there's all sorts on this one. How many pages is it? Oh, it's fucking this. 12 pages long. So yeah, I got my fucking shit covered. Have they? I doubt it.
I'm happy that they put so much in the Bible, that the Lord put so much in the Bible about the widows and the fatherless. How you treat them is extremely important.
Amen. Amen. We got coincidentally a brand new, I hate to say it, but a brand new widow right next door to me. I mean, I can sit at the dinner table, lift the blind, and see her house right next door. Her husband passed away a couple days before Christmas. So we're keeping an eye on her.
That is pretty sad, and it does mess up Christmas for a lot of people to have their loved ones die around that time. But it's good what you're doing.
Fucking name of the person who I was emailing and everything.
She tries. She wants to be independent, but still keep an eye on her. Yeah, over the Christmas holidays, I was thinking about it this morning on the way in on my nice hour drive to work. The different things that happened over, that I experienced, I should say. How about that? I experienced great joy over the last 2 weeks, Christmas and New Year. I experienced sorrow and experienced death. The death of my neighbor's husband. So it was quite the weekend. 2 weeks, I should say.
See, the thing is, right, I needed them to release me from their system, and they still haven't to this day, because, I presume to this day. Because the last time I had a communication with a fucking meter reading person trying to get access to that premises, I said, who are you representing? And it was that fucking company. I said, sorry, there's no fucking contract. I said, I've been telling you this over and over and over. And he said to me, all right, then I'll come in another 6 months for my no. And he laughed. But basically, you know, nobody can force the services on you. And when you fucking pay your debt in full and you want to leave an energy company and they're saying, no, we're going to keep you on our books, that's not fucking legal. That's unlawful. That's a monopoly. They can't do that. There's no fucking way they can do that. So they're going to whistle. They're going to think I fucking owe money, but they're going to whistle. But do you know what? They're not going to whistle. Do you know why? Because they passed it to a fucking company who sent a demanding letter for payment, a fraudulent demanding letter for payment. And I'll tell you why it's fucking fraudulent. Because they're specified an amount, and it's impossible for them to specify an amount, because ever since 2022, they never attained a fucking meter reading. So this energy company has got this fucking company involved. They've told them that X amount of money is owed, and they've got no evidence that X amount of money is owed because they don't know what the fucking meter reading is. So it's absolute fraud, you know what I mean? If this goes in front of a fucking judge, and I doubt very much whether it will, that's why they've passed it on to this fucking stupid company. I don't think anything's going to happen about this at all. They're going to fucking whistle and they're going to like it.
Oasis? There's a little fuck. It's an Oasis.
Oh, I know this band. Oh, fuck's sake,
I nearly want to say it sounds like Alice in Chains. It reminds me of Alice in Chains. Or it could be Ultra. I know his voice. Queensroy. Could be even Queensroy. This song, I haven't heard it forever. I just know it's a band that I know. Is it Alice in Chains? Last time, I have to Google it to say who plays this song. But this is on the radio. I can't ask who plays it because it's on the radio. I can't. If this is on just the music list, I'll say who's playing this song, and hopefully it tells me. But because I'm listening to the radio, I'm just random whatever comes on. And I can't say who, because I will just say, you're listening to the Rock FM. I'm listening to the Rock FM that I listen to. It's my favourite station. It's a Southern Hemisphere one, so I like to be able to play it for you guys, because it's Southern Hemisphere. You don't have, well, this is New Zealand. I believe I can get the Northern Hemisphere Rock FM, and they talk fucking, I can't understand the word they bloody say, because it's Norwegian or Swedish or something. Sometimes I think they talk German because I can understand sometimes, but they do play great music. It's like they nearly sort of duplicate. But these in New Zealand, this is a radio station in New Zealand, and they're playing bangers all bloody night for me. I even said to a friend of mine, I said, it's reading my mind. It's just playing great songs, great. The hours you shouldn't be awake. It's nearly midnight here. It's not as good as they. You know, I can't complain. I don't know the song yet. Normally, I'm picking the song within a minute, seconds. If I can pick them that quick, I know they're great. But then I love to know what they're playing, because we might know it.
She's running around on your 45 now. She gonna say to you, you're smoking your eyes, now you're too fucking high. She had you back from the
I just want to say the Jeff Daniels band. I'm just going to have a guess. I'm sorry, I will unkey after 5 minutes again. I want to enjoy the music. I'm going to unkey and see if there's anyone out there, but every time I unkey, the music just kicks in and I'm like, oh my god, I want to key back up and let you hear. What the hell? You might know this from a TV show. It really reminds me of even Sons of Anarchy. You know, you'll hear songs that have been on somewhere. But this is on the radio. Said I can't ask them who's playing, because like, you're listening to the radio station, dickhead. I'm like, I know, but who sings it? So it's amazing. I just heard this Limp Bizkit, and me and me mate were just talking about Limp Bizkit. Linkin Park. And then on the radio, we were talking about Linkin Park and Chester, and I was saying about Chester and shit about Linkin Park. And as soon as a song come on the radio, and it said, "Hey Chester, been missing you," and I said, I've never heard this before, and then I'm like, this is Limp Bizkit, and now I've heard it twice tonight. I heard it yesterday or the day before. Now I've heard it twice tonight, and I'm like, hang on, is this a new song or what?
Well, now I know what you meant by that, because I heard you say that before, and I couldn't get on and ask, what's that about? So now I know. Yeah, well, you know what people need most of all? It's not necessarily things or physical support, but someone to listen to. If someone will listen to them, I think it helps a lot. Makes them feel like, they're cared about. That listening ear is so rare, it seems like.
And that's how you fucking stand up for yourself against these cocksucking fucking criminal energy companies. I suggest everybody try doing it. Tell them you don't want the services and watch them try and keep you on board illegally. Forget about fucking switching away. Just tell them you no longer want the services and ask them to release your account and see how they fucking answer. They won't release it. They won't fucking release it. They'll commit a crime. And then you just say, fuck you, then you're not getting paid. It's as simple as that. They'll presume, right, that there is a deemed contract, but no, you've got to revoke that. You've got to tell them, I'm not accepting any form of a deemed contract with your company. Because all you have to do is go to the 1882 and 1890, 1888 and 1892 bills and contracts on the government website, right? And it says that in order for a contract to be valid, you have to both be in agreement. Each party has to agree to enter into this fucking contract, and you've got to have a wet ink signature. Now that's our UK law. And guess what? No fucker who has an energy company, because it's fraud, right? No fucker who has an energy company has got a fucking wet ink signature signed with a pen by you or them. It's all fraud. It's like the fucking mortgage fraud. You stand up for yourself. That's what you should do. Don't just fucking pay because they say pay us, because we say you pay us. No. Demand a fucking contract, and they won't give you one. And I'll tell you why they won't give you one. Because your energy is already fucking paid for by the national grid. So any cunt who wants to fucking doubt me about what I say. And Mike in fucking Zello Explorers, I don't know if he comes in this fucking channel. Stupid fucking troll prick he is. And this is why they haven't attempted to fucking serve us with the fucking court warrant, because they haven't got one. And they know that they'll fucking lose. if they attempt to take this into a court, and they'll be fucking embarrassed. And they're afraid that more people will get to find out about this. See, I'm not here to fucking save the world from fucking energy fucking bills. You know what I mean? That's up to you yourself to do it. But they will overlook things. They will let things go because they know it's not in their interest to pursue it. It's like the council tax. People say, no, fuck you, because it's just a council hiring a room in a court building. There's no judge there. It's just fucking clerics from the council. But they fool people because they think they're going into a fucking courtroom just because it's a court building. So it's a big fucking fraud, right? So you can win your case with them. I mean, I pay my council tax, right? Simply because I don't want my fucking car stealing. But you can win with them. You can end up walking out of there. Well, no, you don't walk out of there. The way to win with them, you don't walk in there in the first place because it's not a legit court. And they can't do fuck all about it. Although the council can act corrupt. And if you've got a car on the road, they will fucking steal it because they're a bunch of corrupt cocksucking bastards. But if you haven't got a car, right, if you've got an out to lose, you win with them and they'll just overlook you. They won't set a precedent for the rest of the people because it's not in their fucking benefit to do that. So they'll lose fucking $1 billion. Do you know what I mean? If they're made law on the back of you fucking proving that they're acting corrupt. So they're not going to do that. They'll just overlook you. It's like fucking potholes in the road and somebody fucking trips over a pothole and gets fucking, you know, the teeth smashed in or something like that. They're not going to go out and fix all fucking potholes because it costs them too much money. They'll just fucking compensate you with a few pox of quid for your fucking teeth. Because they're a bunch of fucking corrupt, cocksucking bastards, that's all they are. And that's right up to the fucking top level. To fucking two-tier fucking star man. They're all fucking parasites.
Waving Falconer, and I hope you don't... Hope you're, you didn't get indigestion from too much garlic. And waving... Hey, and you've got to watch I think it's Crocodile Dundee too. Hey, is that alright? Or are you enjoying that? Nah, needs garlic.
But sheep will be sheep. Sheep will bow down. Sheep will get fucking recycled because they don't know any better.
Bring me to life, make me life worth something more. Bring me to life, make me... Who sings that?
This isn't just a war for your money. This is a war for your consciousness and your soul and the recycling of your soul. This is them conditioning you to obey them so that when you get to the end of your life, you've got this fucking, there is a hierarchy above me mentality. And so when they tell you, right, you know, you think you got to go and have another go at this, you didn't quite fucking, although there's been fucking trillions of lifetimes, consciousness needs you to fucking perfect it for them. Do you know what I mean? It's the biggest fucking psyop. Go into the light. You're in the hospital now getting your fucking ass slapped.
Every song is just a banger. Or at least anyone can understand what a banger is. But as I said, if I can pick it within a fucking second, and there's a few like, I'm like, I bought that on single. I can't remember what song it was now. Loser by Beck. Creep by Radiohead. You know, I'm like, oh my god, I bought them on cassette singles. I mean, geez, most of the people I even talk to, I like people old enough, don't get me wrong, but, you know, they understand what cassettes were, vinyl, CDs. hey, we talk to people under the age, a certain age, they're like, what the fuck's a CD? It's like, hang on, you don't shop at stores anymore, do you?
It all starts and ends with you. And guess what? Unbeknownst to you, you're in fucking control.
Oh, and the worst thing is, just when I started doing an ad about just an ad, I thought I was nearly doing an ad comes on, so there's no music for a minute. A bloody ad, only after 5 songs, they'll play a couple of ads. I'm like, I love this radio show, that station. They play banger after banger after, well, sometimes there's a song I don't know, 1 out of, I'd love to do that average, but 1 out of 10 I don't know, sometimes. Sometimes it's 1 out of 10, but yeah, 1 out of 5 you don't know. You'd be like, oh, I don't know that one. Well, I don't know a few. As I said, Bring Me to Life. I know the band and I know someone knows who it is. And I've written it down on my table just so I can, like, I need to find out who sings that. It's not Chris Cornell. He's not dead, is he? I hate hearing songs when I find out the artist is dead already.
When the council stole my shit, rather than me fucking bowing down and bending to those cunts, no fucking way. You steal my shit, you fucking owe me. And guess what? What they fucking stole, I found a way to fucking recoup it. Fuck them. Fucking energy companies. It's all the government. Every fucking one of them, it's all the government. Fuck them. The government removed the energy cap to finance their fucking phony war against Russia. Oh, the government just did that, did they? Because it's not in their interest to do so. Of course it's in their fucking interest to do so. Of course the governments own the fucking energy companies. Of course privatisation is a crock of fucking bullshit.
Sorry, I'm on the wrong channel.
But ultimately it's not about the money. It's about squeezing you and making you suffer and making you bleed and making you give that energy of frustration to the parasitic system. That's what it's about, because they create the monetary system. They print money out of thin air, as you know, quantitative easing. We'll just print fucking billions, we'll print fucking trillions, and they do that. They don't need your money. They take your money to squeeze you and cause suffering in your being. That's what it's all about. It's not about fucking money. Oh, they go to work, it's all about money. No, it's not about fucking money. They fucking print the money. They create the fucking money process. It's not about fucking money. It's about your energy. Wake the fuck up.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to interact. But if you interact, you have your love is on contract with my heart, motherfucker. Give respect to all out there and to all a beautiful day. Have a great day, you guys. Hope the sun is... I hope it's warm in England. And I'd love an England person to key up at lunchtime and tell me how warm it is. And vice versa with Hey, who's got the cold snap? And I don't think Velkina gets that cold because she's in a warm area. But she can send me pictures of the bloody mountains still. I'm like, oh, fuck. It's a beautiful time of year, always in certain parts of the world. There's a reason why you have holidays at a certain time of year too.
What do you think they could do if everybody turned around and just said, fuck you, we're not playing your stupid fucking games anymore? But that's not going to happen, is it? Because they've got everybody so fucking brainwashed and they don't think enough about themselves to say, hold on, you're fucking having me over here, cunts, and I'm not standing for it. They've brainwashed you all into being fucking Stockholm Syndrome idiots. That's what they've done. Fucking hell, and how successful they are at it. But, you know, people like me, fucking outcasts, it'll never happen. It'll never fucking happen.
Give me a good one. They've already played that many. I don't think they're allowed to keep playing good song after good song, can they?
Famous Rock 2000
will return this year on the Rock.
I just mentioned this band. Didn't I just mention Alice in Chains? Is this Alice in Chains? The Rooster? Hey. Oh my god, I brought this. I said what song was going to come up next. It reminded me of Alice in Chains. And then Alice in Chains comes on. Man in a Box. Man in a Box. At least someone heard me say Alice in Chains before, saying this band reminds me of Alice in Chains. And save me. The other song said save me and save me. Man in the box, I like it now. Only someone like Falconer and Jesus Christ, baby. When I said this reminds me of Alice in Chains and the Alice in Chains comes on, is that not something weird? Maybe it's just me. I'm only talking because my mate went to bed and they're tired. And it's before midnight. Oh no, it's just hit midnight here. But I'm on daylight savings, so don't class that yet. It's only 11 o'clock in Queensland. This makes me want to have sex. Sorry. Remember this movie. What movie does this remind you of? Oh my god, it reminds me of a movie. If it doesn't, think of an English. Man on a mission.
This ain't no fucking game, and this ain't no fucking Monopoly board. This is your soul. Think about it. Think hard. Do you want to fucking be thrown back into this fucking hellhole again? Don't say it's not a fucking hellhole. Look around. Is that what you want? That's what you're going to fucking get if you don't do something about it.
It's 6 a.m. in Arizona. This is 50,000 unstoppable watts.
From the Sky News Centre at midday, Ruben Amorim's 14 months in charge of Manchester United have ended after he was sacked following a breakdown with the club's hierarchy. He'd suggested he'd leave at the end of his contract and wanted to work as manager, not head coach, following their 1-1 draw at Leeds. These fans aren't surprised.
You can't have those kind of results and just kind of come up against your superiors in that way.
It's a total mess at Old Trafford. Both of these two parties are completely culpable in what's happened.
There were just too many games where the level wasn't good enough.
Darren Fletcher's been placed in interim charge. The UN Security Council's meeting to discuss the situation in Venezuela after the US orchestrated the removal of President Nicolas Maduro. He's expected to appear before a New York court on drug charges following American strikes on Caracas over the weekend. Here's Shadow Home Office Minister Matt Vickers.
There was a brutal dictator there, illegitimately in place at the helm of that country, who was doing terrible things to the people of Venezuela. It's a good thing for the globe that he's gone. It's a good thing for the people of Venezuela. What we need to see now is a sustainable way forwards that allows the people of Venezuela to have a say.
The Foreign Secretary will outline the UK's response later. 10 people have been found guilty of cyberbullying France's First Lady Brigitte Macron. A court heard they posted false, degrading, insulting and malicious comments about her gender and sexuality. A man's in a stable condition after being shot in southeast London. Police were called to Bexley Heath in the early hours of Sunday morning. A 35-year-old man's been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. Around 35,000 homes remain without power in Berlin in what officials believe to be a deliberate attack. A fire thought to have been set on purpose has damaged high-voltage power lines in the German capital. And Tesco's to bring back its blue and white striped value logo after more than 13 years. The UK's biggest supermarket says it's part of a campaign to let customers know it's keeping costs low on its branded products. That's the latest. I'm Bev Rimmer.
They give you examples, they give you stories, they give you fucking religions, they give you people like Jesus. So look, he started fucking standing on his own 2 feet, so look what we did to him. We fucking nailed him to a fucking ghost tree. So don't you try and stand on your own 2 feet, because look at him as an example. Yeah, where is he now? Free from this fucking place. Oh, but he's coming back, Suda. 2,000 years later. He's coming back, Fucking idiots.
It's a reliable source of information. 50,000 unstoppable watts.
Man, I tell you what, there's so much AI and CGI and photoshopping going on. I mean, that footage looks so real. Wow. They're getting good at it.
Shocking footage catches Somalis dropping their kids off at daycare for a few seconds and then immediately leaving, and then they get paid for it. In order for the scheme to work, the daycare centers need to sign up low-income families that qualify for child care assistance funding. These surveillance videos are from a case prosecuted by Hennepin County. They show parents checking their kids into a center only to leave with them a few minutes later. Sometimes no children would show up, but either way, the center would bill the state for a full day of child care. This video from that same case shows a man handing out envelopes of what are believed to be kickback payments to parents who are in on the fraud. That's wild. Where's the money going? I don't know exactly where it went. It went to in Somalia. What are these people doing? This is completely crazy. I'm moving to Somalia. I'll demand free housing, food, and run for government while campaigning on supporting American Christian values. Then I'll wave an American flag and talk about how bad Somalia is. Wish me luck. Yeah, I wonder how that's gonna go. This is exactly what they are doing here. Crazy. Ilhan Omar's husband's venture capital firm has reportedly erased the names of 9 officers and advisors from its website. Now, I'm not saying that anyone did anything wrong, I'm just saying that the coincidence department is working overtime. Omar's husband, Tim Minette, launched Rose Lake Capital in 2022, and his reported value went from almost nothing to between $5 million and $25 million. Now, I'm not saying that there's a connection to what's been happening in Minnesota, but when your net worth jumps to $30 million in a year and you represent a district where $1 billion went missing, that's usually Act 2 in the movie.
Yep, the front runs deep and it needs to stop. I'm going to introduce myself. Gus Domestically, poker king of the Midwest. Can I be your kicker? No. That's okay. I thought you might have recognized. Anyways, I had a few hits a few years ago. That's why I, just polka. No. Twin Lakes polka, Tamabushi polka, aka Kiss Me polka, polka twist. Did you put out where? That's where. Don't touch. Don't touch. We're trying to see what's going on here. This is a processing center, isn't it? This is a processing center, isn't it? What? It's not allowed. It's not allowed. Why is it not allowed? No one knows about this. We got a pantry around there. What you got in the containers, bud? What's in there? Where's the AK-47? Even in the UK, the Somalians are taking over. Someone stop them. Immigrant theft issues in the UK. What's this? It's gonna be fake. Yeah, romantic as it is, I get the feeling she's not that into it. Yeah, like yourself. Did you back on me? An inch. It's the best damn of the year. I don't know if there'll be snow, but grab a federal grant right here. Have a holly smiley Christmas when you walk down the street. Say hello to friends you know, and I say gents we hope you meet. The riots in the streets.
Oh my God.
Walls delay the National Guard, let chaos rule the town. Have a hearty smiley Christmas, living with a brother on the slide. Visa tricks with family ties while fraud alerts went by. Oh man, this is absolute genius.
The first batch of Somali returnees coming back into the country. They were among close to 2,000 people the Kenyan police arrested and detained in a sports stadium in Nairobi.
We welcome them. They are our people, and we promise to cater for them until they are reunited with their families.
Kenyan police say it is a security strip aimed at illegal immigrants. The deportees say they had legal status.
I lived in Kakuma. I only traveled to Nairobi for a short trip. I showed them my papers, but they wouldn't listen.
Man, I wonder what kind of person I would be if Dad took that job in Kenya. Probably dead, because I like the bush. And where I was raised, we didn't have stuff coming out of the bush and eating you. And we're at the top of the food chain. Over there, that's not the case. Anyway.
Now I am not even aware of my children or how they would survive without me. I begged them to take me back to my children in Kakuma. They refused.
Oh, here's another thing. Y'all remember the Egyptian princess? You just wait. Remember that cat? I heard a Somalian doing the same thing on one of these videos. I don't think he's Egyptian. Boy, he was proud of being a Mason, wasn't he? No, anyway.
They accused us of being in the country illegally, but we had residence documents. They took us in and held us for 4 days.
These people are staying illegally in Kenya. We have as well released more than 900 others who could prove their documents were legal, most of whom are alien status.
Oh, look at that. Even Kenya is getting sick of Somalians.
Hello, how are you? I would like to see if I can bring little Joey, my son little Joey here. Is there paperwork and check out the daycare? No. Why are there no children?
Oh my gosh, look at that.
Look at that face when he said that.
Okay, here we are at another daycare center, Somali. It says daycare center for little cruds. I think they meant kids. Hi there. Can you tell me if you have any cruds here?
No. Hi. Where are the cruds?
No cruds. No cruds.
Kids. Oh, kids. This kids. Yeah, where are the kids?
100, 200,000 kids.
You're taking $5 million a year. Okay, I'll get one. Okay, go get them. Look at him. He is leering. He is in the leering center for cruds. Okay? Many more cruds. Hey, go away. Let's call the number on the sign. Okay? Minnesota. You've reached Tim Wells. I'm not in right now, but my tampon is. Leave a message. You're a retard. He's talking intense about it at the same time. I love it.
Can you imagine these people complaining about being called retard when the spew that comes out of their mouths? Oh, I'm not even transmitting. Yeah. It's just like the hypocrisy and the insanity can't even be imagined. It exists. It's there on display every day. It's outrageous. And then they're out against this when years ago they were for this or that. These people are so trapped. That's what you're seeing, is a bunch of guilty, panic-stricken frauds freaking out. That's what we're watching. And then all the paid organizers at these protests, coordinated. Yeah, they deny it. It's like Letitia James denying that she ran on the basis of taking out Trump. Yet there's footage everywhere. What's wrong with these people's minds? What's wrong with you lunatic leftists? Reality's going to suck for you folks. I'm just giving you a warning. There's going to be screaming at the sky like you've never seen. Wow.
Waving. Sorry, I'm just playing music and every song's a banger. This song reminds me of Legend. I'm going to throw Legend at you. Dum 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 dum. I swear it's Legend. I can't. I said I've got to keep watching that. The Cray Brothers movie Legend. I swear that riff reminds me of a movie, and I'm throwing Legend at you. But Man on a Mission, it's one of them movies anyway. We'll hope the next one's a good one. Welcome back. Yeah, this riff will stick with you now. And you'll fucking remember this movie that it reminds you of. And if it doesn't, okay. I know it's in a movie, Man on a Mission. This song has to be in a movie, and it reminds me of a movie. It reminds me of a movie, but as I said, it reminds me of Legend. Because it's got that it's got this British gangster sound to it. It's got British gangster sound. I don't know why that guitar sounds like British gangster, but it just does to me. It's my interpretation of this song. But watch Snatch with Brad Pitt. Oh, and Jason Statham's in it.
Your spot for the best rock this summer is
The Rock.
Yeah. Oh, Silverchair. Okay. Please, Diana. I have this open fire. Silverchair. I could know it within 1 second. Open fire. Open fire. On the music side beneath you. Open fire. On the music side beneath you. In my head the flesh seems thicker. Simply the tears can roll the film and
The Rock. Love high quality audio? Stream The Rock in HD now on Rover.
Sorry, it'll start depressing me. Waving. Hope everyone's having a great day out there. Good morning, good morning and good afternoon to some. It's good morning to some and good afternoon to others. It's good night to me and good to the rest. Good morning and good afternoon to the beautiful people out there in the world. Better say goodnight before you think I'm a weirdo.
Rock Digital on Rover.
Soundgarden. No, all right.
Got your face in the gutter. Tell me what is the matter today? Do we need to kill to survive? The subject's in our minds, so hard to say. And it's all where we stay. Give me the force.
The lunatics need to go touch some grass. Remember that saying? You gotta touch some grass. So much assumption. Oh well. Yeah, I don't need to live in the past, do I? I just miss it, man. I just wish the Ram Ranch bunch would come back. Nazi Nursey reading her medical journals. And Dr. Deflecto deflecting and distracting. I miss it all. Coach coming in and intimidating. Nazi Bozak threatening and intimidating. Trying to, at least. And all the rich, well-to-do, condescending folks. Remember all that? It's still going on other channels. Oh, Slave Chica wants me over there in the mix. I wonder why they want me on their channels. I know why.
Who in the right fucking mind, right? Imagine if you were Jesus! Imagine if you were Jesus. Would you fucking come back to this place? Yeah.
Dog's not my dog. He's sitting cool. These dogs are all around the yards barking. And it's summer and it's badly 44 degrees Celsius. And 44 has been lenient. In places it'll be hotter, but 44 here. And we know, let's just say 45. Let's say 40. If I turn my thermometer on the other side of the fucking like, oh, it's nearly 50 in the sun. Don't stand out in it, you'll die. You'll burn. Fuck me. If there's not a fox or a snake that the dogs are all barking at, snakes are too smart to go near dogs. They don't deliberately go in there. They accidentally get caught in an area. But when dogs don't stop barking, it makes me wonder. And it's going to be 38 tomorrow, so 138, we'll say 100. 100 tomorrow, and then 105s at least the next 2 days. 100 and then 144, so 100 and 110s in between 100. Fuck! Hot! All I know is that.
When I leave this place, Nukes, I'll be joining the army of Bring Down the Fucking Matrix. That's what we'll call ourselves. Bring Down the Matrix. KillTheGods.com. Sorry to tell you, Nukes, but they're all fake. They're all false like gods, whether it's your religion or anybody else's. They're all fake. They don't exist except in your head. The gods exist within the memory banks. The memory banks is your grey matter. You will not find God anywhere else. God is an aspiration. Sometimes it's a good aspiration. Sometimes it's a very, 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 very bad aspiration. You're in danger, nukes. All Muslims are in danger. All Christians are in danger. You're all in danger, man. They're going to set the Muslim world against each other. They're going to set them against the Christians. You're all going to kill each other. You're going to do their job for them. Then they're going to come in and take over the shit. They're going to dust the fucking jackets off. They're going to do this with the hands. And say, thank you. We'll take it from here.
44s, I don't want to be outside when it's over 100, and you all know what 100 is, so we can get fucked with that. Fucking 105s. I mean, whatever 44 fucking Celsius. Fucking hell. That's bloody too hot. Like, stand out in it for 5 minutes and wear a hat. Just go out for 5 minutes and don't do it. I hope it brings a thunderstorm in. Goddamn, bring a thunderstorm. Because the fires will be horrible. If there's a wind, it'll just... it hasn't rained for a while. And that sort of temperatures will just... it just takes a glass bottle on the ground to start a fire.
Thanks for killing yourselves. We've got the third temple now. This shit is ours. It's always been ours. You always thought you had a stake in this place, but you never did. And now we've proved it. And that's the plan. And they're going to live in fucking a sealed realm for the rest of eternity. And they're going to drag poor innocent souls with them who won't escape. Because you could say it's a test. It is a test in a way, right? But it's like a deadly game. And nobody's interested in getting the fuck out, are they? They all think that some deity is going to come and do the fucking job for them. They're going to live forever and ever in heaven, amen. What a crock of fucking shit.
Accidental natures, or with water bottle. The water in between can actually act as a magnifying lens.
The Rock Ad Free 40.
This is probably Hailstorm, or Pretty Reckless. Sounds like one of them already, but already had the Hailstorm story. Down to war, that's calm, lost control, wasting precious time. I couldn't tell you why. Coming down, I take it no one's sitting there listening to me and my little radio show talking about the snakes and the dogs and the temperatures that are about to soar through the bloody roof and create havoc, and hopefully no one dies. Yes, wish we all had air conditioning, and thank God we got a half a freezer full of ice blocks. We've got a deep freeze and a freezer, or the fridge freezer, but there's always ice to keep you cool. I can't draw. Oh God, I've frozen 3 bottles of water. I drink water every day, but they're always been to be frozen. Because I drink tap water, because I can't afford that. I don't bother buying spring water anymore. I know I love it, but it's like, no, they doubled in price on me. They charged me $20 for a slab of water when I was paying $6 once. So what the fuck is that going on? Just because you can recycle your bottles for 10 cents? Who does that?
Stories for undeveloped consciousness, that's what they are. So what does religion bring you then? It brings you on your knees, that's what it does. It brings you on your fucking knees, bowing down to something, eternally. Well, that's what you'll get. If you can't see past this fucking psyop, that is what you'll get. You'll be on your knees, bowing down to something, eternally. If that's what you want, fair enough. Go for it.
Good morning. Seems that Amazon is purposely hindering my order. It's the second time now in a month. Still hasn't shipped. That's done on purpose, I think. They want you to buy that Prime subscription If you're not a Prime subscriber, then they just give you the hassle and run around.
You can't make a solid rational case for any of them beyond slavery and people who love to be slaves.
Gee, hope you're well, buddy. Yeah, I switched to eBay. That's who I order from, eBay. Had no problem. Good morning, Plow Man. Good morning, Preacher Driver. Good morning, channel. Everybody in the channel. Good morning.
The religions admit that God created good and evil. That is the work of an evil God.
When you smoke cigarettes at home, do you go outside first? Is one of your personal rules. I do not smoke in the house.
Like, I've seemed to have scared them all off and now I'm keyed up. So they don't like the music. This song, I'll start a revolution when I get up in the morning. It only takes someone cool to know what I'm playing. It's on the radio. I didn't even put it on.
Hey, good morning. Yours truly out here playing in traffic.
But not a God at all, a demiurge. Something that still thinks somewhere, but not here. Obviously, this place was fucking abandoned. This is a fucking crapshoot. But once upon a time, it thought it was a fucking God. It thought it was the fucking supreme being. What's that thing about judging by the fruits? What are the fruits of this world? Of the God that once created it? What are the fruits?
Good morning. Yeah, our Motivational Monday thought is a dictator has been removed. It's kind of funny that the No Kings protesters say, no kings, no kings, no kings. Then when we finally remove one, they're like, that's bad.
I think they ought to go after Mexico next with all the cartel, bringing all the bad stuff in at the border there. I think, I don't know why he wouldn't go after Mexico right away. All the drugs and bad things and, what do you call it, trafficking, at the south of the border. I think that would be more important than anything right now.
Death and destruction, genocide, life eating life. It's a vampiric system. Nothing more. Nothing more. Oh, but it's beautiful though. Yeah, look beneath the surface. Go swim with the fucking sharks and tell me how beautiful it is.
Yeah, that's being addressed, but we're not doing that yet because the people are rising up there. Mexico's in a full-fledged pseudo-civil war right now. Looks like their whole thing's going to collapse here soon. So why interrupt when the enemy's killing themselves? So we just sit back and watch that one. But the next one is either Cuba or Colombia. And they asked Trump today about, what do you think about Colombia? Colombia seems to have an issue. Are you going to do that? And he goes, I don't know. But what I do know is the leader there is pretty stupid. And all he worries about is the manufacture of cocaine and selling it to the United States. So he's not going to be doing that much longer. I can tell you that. It's not going to be much longer. So he left it at that. But Marco Rubio said on Saturday, Cuba's next. We're putting you on notice. Wise up or you're going to be removed.
The dogs won't shut up. And I'm actually worried about snakes because, as I said, 38 tomorrow and then 44 the next day. I'll send you a screenshot of me bloody weather report. It's like, what the fuck? It's going to get hot. And I'm sorry to brag to you Northern Hemispherians, but I wish the dogs would stop barking. Hopefully it's only a lizard that upsets them. Because the lizards walk around at night, and lizards are okay. I like lizards. If you got blue tongues, you won't see snakes. Well, they say that's a myth, but I don't normally go too bad with that. I know I can trust if I go to a blue tongue, you won't see a snake. Snakes won't come here. And we've got cats and dogs, and the dog and cat, well, I've never... Fuck, these dogs won't shut up. But yeah, there's a whole area where there's... Yeah, there's a lot of snake areas around. You know, a brown snake can just slither across the road going, well, fuck, I want water, and I smell food.
Yeah, he's nobody to mess with. Oh boy. Let's see what happens. Yep. See what happens. Yeah, he's not screwing around.
No, they said that his first offer, when he offers you an offer to resolve the problem between our country and their country, that's his best offer. From there, because you refuse and you want to dilly-dally and fool around, then his offer gets less and less and less, and then he finally just says, all right, you want to be that way? I guess you're not going to be leader of your country anymore. And that's what he did with Maduro. So that seems to be the pattern. Everyone's noticing that. Maduro, he was something there for like a month. He was like, come and get me. You can't touch me. Come and get me. Try. Don't be a wuss. Don't be a coward. Come and try to get me. They keep playing that video over and over.
Come in and try to kill your puppy and fucking eat your cat or fucking do anything. God knows what. If you got chickens, if you got bloody... God, these dogs won't shut up. What the hell are they doing? Find out later. No, I swear my cat's already inside. He's inside asleep. Yeah, no, that dog's... I can tell that dog's barking like a snake. You can start actually figuring out when a dog actually barks, and it's actually barking for... That's a distress bark. Hey, I'm going to let you know, I can't keep that. I'm going to keep barking until someone comes out and hits it with the head on, cuts its head off with a shovel. I'll just keep it barking at it, and it's fucking hissing at me. Come on, Dad, help!
Well, according to what Tara said this morning, first time I've listened to her in a while, Maduro had warrants on him from 2020 for drug trafficking and so forth, and then when Biden got in office, Biden put a $25 million bounty for his arrest because of it, and didn't do anything. And so Trump is enforcing. That's all. He just didn't pick a country and say, I'm going to go take their leader out for no reason. He had warrants for arrest since 2020. And Trump upped it to $50 million for his arrest, and nobody came forward, so he just did it himself.
There's a little dog too going off its tits. It's like, well, I'll bark with you, bro. Yeah, I'll try to let him know. There's a fucking snake. I swear, it sounds like a dog's barking at a snake. I can tell that distressed bark. You got to read a bark. You know he's barking for a cat. He doesn't bark. This is a fucking... He's barking because he's pissed off. This... And the other little... I don't know where the little dog is. Unless they're just barking at each other saying, I'm on heat and I can't get to you. And the little tiny shih tzu saying, come and fuck me. Fuck you, you fucking horny bitch. I can't get to you and they won't, and you're too small for me.
Yeah, it's hilarious that Chucky Schumer, he said in 2019, Trump keeps talking all these boastful things, and he says he's going to do something about Maduro, but He's even more powerful than he ever was, and we ain't gonna do nothing about it. Well, that statement didn't, you know, what do they call that? Didn't work out for him. And now he's complaining, the very same guy complaining that we didn't do nothing about Maduro. Now Chucky Schumer's saying, why are we doing something about Maduro? These people, they know. All of our election fraud is through Maduro. And this all collapsed because of a whistleblower out of Venezuela came to Boston and told our government what exactly, or all the exact details of how he did the fraud in the election. So now, when this goes to court, and he's heading there now, they're loading him up on the helicopter this morning. He's going to court, and they're gonna. I'm sure the election stuff's gonna come out after this because they're already leaking little things. And they said that they do have it all. This whole statement that we have it all. These people are in trouble. They're going to jail because we have it all. Now this new year, it looks like they're going to start dumping it all. And that was the first strike there. And the thing with Maduro, everyone keeps saying, well, why remove the guy? This ain't our country. Why are we in another country messing with their government? Because this is our hemisphere. It's affecting us. It's bringing in drugs. Maduro was not elected. This is why the people are all for us doing it in that country. This is why they're waving American flags in Venezuela. This man was not elected. The one that we installed, he was elected. And we installed who they elected. It's not like we came in there and we're just taking over their government. It may look that way, but we're leaving it to the people. They elected the other guy. We installed the other guy they elected. And the media is not covering that, though. They just keep saying we removed a leader of a country. What are we doing? And then they asked Trump, why are we nation building? And he said, we're not nation building. We're protecting American interests by making a viable nation and a nation that can actually profit its people.
I read their minds, they just shut up. I knew it. Fucking horny cunts. Here is. What the fuck? Nope.
I know a place just down there 2 streets. Baby, they don't ask you no questions and give you clean sheets. Go to the next side!
Well, they wanted Maduro to be dead. They said dead or alive, but they didn't want him to talk. They wanted him dead. And now he's alive and able to talk, and he'll talk.
And his wife.
Well, I kind of wondered about the wife. They brought her too, huh? That was good of them.
What's odd is many years ago, or a few years back, I didn't hear much about this guy or Venezuela. I didn't hear, there wasn't much talk about him in politics. Didn't hear too much about him.
Yeah, and see, there's waters off of Venezuela that there's private companies in the United States that have drilled, and we have authority to do so. It's not Venezuelan waters. I think it's international type waters, but there's an agreement that we had, and once Hugo Chavez got in there, he messed that whole thing up, and then Maduro continued it after Hugo Chavez, and they took our private drilling, all of the tools, everything, and then all the oil that was coming out, they made it theirs, so they just took it, and they never compensated us. So it's one thing for a country to take assets and then compensate, but they just took almost like a pirate. And that's one thing Trump's holding as a grudge against them and saying, these are our platforms. This is our oil. So he's bringing that up, that the agreement was there in that water. So he says, we're going to bring back our oil. We're going to give back these platforms and the tools back to the companies they belong to. This is all going to be resolved, and we're all going to come to an agreement on it. So that's what's being worked out too. There's so many avenues, there's so many angles at what's going on. They did eventually sue Venezuela, and they got a little bit of compensation, but it wasn't enough, and Trump's making it right.
Oh my God! Now, best snake is a dead snake, and just walk out with a shovel and chop the cunt's head off. Sorry to swear, and don't go near its mouth because it can still bite you. No, well, don't chop it. It'll flick around and still bite you. And people have been bitten after they've chopped its bloody head off and got stupid and go, oh fuck. It's one way to have a shave, light a cigarette when it's really at the end. I can smell more hair burning than my cigarette. Well, that was silly.
Isn't Venezuela the place where money was like laying on the ground and nobody wanted it because it wasn't worth anything? Wasn't that like a few years ago? It was the money was worthless.
Now I've got to even up the other side.
Wouldn't surprise me none. It once was one of the richest. I think it was top 4 richest nations in the world until Hugo Chavez got in there. Then people could barely find bread. It's the whole socialist game plan. They just wipe it out. They don't care because the people at the top, the power, have some kind of connection with globalist type people, and they get what they want. Who cares about the people? And that's Maduro. He's just continuing on with it.
Damn, I probably do actually.
I think the statistic right now is 1/3 of Venezuelans don't live in Venezuela. They fled the country. If they wanted to survive, they said they had to flee. So now they're all speaking out on social media because Maduro's been taken out. They don't have no threat to their life. They can see it. They can see the hope now and actual change back to the people, and they're just cheering. I mean, there's videos coming in from Venezuela. It's just parade after parade, celebrations, American flags waving. They got the president that they elected, and things are moving on. So we'll see how it turns out. Maybe people will get back in Venezuela and restore their country.
See, if you hear his dog still barking, and he's barking unhappily, he's very pissed off, and that's got to be a snake. If not a lizard, but I'm going to only call a snake on this one because there's a big paddock next door here, and he's 100 meters away, and I can hear him that loud, and he won't stop. Yeah, he's trying to say there's something. It's shitting me when a dog at 1 o'clock in the morning, or 12:30. Either way, after midnight, let's say it's after midnight anyway, is going to let bark. You stop your dog from barking. Unless, as I've said a few times, these people are night workers. The dog's alone and he hates being alone and he goes insane. I think they're night work nurses and shit. They work night. The dog's at home and he goes mental, so we always hear him, but maybe it's just a normal thing that he does. But yeah, I'd love to have a fox here to go around and sniff a snake out. Hey, Dad, there's a snake there. Or, Dad, there's a lizard there. You know, leave the lizard alone, son. I just want you to find the snake for me. Yeah, there's a snake here. I sniff it out. Alright, cool. Right, we know where a snake is, guys. Let's get rid of it. Yeah, we'll rehome it. I'll do the right thing and rehome it in a safe place. Drive it 50k away from here. It'll never come back here. You know, just repopulate it into a natural habitat, not in suburbia.
And if you look, what's not being covered is all them South American countries are changing conservative. They're all Democrat. They're all changing conservative. The elections are coming out, real elections, but there's still fraud going on. But I think Peru and what's the other one? It's they're all changing over. Brazil's still doing the liberal thing, so I'm sure they're in the future down the road somewhere, because I think that election was in fraud in Brazil because the people are being suppressed. But they're focused on the narco-terrorists, and Venezuela was top hub, and then you got Colombia, and you got Cuba providing some support. That's what Marco Rubio was talking about Saturday. That Cuba, we're finding, is the hub of, supporting all of this and the transfer of everything, and they're getting their cut out of it all. But Trump mentioned that Greenland is being surrounded by Russian and Chinese military. So he's given Europe warning. You need us to have Greenland for security. So it's up to you how you want to work this out.
And those college kids that are saying that it's so much better to live as a collective. You don't want to be an individual. You want to be a collective instead. And I don't know. I mean, it goes right in there as far as people who want to be socialists. No, that's not the way to go. Why don't you look at history at all? But no, they don't look at history at all and find out what works and what doesn't. Our own teams and things are joining in on this, wanting to make them communists and socialists.
Hi, Courtney.
Good morning, Courtney. Happy New Year, Courtney. I miss you, Courtney.
And we all start out liberal socialists in life. We all have that mindset because we're young, we're dumb, we don't have the wisdom, we don't study history, and it perpetuates because all these end up in institutions teaching teachers that end up teaching the students, which are apt. We all just gravitate to socialism because we all want that love and help and helping each other out, but in practice it just doesn't work. And you'll find as you get older and people with more experience and grow in wisdom and knowledge, you start becoming more conservative and you start and more falling away from the whole socialist idea, because capitalist is what every great nation in history has ever had. The problem with capitalists is become so prosperous, you become apathetic. And then that's how socialists work themselves in. They love apathy because then people are susceptible to be convinced of socialism. It eventually leads to a communism. Communism is very short-lived. Once you get out of socialism into communism, you pretty much run out of everyone else's money shortly. I mean, it's quick. The only one that seems to be going on is Cuba, and they just, I think it's because it's such an island and isolated, they're able to do it, but that's about to fall.
Found me cat just walked around. Have you been over there upsetting the dogs? Because, yeah, I know no snake will come fucking near here, because him and the dog will fucking keep the shit away. I've got a cat and a dog. But these fucking cunts never shut up. way after midnight, and you shut your fucking dog up. I mean, Turbo's not allowed to bark after fucking whatever time of night. You don't just keep barking.
I think the only reason North Korea in communism survives so greatly is because I believe China makes sure that China will spend their money to make sure, because China strives to be as complete as North Korea, but they can't manage it. The people just won't go with it. They know that, but they'll hold up, they'll finance and hold up North Korea to keep it going, even though it looks so terrible. But they're held up, they're propped by China.
I've been barking for an hour and a half. It's like, hang on, what? Someone went to work into a line. Someone shut the fuckers up. Fucking, is he hungry? Give him water. Fucking, and if there's a fucking snake or a lizard, I bet it's one or the other. They annoy the shit out of them because they can't get to them, but they can hear them and they can sense them and they smell them and they're digging them and they're like, this comes from the other side of the fence and I can't get to it. Can you get to it? No, I can't get to it either. Oi, mate, where's your cat? Bring him over. He'll fucking suss it out. And your cat's sitting behind me now going, fuck you, I'm dead on. I'll stay away from those cunts too.
Off the rock.
Actually, I think from birth you're a narcissist first. Although you can't really manipulate anyone very well. Maybe with a smile.
I don't know why Trump wouldn't come to Philadelphia and clean up Kensington. I don't know why he just wouldn't do that. You know how bad it is here.
It's our governor and the mayor. They won't allow it. So he's focusing on the more awful places. He did pull out of some of the California and that. I think he's doing that to let them just fully collapse. I think they're looking over their strategies. And he's like, okay, you think you're so smart. This, and he pulled all the National Guard out. So he got the main part handled, and now he'll just let them collapse socially, because California is just losing billions and billions and billions of dollars every year now because businesses are leaving. And it's amazing. One of the holdouts was that one burger joint. That burger joint brings California, they said, billions of dollars in revenue and taxes and stuff, but she's the sole heir of the burger empire that's out there, and she moved to Tennessee. Seems like they all keep moving to Tennessee. You could find really good tax shelters in Tennessee and Texas, but yeah, she took her billions of dollars and she went to Tennessee with it. Now it's untouchable by California. All they can do is collect on their sales tax from her now, because now her business is based in Tennessee. So this is happening all across the board with California. They're going to become majorly poor because they got too much to take care of, and all the businesses are leaving. Chevron left, Phillips has left. That's big. It's just, and then SpaceX left, Tesla left. I think they're pulling the X. I think X is in Texas now, so that's not in San Francisco anymore. And you don't hear much from Gavin Newsom anymore. He used to be a boastful mouth. Where's he at?
I even did this one last night on this show, room. I swear, rock show's on.
With the girl in the rock show.
girl in the rock show. I can hang out with the younger people. I know those songs.
If I said it was Blink-182,
I'm guessing, but I think I'm right.
so I was about to go to bed when the dog stopped barking.
Oh, now where's the cat gone? Fuck's sake. I bet he tells me he's home, and he says, right, I'm here, and if I don't pay attention to him, he fucking, alright, fuck off, I'm gonna go and eat the dog's food. That's why the dog's barking. I can't get to me. This cunt's eating all my food.
No, he's home.
Bought him bloody food. You gotta buy expensive food for him. He's a fussy little shit. Or the girl on the rock show.
What would Jesus do at the end of the day? That's the question. What would Jesus do?
President. What's the name of the band? The Living End. Think. No, I'm Living End, I'm going.
He would say, let Top Gun get Brother Smack's devotion in here while he can. From Brother Smack's Southern Smackdown devotion, Isaiah 55, 8 and 9. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither are your ways my ways, saith the Lord. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. Brother Smack says, if we ever get a hold on this, that God's ways and thoughts are so much better than ours, and they will benefit us the most. Today, realize godly wisdom is not passed out in a school book. You don't get it off the street corner. It only comes from God. We can learn so much from listening to the Lord, and it will keep us on the right path. How do we get earthly wisdom? We get it, earthly wisdom, we get it from someone that is an expert from job knowledge in that particular field. Our Lord is an all-knowing God, an expert in all fields, even in the fields of life. So it's no secret who we should turn to every day for advice. Who are we listening to? Pray one for another always. Amen. That's Brother Smack's Southern Smackdown devotion on this 5th day of January, 2026.
Amen, brother. Thanks for bringing that in here. We can learn quite a bit from just that quick, short message. Amen. Thank you.
You know, I put these mints and stuff out in the trays they give out there in church, and I was putting scriptures on the lid, so when the lid's open, you're reading a scripture. And I just felt convicted that why are you just putting just the scripture from the devotion when you could do the whole devotion? And I'm thinking, how in the world am I supposed to put the whole devotion on the lid? And I was sitting there and I dwelled on that, griping, how am I supposed to do that? I only got this little lid. And then it just hit me. I bought these poly covers. We use them for putting the letters in for the missionaries when they respond back of how the missionary's going. We put them in these little plastic glass looking things that put the letter in there and everyone can read it. You post it on the wall. Well, I have them at the house. I was going to put menus in, and it was like he was telling me, grab one of them and put the devotion in that. And I wasn't even thinking nothing about that until that point. I'm like, okay. So I did. I printed out George Kinsey's devotion, and I put the whole thing, not just his scripture, but I put the whole devotion in there, and I edit it like I always do for this channel when I read it. And it fit. It not only fits in the lid on that mint tray, it fits in and locks so it can't fall out. And if someone wants to pick it up, it just slides right out. You can pick it up and look at it and slide it right back in easy. and once I did that, then I thought, well, why not Bible trivia? Gets people thinking. So I had a second, plastic sleeve, and it fits exactly right beside it. And it locks in, and neither one falls out. So now I have the devotion and 2 Bible trivia questions on the mint tray. And it looks professional.
That is cool. It's cool when God drops thoughts into your head, and when you carry them out, they're just perfect. Oh, it's neat. Thanks for telling that story.
Yeah, and I had no intention of using those plastic sleeves for that. I wasn't to put. I had no place to put my menus in my kitchen, so I bought them to do that, and I didn't get around to it. And I pretty much had that come to mind. Oh, now they're calling me.
Mostly cloudy Monday. Mild days this week. Skies will be mostly cloudy on this Monday, with afternoon highs topping out in the upper 60s and low 70s across South Alabama and Northwest Florida. Patchy areas of dense fog this morning will burn off by 9 a.m. Fog will be a concern again tomorrow morning. More in the way of sunshine is expected on Tuesday and Wednesday, with temperatures peaking in the 70s each day. Our next chance of rain and thunderstorms happens on Friday into Saturday as a cold front approaches from the northwest. Mild days, cool nights this week. Temperatures will continue run above our climatological norms for this time of year over the next several days. Afternoon highs will be in the mid-70s on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Overnight lows will be in the 50s. No rain is expected until Thursday. I expect much of the daytime hours of Thursday to be dry. Showers will become possible in the evening hours. Showers and storms likely at times Friday into Saturday. Scattered showers and thunderstorms will be possible on Friday into Saturday as an area of low pressure develops well to our west and brings in an accompanying cold front. This will put much of the deep south in a warm sector, allowing scattered showers and thunderstorms to be possible. Details remain a bit murky at this point, but there have been intermittent model signals pointing to at least some risk of a few strong to severe storms being possible. Where this risk will primarily set up remains to be seen, but part or most of our local area may be involved in severe weather risk zones later this week.
All right, everybody. Well, I got my exit coming up. I got to do some zigzagging around this traffic, so everybody have a great day. We'll be back later. Thanks for being here and queuing up. God bless you all.
Yeah, hope you have a good day there, Plowman. We'll catch you later when we can.
Yeah, Plowman, you have a good day, sir. It's good to hear you. Sister Kay was looking for you the other day.
Yeah, I did get the, oh boy, bad wreck there. I did get a chance to go back and forth texting her. I didn't really talk to her, but appreciate it. Alright, well, my exit's coming up and got some things I gotta take care of here. So, yeah. Good to hear your voice, all of you. Yeah.
Please check back in over the next few days for updates. Cooler temperatures likely return next week. After the passage of the cold front this weekend, next week looks much more winter-like across the region with afternoon highs likely to be in the 50s by Monday of the upcoming week. I don't see any long-duration cold outbreaks across the eastern part of the U.S. anytime soon in the model guidance, but we will have cool spells like what will probably happen early next week. App. If you haven't already downloaded the Red Zone Weather app, now is a great time to do that. Is the link to the free download. Once you have the RZW app installed on your iOS or Android device, be sure to visit the Alerts tab to turn on the specific notifications you'd like to receive. All notifications are handcrafted by me. No automation, and we promise not to bug you. See all the details in your Monday morning Red Zone weather forecast video. My next forecast video will be posted by 7:15 a.m. tomorrow morning. I will have updates posted throughout the day, as needed, in the Red Zone Weather app. Have a nice Monday.
Monday, January 5, 2026. Time is 9 a.m.
Roger that. Good to hear you. You have a blessed day. And tighten up every chance you get.
Yeah, it's a tough one, man, living the life of Christ, isn't it? You imagine what he went through and what he endured? Think about that, what he went through, what he endured, and he didn't retaliate. He did not retaliate. Not one bit. And that's how we're supposed to live our lives. You know, and here we are. And we are not to retaliate against those who suffer or cause us harm. You know? That's a tough assignment, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But the message, you know, what we have done for others, we have done for him, such as, you know, feeding the poor and welcoming the sojourners, the widows, the orphans, immigrants, etc., etc. You know, when we do these things, we do everything for him. Yeah. This is God made flesh. And, the light of the earth, or light of the world, Christ. Amen?
Well, Jesus told them to sell your cloak and buy a sword. I guess it was for, for hunting. Yeah, it was a hunting sword. Just used for hunting.
You sure? I mean, no, maybe you are. I'm sure you are right. But he didn't say buy a sword to go out and slaughter people, did he? He didn't mean that, did he?
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say go out and slaughter people, but he did say you need a sword. And if you have to sell your cloak to get one.
As I'm sitting here at the red light waiting for it to change green, maybe he meant out use that sword for, the knowledge he gave us, the words, the way to treat people. Maybe he was talking about that type of sword. Maybe he was talking about a sword of justice and loving. Maybe that's what he meant. Amen? I don't know.
I think one of them told him, said, we have a sword. We have one. Or maybe it was two. I don't know. Anyway, he said, it is enough. It is enough. Need to find that scripture.
Peter said it. So Peter had a sword, and Peter chopped off an ear.
Yeah, that was old Malchus. He tried to cut Malchus's head off, I believe. And he ducked. Got his ear. What a scene. And Jesus reaches down and picks the ear up, puts it back on his head, and no trace of any incriminating evidence there.
Yeah. He says, no, that's not what I meant. I don't want you to be cutting people's ears off or killing people, right? Yeah. No, I just got my parking spot, and I got to go in this building. I'm going to be tied up for quite a while. So thank you, everybody. Love you all. Love you, brother.
Love you back, brother. Your friend on this, man. Have a good day.
All right, you too. All right, everybody, take care.
So I got George Kinsey, since I'm stopped taking all these phone calls. January 5th. Faith makes a way. Faith makes a way. Today's thought comes from, and when they could not come nigh unto him for the press, they uncovered the roof where he was. And when they had broken it up, they let down the bed wherein the sick of the palsy lay. Mark 2, verse 4. Heaven-sent faith is full of creativity. The house was full, and a crowd blocked the entry. Oh, but faith found the useful way of getting to the Lord and putting the paralytic before him. When we cannot get the lost to the Lord Jesus by ordinary methods, we must seek God for extraordinary ones. According to Luke 5:19, that roof had tiles to be removed, and that would make dust and cause some danger to those below. But where the case is very urgent, we must be prepared to run some risks, and that may shock others. The Lord Jesus was there to heal, and therefore, roof or no roof, faith ventured over all, so that the poor paralytic might have his sins forgiven. God's sovereign grace often moves in unexpected ways, and God's people need more of a daring and practical faith among us to face such circumstances. Brethren, let us seek God to give us a deep-seated heart of obedience and be ready to perform some noble act for souls of them that God has yet brought repentance for the glory of God. George Kinsey, missionary, Moriah Baptist Church, Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia.
Amen. Without faith, it's impossible to please God.
Without faith, without love, without grace, you can't be someone who doesn't have all those things.
His Healthy Principles is Living Out Scripture title. Living Out Scripture. All of our values, thoughts, and philosophy are to be drawn from the fountain of Holy Scripture. All of our applications and attitudes of life are to be controlled by the Word of God, not by culture, society, government, or family traditions. All such is of the world.
Amen. On the Word of God.
Yeah, I been just doing one meal a day, usually in the afternoon sometime, I guess. That keeps me pretty stable. And yesterday we had church, and then I was able to bring Brother Mark, who's an alcoholic and a pretty chain smoker. He says he wants to quit. He says he quit alcohol, but I'm not too sure about that. And same with chain smoking. But I don't know if he's going to or not. And I took him out to lunch. And what do you know? We get waited on by a sodomist. It was at a Chili's. So I left him a little tip and a Bible tract. I guess the Lord will see how he works that one out. But Mark is one of those, he doesn't pay attention to anything around him. His life is all about me. And he was just happy to get a bunch of food, because I don't think he's eating a whole lot. He's got a lot of fines to pay with all of his court stuff. Today he's got a meeting with his probation officer, and then he texted me before going to bed last night saying that probation officer said he transferred everything over to the other probation officer. Now he texted me last night and he wants a meeting tomorrow also. So now I got to figure out why I can't make both. So he keeps getting put in a situation. They'll probably end up back in jail because he's violated things in 2 different counties, and they both have set appointments for the same times, and it happens over and over, almost like a conspiracy. But I did take him out to eat. He did have leftovers, and there was a lot of leftovers, so I just gave him everything, the appetizer, all of it. So just take it all home. And he seems to appreciate it. But Wednesday, I don't know if I'm going to be able to go over there because he's out of the way in the opposite direction of the church for me to go get him, but it seems like no one else wants to do it. I told him about the latest chick track, and he's like, when talking to him, you could tell the Holy Spirit's not in him because it's like numbness. Like, the only way I can explain it is he's a numbskull. He don't pick up anything. You try to warn him about something, and he's like, just continues on like a robot doing what hurts him, but he don't care. It was funny though, when we were standing there, I brought him into church, he greeted everybody, and he was standing there, and the pastor's dad's like, smells like an ashtray around here. And Mark's like, I know, he stopped trying to quit. I'm gonna quit. And sure enough, because of that, after that point, I noticed he didn't want to go out to the car and smoke then. So all day Sunday then, I only saw him smoke 1 time instead of like 6. One of the other guys that only came on Sunday morning, he eventually started coming for Sunday school and service. And now, last night was the first time he showed up for evening service. I don't think he'll make it to Wednesday service, but I was surprised. He said, yeah, I'm coming tonight. I was like, oh, I'll see you tonight then.
Yeah, it was nice. Had to watch my service online yesterday. I didn't want nobody getting what I got. There's a bunch of people out sick.
Yeah, they said what it is influenza A subclade K.
Sounds like something imported.
They said for most people it lasts about a month. But it's influenza A subclade K, new strain. H3N3, I think, is the other word for it. But yeah, they were talking about that. And everyone in my area is complaining, why aren't we not masking up? Why does the hospitals not have a masking rule? And they said, well, Lancaster General does have a mask. It's level 1. That's only if people, are sick when they come in and we know it. We ask them to put a mask on, but other than that, it's voluntary. So, and then the other hospitals don't have nothing. And I'm thinking, did we learn nothing from the pandemic? We're just all going to be masked up again and be sicker than ever. Nobody learns nothing. We're just as dumb as a box of rocks.
Well, I don't know that ivermectin and all the vitamins that I hit that with, I don't know that it didn't have an effect, but it didn't keep me from getting it. I thought I could fight it off with, like I usually do. Not just,
No, it doesn't keep you from getting it. It lessens the effect of it because zinc doesn't allow replication of a virus. Doesn't matter what kind of virus it is, it just doesn't allow it. The problem with zinc is it can't get in the cell easily. You can't just take zinc and say, yep, I got my zinc, because it'll just go right through your system and out the back end. Ivermectin's what is the ionophore. It holds its hand, and ivermectin goes into the cell easily. And when it does, it's already holding the hand of zinc, and it just drags it along with it. And that's what quercetin's about. That's in the fruits and veggies, skins. Quercetin helps hold the hand of zinc and drags it in there. But yeah, if you're having nasal stuff, they're saying about the spray, iodine. You get the iodine nasal sprays. So all the doctors are now advising getting nasal sprays. That kills off everything that's in your nose down your throat. So they're advising that. Moms have noticed, and they've been spreading around, that if you got the sore throat thingy, then eating marshmallows seems to help with this one. So they tell the kids to eat the marshmallows, and the mucus and everything down their throat seems to heal up faster. I think it totally messed with my system. That was the longest lasting flu I ever went through, but I didn't develop pneumonia from it. I do feel like there's 2 different strains, though, of something. And there's been mention of the RSV stuff, but or adenovirus. That's going around, too. Because no sooner I feel like I'm over it, it comes back on again. But it feels different. But my nose is all bringing out colored snot again. So I must have picked up a different thing during the holiday. And of course, the flu shot that they gave out this year doesn't include influenza A subclade K. That's why it doesn't make no difference. I don't know why people keep doing it. Keep taking the flu shots. It just doesn't help you. I really have the feeling, in the sense, that they're probably the cause of all the sicknesses going around. I think if they just totally stopped these flu shots, we probably wouldn't have the flu seasons that we have. It'd probably be just mild.
I haven't had a flu shot in 14 years.
I only have ever gotten one in my life. Someone convinced me to take one. I think I was still with my parents. So Mom made me get it. She's all about listening to everything the doctor says all of her life. She's just now starting to question things after 2020. But I only had one in my life. And then the other injection I got as an adult was the tetanus MMR shot. It was 4 things in one. Tetanus MMR. And they told me at the hospital, it's like, okay, we'll get you the tetanus shot, but just so you're well. Like, okay. So this is a normal protocol. I was like, all right. And boy, did that mess me up. That one set me in motion to never get the coronavirus shot. So when I got that, and I got the whole left side of my body messed up, I knew it was attacking my nervous system. And I was like, nope. That's the last one in my life. And that held to this point. I said, if anyone gives me another one, it's going to be by force. I had good energy. I was pretty healthy. I was getting back on track and still doing my bike riding until that shot. That ruined it. I can't do bike riding anymore. My Achilles tendon doesn't heal. Both feet. Everything fell apart after that. I haven't been the same since that shot. That's when my blood pressure started too. It was that year after that. That's when my blood pressure started going up and out of control. Couldn't control it. It was after that. What really makes me mad is they push these tetanus shots. You need to get the tetanus shot. And all of history, I think it was only 3 people died of tetanus. And as long as you're not around animals like horses and cows and stuff, there is no threat. Because it comes through their feces. And you have to pretty much get it in the wound. But, yeah, that's the whole thing. We're lied about. All of medical, it's all lies. It's like everything is a half-truth. One of the things I just learned this weekend was that Kimberly is having all these issues, anxiety, digestion, and just tremendous amount of stuff. Like her whole body is just falling apart. She feels like she's just not going to survive. It's been going on for all of her life. And then we got to talking about different things and all of that, and I just mentioned one day about, yeah, there's so many people on like Prilosec and all these proton pump inhibitors, and what they don't tell you is once you go on these, they're only for temporary situations until you heal, and then you get off of it because you can't digest nothing when you don't have acid. You can't digest protein, you can't break up minerals and vitamins. Nothing's absorbable. It just goes shooting right through your system because you can't use it without acid breaking it down. Your stomach don't produce it, and they get these proton pump inhibitors. You suffer. You get malnourished. It's like you're not eating. It just presents that look. It looks that way, like you don't eat. And they keep telling you you're doing everything wrong. But what they don't tell you is that without acid, you can't get nutrients. Acid breaks it down. And everyone's on it. And I just mentioned that to her. And she said, I've been on that since I was 22. I said, what are you telling me? You're on proton pump inhibitors since you were 22? Yeah. I haven't been off it. Doctor just says, he just ups it and lowers it a little bit. And how I'm feeling. I said, you can't be on that stuff for more than a few weeks. Maybe a couple months. It'll kill you. And she said, well, I've been on it since I was 22. I said, well, when did your digestive issues start? It's seriousness. It was around that time. It's like, there's a link there. And then she got to thinking, she's like, you think I should just quit? I said, I don't think you can just quit. You've been on it since you were 22. It's pretty much most of your life. I said, you quit, it's going to come back like fire. I said, you're going to have to wean off that. And sure enough, she reduced some of it. I guess she takes a sublingual version, and her indigestion's coming back. I said, you got to figure out what's causing your indigestion, because that's killing you.
Try to get Sister K to help me. She said she would. Get my channel popping.
Did she say she would help you get your channel back?
Get my channel started.
Is it a Zello channel?
Yep.
It would seem to me that getting a Zello channel started is not that difficult of an affair. Why do you need help with that?
Contacts.
Good morning, good morning. What's crack-a-lackin'? What? You starting to?
They put me on Prilosec for a while, and then I guess the other one was Zantac or something. They were trying to convince me of that. That's all right if you got an ulcer and you need to reduce your acid and let that heal, but it's not something to stay on it. You won't be able to digest your food.
Yeah, one for my school. I'm starting a channel for my school so I can teach those what I'm learning. I asked Kay for help. She said yeah. So I'm just waiting on her.
Is she going to help you with the technical part, or more putting you in touch with people, getting you some contacts?
Getting some contacts. So basically something, getting in touch with people. Getting contacts.
She's going to help you get members to join the channel. You're fine with setting it up yourself. You understand the technical part. It's just you need help getting other people to join your channel, and she's going to help with that.
Good morning, guys. And yes. All the above, for what you said.
But there's only so many hours in a day. People only have so much time and attention to give. So if you're investing in your own channel, you'll be spending less time here.
No, the channel's basically for school. So it'll probably be whenever I do the school. Oh crap.
You stayed keyed up there unintentionally. And during the unintentional key up, I think I heard the sound of a lighter flicking.
Yes, yes, yes. That was a cancer. That was me cancer. God said, let there be smoke, and there was smoke. No, he never said that. I think I just blasphemed God without even realizing it. Oops, sorry, God. That's the rule as of June. That's a rule when my daughter's here. That's a rule during family times. Yes. But when I'm alone like now, no.
What's going on, people? Just had someone ordered me 95 pence. I don't know if you feel about it, but a bit rude. Yeah, just letting it slide at the moment, but I'm putting up more cases. What I'm doing also, I'm going to try and move into the vicinity of healing. I'm just going to try and think of something. I'm trying to calm down, trying to stay calm.
So I've completed 3 out of 23. I need 20 more awards, then I'm done. The development credentials. I'm wondering, should I? Yeah, then I go to certificates. And then I'm gonna try diplomas.
Yo, 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 yo. Hello, Paul. Welcome to the English on Zello channel. I saw that you uploaded a new video and I watched some of it. Looking real sharp there in your 3-piece suit, my brother from another mother.
Well, thank you, Mr. It's very kind. Yeah, I'm just at the moment putting up more cases on top of the old cases. I'll send you a photo actually. It's really cool. It's like super high up. So because I've got the step up stool, I decided to go like through the rafters with cases. So I reinforced all the cases on the bottom layer. And now I'm putting up the second layer. I've got a lot more to do still. Yeah, I think Kathy Cassidy, I'm not 100% sure, but people that read Kathy Cassidy are dishonest in general. I think it's very lefty. I'm not 100% sure, but it's lefty kids stuff that goths read. Goths and autistic people. Neither of which should be trusted. I mean, anyone else acts that way, they're ostracised. If someone's got autism, they'll be wailing their heads off, they'll be, shouting on the bus, they'll be jumping up and down and making squelching noises like a small child. But, oh no, they get away with it because it's autistic. You start doing that, that's it, you're going in the loony bin, lad. Oh. Yeah, so people that read Cappy Cassidy, in general, dishonest people.
No. This is my #1 channel. Wherever Taz goes, I'll be. Except for my channel. Taz won't like my channel. Sent him an invite, but he doesn't have to come in. I kinda just invited everybody.
Yes, I agree. They tend to be dishonest people. And that's why it makes sense to put those books high up. So they can access them with the stool. I noticed in the video that the stool has 2 layers to it. It's a red stool. It appears to be made of some very sturdy plastic. And you put a Burnley Market Hall £1 book each sticker on the stool.
Yeah, because they're like scavenging wolves here in the market. It's not long after I got the stool, it disappeared, and I found it on a neighbouring stall. And I had to say, hello, you seem to have accosted my stool and hidden it among your own belongings. I can see it there, bright red sticking out. Oh, is that your stool? Well, yes, it's not your stool, is it? That's just the way they roll in here. The way they roll, not the way I roll.
Alrighty. I must start my day. First and foremost, gonna go take a shower.
And now with your sticker on it, people are going to know it is not your stool. It is not a community stool. It belongs at the Burnley Market Hall £1 book each bookstore. Now, Paul, there's been a development on this channel that concerns you, and I would like, if now is a good moment, I would like to address it with you.
You gotta see the who? The sheriff?
Shower. Raindrops keep falling on my head. Shower.
Yeah, Mr. Edwards, what's up?
I was gonna be a smart ass and be like, no, I still don't understand. I get it now. I do.
Now, Faza in Afghanistan, also known as Anton Chikov, has returned to this channel, and he is looking for you. I'm quite sure that what he wants is for you to send him more money. So I'm just letting you know that he's around and looking for you.
I'm in Olympia, Washington.
Oh, thank you for the heads up, Mr. Edwards. No, at the moment, I'm warding off Cappy Cassidy thieves. I'm thinking about getting a rotary bookcase, two for outside in the kids section. I'm going to put 2 spinning bookcases, I think. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that, actually. I'm going to splash out tonight and buy rotary bookcases. Oh, I think my battery's gone, so that might have just ultrasized my sound. Hello, this is Paul, here in HD spatial sound, bringing you closer to the base.
Your sound actually got a heck of a lot more easy to understand. Your voice just got easy to understand. Much better audio quality there.
Yeah, just as I was speaking, my headphones run out of battery. So although you can hear me better, I now can't hear you as well. So I've got 2 sets of these headphones. I usually recharge them. I had a delivery of Bibles. I bought 80 Bibles online. I spent £200.
and the delivery hasn't turned up. I've had a lot of problems lately with different sellers on eBay. Well, this isn't their fault. They've sent the delivery, they just couldn't find the address. But the other thing, I got a power bank and they've sent me it and it's the wrong power bank. Another thing, I bought a corner rounder. The guy messaged me saying, oh, it's all rusted. And the refund thing won't work is what he's saying. So I think he's a scammer. So yeah, I've not had a good time with the eBay, but I'll send you a picture of this shelving, it looks really cool.
Of course you had to copy the Greeks. What's Olympia, Washington like? Does it got monuments? I'm just wondering why they would name it Olympia.
Yeah, Zilla Pioneer, thank you for adding me in this channel. This is Kindi, Kilo and November Delta, India. I'm Indonesian. Happy New Year 2026. All the best for you and me will be happening in 2026 soon. Thank you very much. This is Kilo India November Delta India. Over.
I was kidding about the Greek thing, no. But I am wondering why they would name it Olympia. Probably the monuments there. Maybe the history. Maybe the museums. Could be anything.
I will waiting for a response, maybe.
The Olympic mountains that are surrounding it. You know, Mount Rainier is not too far away.
40 moderator, 40 user. Yeah, good. Nice to meet you. Bravo, Alpha, Delta, Golf, Echo Romeo. There is a 454 LRCB, Navigante Carlos. Hazimi Ideli, American Weather Woman, Brownies. TG Murdoch, at Banger 121, Rupert. Frieslinger F2. Is this linked to analog? Kraftwerk, Night Road, 70, Neckers, White Savage, White, Pocahontas, www.OYMYO.com. Yeah. Have a nice life, you all there. Nice to meet you.
It's not finished yet. There's going to be another at each side, another two, and then the back end is all getting filled up. So there's going to be basically every day this week. I'm probably going to be putting up bookcases.
Sorry, I was trying to get something in the hole, and it wouldn't go. That's what she said. Okay, that makes sense then. Damn, stupid Zello.
Do you think the more bookcases you have, the less books you'll have on the floor?
I think that's what the idea is, but I think realistically I'll probably just end up getting more books, because I'll just have more space. I'll just be like, yeah, more books. Yeah, do you reckon I should get these? I'm worried about rotary bookcases, because I'm worried they might, you know, it's another realm of, just for the outside area, these rotary bookcases. I don't know if you've ever seen them, like a circle shape.
I'll look for them. I'll go to my computer and look at them online and let you know what I think. Did you hear that my daughter applied for and got a passport for Great Britain and Northern Ireland?
Is every room in this app dead now, or just the ones I have?
Oh yeah, congratulations on that, Mr. Edwards. Yeah, you said that's really, really good. Is she going to be coming here then? And I'll send you a picture of a rotary bookcase. If you've got the seal of approval, I'll get them tonight.
Yeah, I think she'll be coming there, hopefully this summer. And if she does, I'll encourage her to do at least 3 weeks of volunteer work at your market hall.
Good morning. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Monday morning. Back to work. Had a wonderful Christmas, wonderful New Year's, and wonderful holidays. I wish the holidays was longer, but gotta get back to work. I'm pretty excited to be back to work. Yep. You motherfuckers get some good shit for Christmas, man. You know what I get for Christmas? Fucking bills for my children.
Yeah, that would be awesome, Mr. Edwards. Yeah, I definitely need it because did I tell you I'm closing up my Halifax store just to focus on it's become very hard work, the Halifax store. I've actually had to employ someone to run it because I hurt my ankle and I couldn't get over, and to be honest, it's making a little tiny bit of money, but it's not making enough for it to be worthwhile. And yeah, it's just not so good having it because the buses have all changed. So yeah, halfway through this year I'm closing that store to focus on the original Burnley store.
Now we want a little getaway though. It was pretty nice. A little fucking staycation.
Okay. You're gonna have a wonderful dinner and a wonderful dessert.
I approve of that move, Brother Paul. This is very consistent with the philosophy of the 4-hour work week by Tim Ferriss. I don't know if you have any of Tim Ferriss's books there, but that's what he recommends, and you're doing exactly that.
Yep, I'll be eating my dinner at 12 at 12 o'clock. I'll be get my dinner. I'll be working until 12. I'll get my dinner at the restaurant. They'll be having a chicken burger and a poutine with 2 cookies. 2 chocolate cookies.
Yeah, well, on paper, I really wanted to expand this to be like one in every town. I was actually planning on having like 10 of them. But realistically, the amount of effort it takes just to get them 100 books over, it weren't just that, it's really difficult choosing amongst the stock what books go where. And it was becoming subconsciously, even though I was trying to not be like bookist against which shop I was going to send like good books at one shop, bad books at one other shop. I wasn't, if I had 2 books and one was in better condition, I'd always send the one that's in worse condition away to Halifax, and I don't want to just end up with a big shop full of rubbish books, do you know what I mean? Beat up old books. So yeah, it was a test. I said I'd do a tester of it for a year. So at that year anniversary, I'm gonna hopefully hand it over to someone else who can run it. But if not, just close up the shop. Either them bookcases will become some sort of bookcases here in Burnley, or they become bedding boxes for vegetables on my allotment.
And so, well, have a wonderful day. A wonderful dinner. I'm almost to the customer. Thank the Lord. Gotta do a drop and then bobtail. I think I'm bobtailing from there. Go over to another place and pick up an empty.
They could become also part of the museum when they have a museum for this project that you're doing. They'll have little brass plaques on them saying these were the bookcases at Paul's Halifax store, and there'll be signs that says "Do not touch."
Yeah, I'm just here for my friends.
So about the background noise, I'll talk to you later, Top Gun.
Yeah, for it, Jesse. Appreciate you checking in this morning.
Yeah, that'd be cool, Mr. Edwards. Anyway, I've got to go to the sorting office, see if I can find these Bibles. I'm really excited to, whenever I've got a delivery of like, tons of antique Bibles and things like that, I get really excited.
Wear an armored vest made by Presidio during your tour in Iraq.
I'm right here.
Hey, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. How about you?
I'm excited for you. Okay, Paul, I won't keep you.
Yeah. Did you? Right, I'll see you in a bit, Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, you're American weather, a woman. Yeah, rain already stopped in here. This is in Indonesia. Selamat Sierra Alpha, Mike Alpha, Tango Alpha. It's a part of the big city Makassar, and in the South Sulawesi, in the Sulawesi Island, the country is Indonesia. How's it going, sweetheart? Yeah, and by the way, I'm the weatherman too. Usually I got some information about weather to my friend who have a journey to another faraway city. They are usually, ride a motorcycle. Their bon voyage is depend on the weather. When the weather is clear, they can enjoy it. When the weather is heavy rain, they're supposed to be take cover. And the sun might gray roof maybe. What I'm using is windy.com usually, or maybe I use some apps on my cell phone that for support the weather channel through my friend who have some foyer have the trip. All right, very nice to meet you. Happy New Year. Good luck out there. I'll be on the side.
CQDX, CQDX. This is Portugal calling in Echo Link. Charlie Tango 1 Foxtrot Twitter X-Ray in standby. Chamada geral, SCT1 Foxtrot Twitter X-Ray, que vai chamando desde Viseu, Portugal, com muito boa tarde. CQDX. This is Portugal calling in Echo Link. Charlie Tango 1 Foxtrot Twitter X-Ray in standby.
Check 1, check 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, check. Check 1, check 2. Oh, I'm sorry, I have a wrong channel. I just tested. Yeah. So sorry. Kilo India November Delta India offering out.
This old lady. Oh my God, this old lady's like 80 years old. Now it's an ad. Never mind.
Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning. We were enjoying Derek's conversation this morning with himself. But yeah, it's interesting about flu shots and tetanus and health stuff. And nobody in our family has gotten any shots. And nobody has gotten sick. The kid's got a little sniffle, but, he still goes to work and everything. Nothing overwhelming. Anyway, that was very interesting. I don't know, do you do that all the time? Everybody's all excited. We're all listening to the news about Maduro. I've got some friends from Venezuela and they're very excited. It's been so hard for them for so long.
Good morning to you, Sibley. Good morning.
Yeah, it feels like a pretty good morning. It's not too cold here either, but I've been listening to about 5 different news broadcasts, and it's just, so exciting. I mean, I'm just so happy. But anyway, yeah, there's probably a lot of bad things going on right now, but this is good. I mean, exciting. And I'm in love with God, first of all. Wake up with Him. Got company right now. from the family. Anyway, it's all good, but good morning to you guys.
Yeah, it's a nice day here. It's 55 degrees, but I mean, I wore a long sleeve shirt and I didn't need my jacket at all. Getting in and out, dropping the trailer. Pretty nice. Sun shining, not a cloud in the sky that I see. As far as I can see. And I didn't have to go to the other customer to get a trailer. There was an empty there, so I called them. And they said, yeah, just go ahead and get that one. Good deal. So I'm on my way back from Knoxville. So maybe I won't have such a long day. So life is good. I'm starting to feel a little better too. Get over this cold or whatever it is. Be glad when it's gone. But I hope you have a good day. Enjoy your company. Don't worry about us. We'll be fine. We'll be here when you get time. Lord willing.
Well, I was wondering how, I guess I haven't heard too much, but Dougie girl doing okay? Hopefully she'll be feeling better.
Yes, ma'am. She's feeling better. She got her taste and her smell back. And a lot of congestion is gone from her. So hopefully we'll be healing up about the same time. But yeah, I appreciate you asking about her. Yeah, she's feeling a whole lot better. And we'll probably try to go to church Wednesday if we keep improving like we are. We missed yesterday. Still didn't want to infect anybody, but I think by Wednesday we ought to be all right. Neither one of us is running a fever.
Yeah, the kid has a little sniffle, and, felt a little wore out and things like that. She's still been able to make it to work and everything, but, yeah, it's not fun. So you've been through it too. Probably a lot of people have. It's just something going around again. Come to think of it, I have been sneezing a couple times a day. I notice it after I sneeze. I don't know if it's just because I breathed in something or, what's going on, but yeah. Well, I'm going to try to be there for a little bit of the Bible reading. Anyway, we'll see.
Yep, and nobody's read the proverb for today or the psalm. Usually try to get that in. I already did the Brother Smackdown. I haven't done the Call to Glory. I can probably put that in. And yeah, I'll try to schedule where I can pull over at 12 o'clock somewhere, if I can, so I can read a little bit myself.
Hey Vic, I passed my new class. I passed my class now. Got an A, 3 credits.
Yeah, well that would be good. Yeah, I try to be here for that. Put in a little bit of I don't like going too many days without, reading at that time with you guys.
Good morning, everybody. This is the day that the Lord has made. I'm rejoicing and I'm being glad in it. How's everybody doing today?
What's being taught in that class?
Right now, it's just a walk with God and the windy path of denominations.
What
Casualty.
How can taking this class bring benefits to your life? What benefit can you extract from it?
Many benefits, really. It can be beneficial to anyone who needs to relate, anyone that needs help. It can be beneficial to pretty much anyone and anything.
If you would please consider my question. What benefit
Casualties.
do you hope to derive from this class? What specific benefit? What's one benefit you hope to get from this class?
First thing, knowledge. Knowledge is what you're getting. There's one benefit. Then you get ordinates. You get college degree diplomas. You get certificates, awards. You get a lot of other benefits. It benefits pretty much anybody and anything.
Yeah, the little baby that was, I seen Ferry's post there. The little preemie baby, that was my pastor's daughter in the foster care that had 3 different drugs in her system when she was born. She got what they said was RSV or RBS or something respiratory. And she stayed in the hospital for 2 days and got to come home. So thank the Lord for answered prayers. And she's improving, doing better. Yeah, there's a lot of it. And this flu has pretty much ran through our whole church. A lot of families, whole families got it.
It benefits anything, not just people. So it could even benefit the mug of coffee that's sitting right here beside me.
Sure, why not? What's the downfall of that mug? When it's empty, just like your spirit. If you don't believe, it becomes empty.
I will advise my coffee mug to take that course.
Flag captured.
If you say anything can benefit from taking that course.
Casualties.
My coffee mug being a thing.
Yeah, the RSV, I don't like that version. That was the first one that came out after King James. Started messing stuff up. Revised Standard Version.
Why you chose that this was the limit of the military operation. Well, to your point that you just made, that Maduro was not the legitimate president.
He was the guy that was claiming to be the president.
Right. Well, the opposition target.
Oh my gosh. I mean, if we would have done it with 5 other people, they would have said 2 things. Because it probably would not have done as well. I mean, that would have been an impossibly complex mission. And so we probably would have lost people. And then they would have celebrated the loss and said, how horrible Donald Trump is on that. And the other thing is, they would have been saying regime change, regime change, regime change. I thought Donald Trump was against regime change. Yes, he is. That's why we left the vice president in place. It's still the same regime, even though we feel it's illegitimate. We left the regime, and now they're going to have elections, free and fair elections, and let the people decide. We're taking the kingpin out. That's how you do things. Would you have been confused if we would have gone in World War II and taken Hitler? How come you only took Hitler? Well, it'll probably fall apart once Hitler's gone. What do you think? It's incredible to me. And if you would have killed everybody around Hitler, then, the press today would be like, and they killed everybody without a try. They just went in and just took them all and killed them all. Oh, please.
Hey. Hi, Truth or False. Hopefully everybody here is doing well.
Hey, Crystal. I invited you, Timmy, and Vic to my channel. I'm creating one around my schooling, ministry, training channel. Yep. If you guys want to pop over when you get a chance.
Chastity says you can send her a link too. Before I leave, I'll put her in.
I don't have her, so yeah, you're gonna have to send her an invite. Oh.
Okay, I'll do that. So how are you doing? How is your ministry training going? Hopefully well. Sounds like it is.
That sounded like a pretty good clip. You didn't get to hear it all. I didn't either. There was some reporter asking Rubio why they didn't do that to 4 or 5 other people and extract them at the same time. It was kind of comical. Rubio's reaction there, I'd like to see that. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, it's going good. I just finished my class last night, one of my classes last night. 3 classes, 4.0 average. I got 6 credits. And I guess 3 awards. Yeah, I'm gonna take maybe a couple of weeks to a month, maybe 2-month break, and then I'll get back into it. The next class is gonna be Ministry Foundations. So we'll be learning more about the church and how their foundations are, I guess.
Somebody said, I think my wife told me, Buggy Girl told me I hadn't heard it, but she was telling me about it. She said they asked Trump, had he notified members of Congress ahead of time that they were going to do that, and he said, looked at them like they were crazy, and said, no, we didn't tell Congress. Because they leak. If they would have notified Congress, they would have knew they were coming. That wouldn't have went so well.
I know, isn't that odd? You notified the press too. We trust our reporters more than we do our elected officials. Or we trust the news. If we're not going to use Congress, why are we paying them?
I have no idea. They need to get off of their rear ends and get busy. Of course, I did see a clip with, mercy, his name escapes me now. The leader in the House said that they had a very aggressive agenda in 2026 because of all of the president's orders Mercy, I got brain fog today still. But anyway, said they was 100 and something of them that was not codified. So his presidential orders, you know. So he said we're going to start to work on those immediately, getting them codified. Yeah, they need to get busy doing something to help things in this country get turned around instead of sitting on their hands.
Here's another thing that Congress is busy doing. You know, all this talk about getting rid of income tax and taxable income and such, they're not technically getting rid of it. They're replacing it. I'll drop you an article.
What is that, the consumption tax? Yeah.
Yes. You don't get taxed if you don't consume gas or food or electricity.
Well, it depends on the percentage of consumption tax that they put on you. That consumption tax makes everybody pay, not just some. If you consume, you're paying regardless. So I don't know. It's a better system. I know there's a lot of loopholes in the current system to get out of paying. There's a lot of people that don't pay tax. They collect money from the government, but they never pay.
Yeah. A lot of the lawmakers are comparing it to it's a tariff on U.S. citizens. They tariff you for your usage and access to certain services.
Yeah, that's been talked about for a long time. I remember years ago them talking about either going to a flat tax or a consumption tax. And the current system is, there's so many tax laws on the books now. I don't think it would be a bad thing if they went to a simplified taxation. I mean, we know they're going to have some taxes somewhere. But is it going to be better for the American people? That's the thing. Percentage-wise and all that. But if it makes it fair across the board, that's why they call a flat tax a fair tax. Is another word for it. Consumption tax. If it makes it more fair across the board, then I don't see no problem with it myself.
That would be George Bush that started the consumption tax talk back when we invaded Iraq and Iran and Qatar and Kuwait, all those other oil countries.
Hey, Jordan, can you send it to me one more time? I was on Chassie's tablet on my account, and it, for some reason, when I went to click on it to, like, view the channel and accept it, I don't know, her tablet just shut Zello down completely. It closed it out. So I'm going to try it on my phone and see if I can get, and then when I signed in my phone, but the channel invite's not there anymore, so I don't know what's going on.
Well, who's talking about the consumption tax now? Is it Congress?
No, Trump.
Well, he says he supposedly gave the biggest tax cut in American history back to the American people in this year. Supposed to start this year. And the economy is set to really take off and do well this year from all things that I've heard about it. I don't know. Have to wait and see. You know. I hope my taxes are lower this year because I don't have to pay anything. Well, it won't be this year. When I file, it'll be next year, but I won't have to pay for taxes on Social Security, which will help.
Yeah, I think it works on the device, like, so you'll see it on the device you received it on. You might got it now. If not, I'll send you the link.
Well, it really depends on who else we take over. He's threatened quite a few countries since Maduro. Yes, sir, Mr. James. Look up war tax. They're talking about that one, too.
If there's a consumption tax and also having federal taxes, but have them reduced, even with reduced federal taxes, you can still be paying more out of your pocket each year if you have income tax plus consumption tax.
Well, a consumption tax is also a great way to think of it like this. It actually controls what you consume. So, you know, you want to live well, then you're going to pay more.
Well, if he's trying to gain seats in the midterms, I don't think they'll mess with that. Because if taxes go up between now and the midterms, people don't see a increase in their paychecks. People vote with their pocketbook. They're not going to keep going down that road. You know Trump knows that. And I think if he wants to keep control of Congress, he's going to have to toe a line to the base, not get too crazy.
Yeah, well, you know, I know 3 years ago we wouldn't think we'd have a socialist Democrat in charge of New York. And here we are. And our younger voters, who are now the majority, signing up to vote by droves. They don't really educate themselves on history and how things work. So, times are a-changing. Allegiances are a-changing.
Alright, I think I got it. I had to sign on my phone and do it.
Yeah, I got you in there.
Yep. Yeah, it sure is. That's one thing you can always count on. Change. Good morning to you, Mississippi James. Hope you're feeling all right this morning.
I'm not doing too good about my breathing, but good morning, Top Gun. Good morning, Prairie.
I'll be glad when you go to the doctor. I know I'm against most of them, but they're not all quacks.
Yeah, I have an appointment day after tomorrow.
Hello, channel. Hopefully everyone's here. Chastity says hi.
Having a little bit of knowledge about your condition and such, I suggest eating as much as possible, because some of those antibiotics and everything, they're really harsh on your digestive.
I take probiotics each day that's supposed to help replace good bacteria that antibiotics kill in your digestive system.
It's 9 a.m. in the state of Arizona. This is 50,000 unstoppable watts on Zello.
It's a reliable source of information. 50,000 unstoppable watts.
You might want to mention that to your doctor, because the opposite happens too. Sometimes those probiotics impede the absorption of your antibiotics. Kind of like people who drink, they don't realize that they may as well not be taking antibiotics.
Like with kids, all you think about this. And my mother, one of her first times that she told me, she said, I can sit here proudly in Seymour, Tennessee, and have the feeling that not a single cent and not a single ounce of my time was given to the corruption of Venezuela. Man, I'm just so proud to be her son. I sent her a text message yesterday, and I told her, I am so proud to be your son, and I thank you. I told her, I want to thank you for saving us from what ended up happening in Venezuela.
You and your mother and your whole family are the first people I thought of when I saw the news early Saturday morning. What is your hope for all of this moving forward?
Yeah, I've been saying it to many people now. Is there still a lot of work to do? Absolutely. I just got done talking to WBIR, and she asked me, Carlos, how do you feel about all the people that that are against what Trump has done? And just from my mom's thought, from my brother's thoughts, and from my thoughts, we finally have a president that it's not about, Nicolas Maduro, about come get me, you cowards, I'm waiting right here for you in the Capitol. Plenty of opportunities for talks. There's been weeks of conversations and, times that he was given to exit, and enough was enough. Enough was enough. It's time for a change. Yes, there's still a lot of work to do. There's still many things that have to be completed in Venezuela. But my hope is for the 8 million migrants that have to leave Venezuela to go to other countries and do the same thing that my mother did 27 years ago. She made the ultimate sacrifice to leave her 2 boys. So from I was born in 89, so from 89 until 2001, I lived in Venezuela. She left us down there for 2 years in the surge of the messages that I received now from thousands of people. So grateful for Obama calls that we're able to put our story out there now for people to see what immigrants have come to do in the United States. We didn't come over here to take away from anything. We didn't come to this country to terrorize anything. We came to this country to work. We came to this country to add value, and we came to this country to be grateful. So our hope is that one day, when all is said and done, we'll be able to go back and just give our family a hug and be able to take pictures with them and say, hey, we have to do what we have to do. It's been years. It's been years of separation. It's been years of people having political differences. Well, how beautiful, Bob. How beautiful is this right here? If you look at my Facebook post, if you look at everything, I'm sorry that if I sound upset or anything, I'm just so passionate about what I'm about to say right here. If you look at my post, you can see hundreds also, and we have thousands of comments, and you have hundreds of people talking negatively about this country. That's the beauty, brother. That's where we moved to this country. There's been thousands of people arrested in my country for just that, for expressing their feelings about the government. There's nobody being arrested right now for the Facebook things that they're putting on my votes. There's nobody being arrested right now for saying, F Trump and F this and F that. Nobody's being arrested for that. But my mother was fired from her job. My mother was politically harassed for Venezuela for simply voting, no, I am not going to volunteer my paycheck for your campaign. How beautiful is this country that we have the opportunity and we have the freedom to say whatever we want to. Yes, our actions have consequences, but we are able to do whatever we want to and not be arrested for having a Facebook post on our social media. How beautiful is that?
It's incredible. And you are as well, you and your family, and the story incredible also, Carlos. Listen, I know you are slammed busy today, and I appreciate you taking a few minutes and speaking with us about these huge events that happened over the weekend. Thank you, my friend.
Man, absolutely. We're looking forward to 2026 and what God is going to continue to allow us to do this. We're looking forward to men and women's tennis season as I get to be the PA announcer for men and women's tennis in Tennessee. I'm looking forward to God has me careful up to 2026 for Monroe. We're looking for year 3, man. I appreciate you and everything that you do for our community. And never forget one thing, Bob. I'm a boss.
Well, that was interesting. How the government asked that lady to give her whole paycheck to the re-election campaign of Chavez, I think it was at that time, Venezuela. Anyway, she said no, so she was threatened and pushed out. She said, I got to get out of this country. Came to America, stayed for 2 years and got everything lined up where she could have her sons in America as well. Came through the legal system. They're legal citizens. That one guy that I was playing there, he's the voice of the Tennessee Vols. Announced the play-by-play. Pretty interesting stories. A lot of people are happy, rejoicing. Of course, there's nothing done where everybody's going to be happy. Doesn't matter what it is. Not going to happen. There's always going to be opposition, either way it goes.
Zombitorium. Good morning. It's 21 past 10 in the morning. This is your guide through the apocalypse. Carrie Vox, owner, host, with the news headlines. Some interesting facts about laws in Texas. 3 blogs. Ann Coulter, Dr. Malone, and James Howard Kunstler. So let's get started with the 1440 Daily Digest, published at 4:24 a.m. The United States captures Maduro. United States Special Forces conducted an early morning raid in the Venezuelan capital of Caracas, Saturday, striking military facilities and capturing President Nicolas Maduro and his wife. The pair was transported to New York City to face federal drug and terrorism-related charges, with their first court appearance expected this morning. President Donald Trump suggested the United States would oversee the country until open elections could be held. As of this writing, reports say Maduro allies led by Vice President Delcy Rodriguez remain in charge but have been in contact with United States officials. Rodriguez condemned the strike and called for Maduro's release. The operation began around 1:30 a.m. local time, with roughly 150 aircraft providing air cover while extraction teams entered Maduro's compound, intervening before the Maduros could enter a safe room. The effort took about 2 hours, with no Americans killed. Read more about how it unfolded at a link at the 1440. Maduro assumed power in 2013 following the death of Hugo Chavez. He was indicted by the United States in 2020, which eventually offered $50 million for aiding in his arrest on narco-terrorism charges spanning 25 years. Maduro claimed victory in the 2024 election despite evidence that he lost by a wide margin. The administration framed the operation as a federal law enforcement action that did not require congressional approval, while some critics argued it violated international law previously ratified by the United States. Legal precedent suggests the circumstances of the capture will not preclude prosecution. New York City transit hike. New York City's subway and bus fares rose to $3 yesterday, up 10 cents for most rides. The planned hike, along with increases in other Metropolitan Transportation Authority services, is expected to raise $350 million annually. It goes into effect days after Mayor Zoran Mamdani, Democrat, took office after running in part on a pledge to make New York City buses free. New York City's transit system is run by the MTA, a state agency with a roughly $21 billion annual operating budget. To make buses free, Mamdani will need the support of MTA leadership, which approved the latest hike in September. Mamdani has proposed making up lost money to the state. Bus fare is expected to raise over $1 billion annually by 2028, in part by raising the corporate tax rate to 11.5%, the same rate as New Jersey, the highest in the country. The New York City subway system carries over 4 million passengers daily. The bus carries over 1 million people daily. An estimated 1 in 5 New Yorkers struggles to pay for public transit, according to findings from an anti-poverty group. Also, 1 in 5 people are mentally ill, so maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. Avatar: Fire and Ash crosses $1 billion at the global box office after 18 days, director James Cameron's 4th movie to reach the milestone. NFL playoff bracket set with first matchup kicking off Saturday, January 10th at 4:30 p.m. Eastern. Cleveland Browns defensive end Myles Garrett gets sack number 23, breaking the NFL's single-season record. One battle after another sweeps top prizes at the Critics' Choice Awards, earning Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Adapted Screenplay awards. CES 2026, the largest annual consumer electronics show, gets underway in Las Vegas with major keynotes tonight and the exhibition opening tomorrow. Anthropologists uncover earliest known evidence of intentional cremation in ancient Africa, dating to roughly 9,500 years ago in northern Malawi. That's not accurate dating. Scientists map genomes of human beta herpes viruses for first time, discovered in the 1980s. Analysis reveals the viruses have been evolving I'm allergic to the news. Have been adapting with humans since at least the Iron Age. If they actually knew what they were talking about, life would be a whole lot better. Humans have only been around for 6,000 years. There's no such thing as Neanderthals. U.S. stock markets end the first trading day of the new year mixed. Analysts project around 11% growth for the S&P 500 in 2026. So that means you should keep investing. Okay. President Donald Trump says United States oil companies will be involved in expanding Venezuela's oil infrastructure following capture of President Nicolas Maduro. Oil prices stable, remain at 5-year lows at $58 per barrel. It has to go up to $75 for them to make a profit. Well, for them to break even, actually. Not even make a profit. Saks Global Enterprises CEO Mark Metrick steps down as the company faces bankruptcy. Saks struggled with debt assumed during the 2024 acquisition of rival Neiman Marcus, which is a Texas-based company in Dallas, started by a Jew. Death toll in Iranian anti-government protest rises to at least 16 people. President Donald Trump threatens to intervene if more protesters are killed. More on that later. British and French warplanes bomb an alleged underground ISIS weapons facility north of Palmyra, Syria. North Korea test fires ballistic missiles into Sea of Japan as South Korean President Lee Jae-myung heads to Beijing to meet with Chinese President Xi Jinping. The best skill to survive 2026, critical ignoring. Well, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm ignoring social media. There's going to be a wolf supermoon this weekend. There is a new species of a red ladybird spider in Morocco. And there's some modern slang. Do you know what unk and chopped means? And one of the world's fastest growing sports, paddle, P-A-D-E-L. Yeah, I'm not interested in any of that. Moving right along to the Texas News Minute. Or do I want to do the financial section? Let's do the financial first. With On the Money. We're starting 2026 with a special New Year's edition. Okay. Oh, it's telling you what to save for, how to pay your bills, how to pay down bad debt. Max out one tax-advantaged account, 401k, IRAs, health savings account. Save half of a raise. Oh, it's just some tips for the year on how to save money and pay off debt. Not really interested. I already know how to do that. See, I read SoFi for the business bites, and they didn't have any business bites, so screw that. No business bites. Now for the Texas Minute for Monday, January 5th, 2026 by Brandon Waltons. Financial failures at Texas Southern University. A final audit released by the State Auditor's Office on New Year's Eve confirms sweeping financial and operational failures at Texas Southern University, including the inability to locate the vast majority of sampled assets and years of non-compliance with basic procurement and financial reporting requirements. According to the audit, 50 of 60 sampled assets, 83%, could not be located despite being recorded in the university's official accounting system. Auditors reported that the missing assets had a combined purchase value of $3.2 million US. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick said the findings were beyond disturbing and reflected years of mismanagement involving taxpayer funds. University leadership has agreed with the state auditor's recommendations and outlined a multi-year corrective action plan. Report alleges Austin sent funds to fake companies. A new report claims Austin's municipal government sent close to $1 million to non-existent companies. According to a report from the city auditor, Mark Ybarra, who was then an employee of Austin Energy, fraudulently reported close to $980,000 in credit card transactions with fictitious companies. The report states that this activity took place over a period of 6 years. The report states that $400,000 went to companies whose listed address was the same as a family member of Ybarra's. The remaining funds lacked even this level of documentation and appear to be fake. Harris County directed to fix voter rolls. The Office of the Texas Secretary of State has informed Harris County Tax Assessor, Collector, and Voter Registrar Annette Ramirez that a review of voter records validated an administrative complaint filed by State Senator Paul Betancourt. The complaint alleged that voters were registered using private post office box-style mailboxes rather than physical residence addresses, which are required under Texas law. According to the Office of the Texas Secretary of State, some of the registrations identified in the review had already been flagged by Harris County through routine list maintenance procedures. However, state officials also provided the county with a list of 127 additional private mailbox locations that were identified during the state's 2021-2022 comprehensive election audit and had not yet been addressed. State officials directed Harris County to take corrective action to ensure the registrations are brought into compliance. Under Texas law, the county has 30 days to respond to the complaint and outline the steps it will take to resolve the issue. Dallas area ISIS activist charged with terrorism offense. An alleged ISIS sympathizer near Dallas has been charged with an international terrorism offense after being discovered by undercover agents. Addie Hovland writes, 21-year-old John Michael Garza Jr. of Midlothian faces up to 20 years in federal prison for providing explosive materials and money to individuals he believed were part of an organization that has been designated as a foreign terrorist by the United States government. A New York Police Department employee first discovered Garza in October 2025 after noticing he followed many pro-ISIS accounts on social media. Teachers charged with harming special ed student. Cibolo police arrested 3 San Antonio area special education teachers on felony charges of physically harming a special needs student in their care. Aaron Anderson reports the Cibolo Police Department arrested the women after viewing video of the reported abuse. All 3 were booked into the Guadalupe County Jail on December 29th. Paraprofessional Julia Cantu, 70, was charged with injury to a child, a first-degree felony punishable by up to 99 years or life in prison. Bond was set at $75,000. Paraprofessional Veronica Guerra Ulrich, 47, was charged with unlawful restraint of a child under the age of 17, a state jail felony punishable by up to 2 years in jail. Bond was set at $25,000. Teacher Jessica Lee Longo, 42, was also charged with unlawful restraint of a child under the age of 17, with bond set at $25,000. All 3 suspects were released the next day after posting bonds. When it comes to life, the critical thing is whether you take things for granted or take them with gratitude. A quote from G.K. Chesterton. And now, for some interesting facts about Texas law. Common law marriage. If a couple declares 3 times in public they are married, they are, in fact, legally married. One half of the couple doesn't have to be present at the ceremony either to be legally married. There are 3 stipulations. 1. Both people are willing participants. 2. Both people are over 18. 3. Both people are not related. Mutual combat. If you have a beef with another person and the only way to settle it is by fighting, both parties can agree to mutual combat and neither person can be charged with a crime. Having said that, if one party is severely injured or a weapon is used, the mutual combat is no longer valid and charges can be filed. But go ahead, use your fists. But be careful. Be careful. Oh, my book got here. Oh, finally. Oh, it took forever. I just got a notice that I got my book. I'll be reading my book in the channel if you guys don't want to talk in it. Okay, now for the blogs. Starting with Ladies First and Coulter. Happy Kwanzaa, the holiday brought to you by the FBI. Published January 3rd, 2026 by Ann Coulter, and it shows a picture of a bunch of Black Panthers with rifles standing on the steps of some kind of court building. Now that my triumph over Kwanzaa is nearly complete, I'm continuing the tradition of writing about it this time of year, merely to dance on its grave. According to Google Ngram, book mentions of Kwanzaa got off to a roaring start around 1980, or about a dozen years after it was invented out of whole cloth, soared in usage over the next decade, but then began a precipitous decline in 2000, coincidentally, the year of my first annual Kwanzaa column. There appears to be only one person left who still pretends to celebrate Kwanzaa, Kamala Harris. Why? She loves it so much, she observed the festival before it was even invented. The completely made-up holiday was concocted in 1966 by Ron Karenga, otherwise known as Dr. Maulana Karenga, founder of United Slaves, the violent nationalist rival to the Black Panthers. He was also an FBI stooge. Liberals have become so mesmerized by multicultural gibberish that they have forgotten the real history of Kwanzaa and Karenga's United Slaves. In what was ultimately a foolish gambit, during the madness of the 60s, the FBI encouraged the most extreme black nationalist organizations in order to discredit and split the left. The more preposterous the group, the better. It's the same function #Black Lives Matter serves today. By that criterion, Karenga's United Slaves was perfect. Despite modern perceptions that blend all the black activists of the 60s, the Black Panthers did not hate whites. Although some of their most high-profile leaders were drug dealers and murderers, they did not seek armed revolution. Those were the precepts of Karenga's United Slaves. The United Slaves were proto-fascists, walking around in dashikis, gunning down Black Panthers, and adopting invented African names. I will not be shooting any Black Panthers this week because I am Kwanzaa Reform and we are not that observant. It's as if David Duke invented a holiday called Anglica, which he based on the philosophy of Mein Kampf, and clueless public school teachers began celebrating the made-up racist holiday. In the category of the gentleman doth protest too much back in the 70s, Karenga was quick to criticize Nigerian newspapers claimed that certain American black radicals were CIA operatives. Now we know the truth. The FBI fueled the bloody rivalry between the Panthers and United Slaves. In the annals of the American 60s, Karenga was the father Gapon, stooge of the czarist police. Whether Karenga was a willing FBI dupe or just a dupe remains unclear. In one barbarous outburst, Karenga's United Slaves shot 2 Black Panthers to death on the UCLA campus, Al Bunchy Carter and John Huggins. Karenga himself served time, a useful stepping stone for his current position as the chair of the Africana Studies Department at California State University at Long Beach. The esteemed Cal State professor's invented holiday is a nutty blend of schmaltzy 60s rhetoric, black racism, and Marxism. The 7 principles of Kwanzaa are identical to those of the Symbionese Liberation Army, another invention of the worst generation. In 1974, Patty Hearst, kidnapped victim come SLA revolutionary, famously posed next to the banner of her alleged captors a 7-headed cobra. Each snakehead stood for one of the SLA's revolutionary principles: Umoja, Kujichakulia, Ujima, Ujama, Nia, Kuumba, and Imani. These are the exact same 7 principles of Kwanzaa. When Karinga was asked to distinguish Qaeda, the philosophy underlying Kwanzaa, from classical Marxism, he essentially said that under Qaeda, we also hate whites. And here's something interesting. Qaeda, Kwanzaa, and Kumba are also the only three Kardashian sisters not to have their own shows on the E! Network. While taking the best of early Chinese and Cuban socialism, mass murder, or the seizure of private property, Karinga said Qaeda practitioners believe one's racial identity, quote, determines life conditions, life chances, and self-understanding. Or as we know it today, lesson plan for K through 12 students, except in Florida thanks to Miracle Governor DeSantis. Kwanzaa emerged not from Africa, but from the FBI's COINTELPRO. It is a holiday celebrated exclusively by idiot white liberals. Black Americans celebrate Christmas. Sing to jingle bells. Sing to jingle bells. Kwanzaa bells, dashikis sell. Whitey has to pay. Burning, shooting, oh what fun on this made-up holiday. Well, that's interesting. I confused the picture with Black Panthers, but actually it was another group I've never heard of in my life. Thank you, Ann Coulter, for educating us. Wow. And now for Dr. Malone. The doctor is in. Dr. Malone News on Substack. Made in Venezuela. Iranian drones. Tehran's axis of resistance expansion strategy just took a hit, by Dr. Robert Malone, today published at 7:04 a.m. There's a picture of, looks like rockets on a truck. These suicide or kamikaze drones are used for drone swarms and were developed and manufactured in Iran. The Russian army in Ukraine uses these drones and has ordered 2,400 of them. The Houthis in Yemen also use these drones. For more information, see the reference section of this blog. Made in Venezuela, Iranian drones. Thank you, Mr. President. Few seem aware of the interwoven strategic geopolitical relationships at play behind the headlines coming from both Iran and Venezuela. However, you can rest assured that neither Secretary of State Rubio nor President of the United States Donald Trump is so naive. The recent action against Nicolas Maduro was billed as taking aggressive steps against a chronic sponsor of narco-terrorism, but the issues are much deeper. At this very moment, a politically diverse range of social media influencers are busy criticizing this intervention. Still, none seem to be aware of or accounting for these deeper geopolitical issues. This is not tiddlywinks, folks. This involves serious national security and geopolitical alliance issues. Yes, Virginia, there are clear ties between Iran and Venezuela, as there are between China and Venezuela. This is not some hyped-up propaganda about chemical warfare or weapons of mass destruction, like what was used to justify the Iraq War. What we have here is clear, present, multidimensional danger. It is helpful to dissect this strategically because most mainstream reporting examines it only through the lens of sanctions or rogue states cooperating while missing the deeper reality of the relationship. This isn't just geopolitics. It's the new face of modular, sanctions-resistant warfare. Let's focus on one example to illustrate the point. Over the past several years, there has been substantial evidence that Iran has indeed helped Venezuela establish local drone manufacturing capacity, particularly of Iranian-designed UAVs like the Moahir and Shahid families. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Moahir, Shahid. The core of the Iran-Venezuela drone collaboration. Iran and Venezuela have been under heavy United States sanctions for years. Both nations share a strategy of technological autarky. Technological autarky is the policy goal of making a country self-sufficient in critical technologies. So, it does not rely on foreign nations for the development, production, or maintenance of essential tech systems. Both countries are considered rogue and, over the years, have faced numerous economic embargoes. Iran's drone program is one of its most successful export-ready industries. Drones became Iran's key asymmetric deterrent capability in the 2010s and 2020s, primarily through the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC. Around 2022, reports emerged that Venezuela had opened facilities believed to be assembling Iranian Shahed drones, possibly under local rebranding such as the Ansu 200 or Mohajir 6 variant. The collaboration seems focused in the Aragua state near the KAVIM, Compañía Anónima Venezolana de Industrias Militares complex. Engineers from Iran reportedly supplied designs, parts, and training for Venezuelan technicians. A picture of screen grab showing an Ansu 200 drone. It looks like a airplane, a mini version of a stealth bomber. This fits into Tehran's expansion of its axis of resistance strategy. Tehran's axis of resistance is best understood as an Iranian-led proxy network created to destabilize the Middle East and elsewhere while providing Iran with plausible deniability. Instead of directly confronting the United States or Israel, Iran funds, supplies, and trains militant groups such as Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and aligned militias in Iraq and Syria to carry out asymmetric warfare, threaten civilians, and disrupt global trade routes. This approach allows Tehran to expand its regional influence, encircle Israel, pressure United States allies, and weaken sovereign governments, all while avoiding the risks of open conflict. In reality, the Axis functions less as a defensive alliance and more as a state-sponsored terror network that sustains conflict and erodes regional stability. A video.
Iran-backed groups form a land bridge across the Middle East and connect in an alliance that Tehran calls the Axis of Resistance. Its focus, to oppose the West.
They can both transport equipment and personnel, but can also use these positions to attack U.S. interests or threaten Israel closer to its borders.
The alliance has been brought into focus amid the Hamas-Israel war, as the groups are mobilizing on multiple fronts at the same time. So here's how Iran built out the network across the Middle East, and what it means for the US and Israel.
So to show you where Iran's so-called axis of resistance works in the Middle East, we have Iran over here, and then of course Hamas in Gaza over here on the Mediterranean. There's another group that Iran supports in Gaza called the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which is actually a closer ally of Iran ideologically, but also working out of Gaza here and also in the West Bank. Iran's most important militia ally is Hezbollah here in Lebanon. Aside from that, they also have Syria's President Bashar al-Assad here, and various militant groups in Iraq. And then finally, they also have an alliance with the Houthis in Yemen down here south.
These connections allow Iran to expand its influence in the Middle East and make it easier for the country to transport military equipment, personnel, and weapons through the region.
One of Iran's aims in the Middle East is to always keep the fight, or the military fight, as far away from its own borders as possible. And the presence of these military allies and the land bridge kind of helps it do that.
To understand why Iran has this belt of influence in the region, we need to go back a few decades. Following the Iranian Revolution in 1979, Tehran has sought to exert military, cultural, and ideological dominance across the Middle East. That led to the creation of the Quds Force, a branch of the Iranian military, which was later led by Qasem Soleimani.
Soleimani became famous in the West over the past decade or so because Iran decided to elevate his profile as the mastermind, the architect behind this modern iteration of the axis of resistance.
از یک جغرافیای 2000 کیلومتر مربعی در جنوب لبنان به نیم میلیون کیلومتر مربع توسعه داد.
Later, Soleimani was killed in a drone strike ordered by the US.
Soleimani was plotting imminent and sinister attacks on American diplomats and military personnel, but we caught him in the act and terminated him.
The strike was aimed at weakening Iran's ability to threaten American interests in Iraq and across the region. But that goal hasn't materialized. Iran has continued to supply groups such as Hamas with weapons and training. On October 7th, Hamas, designated a terror organization by the US, launched a broad assault on Israel, killing 1,200. Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei said immediately after the attack that Iran did not have a hand in planning it, but supported it. To try and curb Iran's influence, the US works with allied countries to have a presence of bases and troops across the Middle East.
Of course, Israel here and Saudi Arabia here as the two sort of main and closest allies against Iranian influence. Jordan has also for very long been a very firm US ally, and the US also has partners in the Gulf. The US also has a presence in some of the countries where it's competing for influence with Iran, for example in Iraq, of course, and the US also still has a military presence in northern Syria, where it's been allied for many years with Kurdish forces in the fight against Islamic State, but now also maintains a military presence to sort of counter this Iranian land bridge or the threat from Iran to US interests and allies.
Tehran-backed groups operating in this region have been particularly active since October 7th.
So let's remove all of these and take a look at what's been happening. On October 7th, Hamas attacked Israel here on the border with Gaza. Israel responded with a major military offensive on Gaza. But Iran's allies have also responded to this Israeli attack from different sides. Most importantly, the Hezbollah militia in the northern part with Israel has engaged in skirmishes with Israeli soldiers. Iranian militias in Syria have also gotten closer to the border where they have engaged in skirmishes. Down here in Yemen, the Iranian allied Houthi rebels have both fired rockets at southern Israel, but also captured a vessel in the Red Sea.
The Houthis also launched drones and missiles at other commercial vessels in the area. That led to a US-led multinational task force stepping in to try and protect one of the world's most vital shipping lanes. And elsewhere, Iranian-backed militias in Iraq and Syria conducted nearly 100 rocket attacks against US forces over the past 2 months, according to the Pentagon.
Even though there's been these types of attacks with increased frequency over the past decade or so, in this context, of course, they compound pressure on Israel and help sort of pressure Israel in this context where they're fighting Hamas in Gaza.
Although Iran's axis of resistance has claimed attacks on multiple fronts amid the Hamas-Israel war, Middle East analysts believe a wider regional conflict is unlikely for now.
Even though other parts of this alliance have distanced themselves from the October 7th attacks, the fact that there was a big attack on Israel has given the alliance a bit of momentum, but also put a little bit of pressure, to be honest, on some of the other militant groups to both to strike a bit of Israel and to come to the defense of the Palestinians who are now under severe airstrikes and a ground invasion in Gaza.
So far, groups in the alliance have been sticking to calculated and strategic strikes, rather than moves that could risk a full-blown conflict with Israel and its allies.
That report was from the Wall Street Journal on YouTube. Back to the blog. This is why Iran has established drone manufacturing hubs in friendly states to export influence. And as for Caracas, drones have offered internal security leverage and a psychological counterweight to the United States and Colombia. This is not pure outsourcing like a corporation would do. It's a strategic joint technological transfer. Iran effectively externalized parts of its drone production, components, training, or even complete assembly lines to allied nations including Venezuela, Sudan previously, Syria, Russia, especially via Shahed 136 production. Venezuela functions as a Latin American manufacturing node that reduces Iran's logistical and political exposure while creating a regional arms customer base aligned with anti-United States movements. Independent and institutional open sources converge on the strategic truth of the following factual points. Venezuelan state manufacturer CAVIM publicly showcased drones, otherwise known as UAVs, that are clearly identical to the Iranian Mohajer 6 drones. Iranian engineers were confirmed to be present under, quote, technical cooperation agreements. The partnership coincides with other Iranian drone export hubs in Russia, Tajikistan, and Syria. Interested observers can easily verify the entire structure of the claim through these open publications. It's not a rumor. It's fully documented in official and defense sector reporting across 2022 and 24, references found at the end of this article. In early 2026, the use of Iranian-made drones by Venezuela has intensified, with the Mohajer 6 drone now reportedly operational in the Venezuelan military, capable of both surveillance and armed strikes. This development follows years of cooperation between Iran and Venezuela, including the transfer of drone technology and munitions, with United States sanctions targeting entities involved in the production and assembly of these drones in Venezuela. The United States has consistently accused Iran of supplying drones and precision-guided munitions to Venezuela, a claim Iran denies. Iranian drone proliferation in Venezuela. Iranian-made Mohajer 6 drones have been confirmed in service with the Venezuelan military, with images showing them at El Libertador Air Base. These drones can carry small guided munitions and perform reconnaissance and strike missions, marking a shift from earlier surveillance-only roles. The drones are believed to be equipped with Iranian CAIM-guided glide bombs, which have been displayed in Venezuela. United States sanctions and diplomatic pressure. The United States has imposed multiple rounds of sanctions targeting Iranian and Venezuelan entities involved in the drone trade. In December 2025, the Treasury Department sanctioned Venezuela-based company Empresa Aeronáutica Nacional S.A. and its chair, Jose Jesus Urdanita Gonzalez, for coordinating drone production with Iranian and Venezuelan military officials. In January 2026, the United States imposed further sanctions on companies linked to a combat drone network tied to the Maduro regime. Recent drone activity and escalation. A drone strike on a Venezuelan port facility on December 29, 2025, was publicly claimed by Donald Trump and later attributed by reports to a CIA operation, heightening tensions between the United States and Venezuela. While the attack's details remain unconfirmed, it underscores the growing role of drones in regional conflict dynamics and United States strategic operations. New photographic evidence confirms the deployment of Iranian-made Mohajer 6 unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, at Venezuela's El Libertador Air Base, marking the first visual confirmation of the drone's operational presence in Latin America and highlighting the deepening military cooperation between Iran and Venezuela. This development underscores the expansion of Venezuela's drone capabilities, now including armed reconnaissance platforms produced with Iranian assistance, which pose new operational risks to United States forces in the Caribbean region. The Mohajer 6, a combat UAV with intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance capabilities, is manufactured by Iran's QOD's Aviation Industries and assembled in Venezuela under the oversight of Empresa Aeronáutica Nacional S.A., a Venezuelan state-owned firm. EANSA maintains and oversees the assembly of QAI's Mosier series UAVs in Venezuela and has directly negotiated with QAI, contributing to the sale of millions of dollars worth of Mosier 6 drones to Venezuela. The drone program began in 2006 with a technical military agreement between Iran and Venezuela, which included drone technology transfer, training, and parts supply. Iranian-made Mosier 2 kits were used to assemble the first Venezuelan drone, the Arpia 001 in 2009, and the program has since evolved into a sophisticated arsenal modeled on Iranian designs. The Ansu 100, an updated armed version of the Arpia 001, is a direct derivative of the Mosier 2 and is capable of launching Iranian-designed KM air-to-ground guided bombs, making Venezuela the first Latin American country to operate armed drones. The Ansu 200 is a flying wing prototype inspired by Iranian stealth designs presented as, quote, next-generation technology. As of December 2025, the Mosier 6 has been confirmed in service with the Venezuelan Air Force, with the first visual evidence appearing in images shared on social media on December 30th, 2025. The drone is used for both reconnaissance and strike missions capable of carrying KM missiles. The United States Treasury Department has designated EANCA and its chair, Jose Jesus Ordanita Gonzalez, for materially assisting QAI, citing their role in the production and maintenance of Iranian drones in Venezuela. The United States State Department has also described the collaboration as part of Iran's broader strategic projection in Latin America, with Venezuela serving as the central axis. Iranian military personnel are reported to maintain a presence at El Libertador Air Base, where drone manufacturing and training facilities are located, and they retain control over the facilities, with Venezuelan personnel requiring Iranian approval to access them. Implications: regional security. A Venezuelan UAV drone program has introduced advanced surveillance and strike capabilities into South America's security environment for the first time. Sanctions evasion. Drone tech can be shipped as aerospace equipment concealing military use. Future trend. Expect more axis of resistance nodes like this, that is, proxy drone factories, as an alternative model of military-industrial collaboration among sanctions states. Iran has effectively outsourced or co-established drone production in Venezuela, but that wording downplays it. It's part of a decentralized manufacturing strategy, turning Iranian drone technologies into a distributed, deniable export industry that uses their axis of resistance partner nations' facilities and local labor. This isn't just geopolitics. It's the new face of modular, sanctions-resistant warfare. Conclusion. The rise of Iranian drones, which are made in Venezuela, marks a pivotal transformation in how state power and warfare are projected under the shadow of sanctions. So, what some dismiss as peripheral cooperation is in truth a calculated step in a broader pattern of distributed deterrence. These rogue nation-states are learning to duplicate, conceal, and localize military technology outside the reach of Western pressure. The Iran-Venezuela drone partnership is not an isolated curiosity. It is a blueprint for how sanctioned states will survive and adapt in the coming decade. If the United States and its allies fail to grasp this shift, they will continue to misread the architecture of global power, focusing on visible battlefields while ignoring a sprawling network of silent factories, hidden engineers, and modular weapons ecosystems operating far beyond conventional oversight. The battlefield of the 2020s is not merely kinetic. It is manufactured in the margins. And drone capabilities and manufacturing capacity will play a key role in determining the outcome of kinetic warfare for the foreseeable future. Current Iranian military leadership is many things, but stupid is not one of them. That's Malone News. The doctor is in, and he's paying attention. to more than just vaccines and biological warfare. You're listening to Zombatorium, your guide through the apocalypse. And now for the final cherry on top. James Howard Kunstler, that Jew, that registered Democrat Jew in upstate New York, saying surprising things that you wouldn't expect from a Democratic Jew, but hey, badass. How am I doing on time? Okay, I've got about 12 minutes. Pretending that America first means I only care about my house, not my neighborhood, is as retarded as it sounds. A quote from Jesus Enrique Rosas. And now for the blog. There's a picture of badass in chief himself, Donald J. Trump. President Donald J. Trump. The capture of Nicolas Maduro is driving the lefty left batshit crazy for a very good reason. It pretends the extinction of their financial life support, since Senor Maduro used his country as a money laundry for the Chinese Communist Party, and in turn cartel drug money to funnel gazillions through Cuba to America's Democratic Party and its political satellites. Not even George and Alex Soros can fill that hole. For a nearly failed state, Cuba has been able to exert undue influence on United States political life through the decades. Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles was trained up in Marxist revolution there in the 1970s and traveled to Cuba many times during her stint in Congress. Representatives Ilhan Omar and Pramila Jayapal dropped into Havana during the last election year. Non-governmental organizations such as the Center for Democracy and the Americas act as distribution nodes for money that comes through Cuba and supports lefty-left activists around the United States of America. Don't be surprised if a lot of this laundered money ended up in the bank accounts of United States congresspersons and senators too. Remember this when you watch them howl on your screens. Alas, communist Cuba is about to expire of strangulation. Cuba has depended on Senor Maduro's oil since the Soviet Union dissolved, and now that the supply is cut off, the island nation enjoys only a few hours a day of electricity. Soon it will be dark there, and things political start stirring and moiling in the dark. Odds are they won't shake out so well for Las Comunistas. So, that'll be 2 down with a few more to go. Anyway, the Castro brothers are long gone and the old charisma with them. The current president, Miguel Diaz-Canel, is a nobody. Clusterfuck Nation is a reader-supported publication. Subscribe to this blog on Patreon, and I do for $1 a month, or right here on Substack. This blog is sponsored this week again by Vaulted, an online mobile web app for investing in allocated and deliverable physical gold. To learn more, visit vaulted.com. They're not paying me, no affiliation, just reading it. Back to the blog. Of course, this Maduro caper raised the larger question for the American lefty left. What part of the Monroe Doctrine don't you understand? Granted, it's old. James Monroe was only our 5th president. But even back then, it was obvious that the Western Hemisphere would be the United States of America's sphere of influence, and this was our way of apprising foreign powers of the fact to avert trouble. It was a pretty sound and sturdy policy, too, though there certainly was much complaint about our heavy-handedness down south over the years. The United Fruit Company and all. It had become obvious, as Mr. Trump and Secretary Rubio explained over the weekend, that Venezuela under Senor Maduro had become a platform for nefarious adventurism by America's adversaries, especially the Chinese Communist Party, which was very active all around South America, prepping various countries to join its Belt and Road Initiative, which is to say its proposed global colonial resource network, otherwise known as Empire. The day before he was snatched, Senor Maduro had a visit with Chinese Communist Party emissaries. China had all kinds of deals going in Venezuela, especially for oil. The oil is obviously a big part of the picture, but it's a little more complicated than might appear superficially. Before Senor Maduro, President Hugo Chavez seized the assets of ExxonMobil and ConocoPhillips in 2007 and then reneged on compensation. The nationalized oil industry, Petróleos de Venezuela S.A., PDVSA, entered a long and disastrous production decline from 3.5 million barrels a day to about 1 million in 2025. The equipment is ancient and the PDVSA has lost most of its technical expertise. Here's why Mr. Trump is so hot to revive production there. Venezuelan oil is generally heavy oil. America needs heavy oil because U.S. shale oil, which is about 64% of total U.S. output, is extra light, mostly gasoline. American oil refineries built long ago are calibrated for heavier oil. For years, the United States has had to import heavy crude to mix with our shale oil to produce an adequate supply of heavier distillates, especially diesel and aviation fuel, which are critical to the United States economy. The play you're hearing about now is mainly the Maracaibo Basin. It doesn't mean that America is going to rob Venezuela of its oil. You're likely to see pretty equitable arrangements between returning U.S. oil companies and Venezuela. The U.S. doesn't need yet another communist revolution there. If more oil gets produced, both Venezuela and the U.S. will be better off for a while, though you might also keep in mind that U.S. shale plays are entering decline, and the decline is liable to be swift because of Permian Basin well profiles. The other part of this oil story is the celebrated Orinoco oil sands, touted to be the greatest oil reserves in the world, equal to reserves of all global conventional oil. This is separate from Maracaibo, and there are some big problems with it. These are super heavy tar sands. They do not gush out of the ground. They have to be coaxed out with a lot of heat and other technical tricks that tend to be super expensive. The oil sands also happen to be in jungle, a very difficult place to work, especially from a disease standpoint. Prepare for some degree of disappointment over the Venezuelan oil sands bonanza, no matter how vast. Senor Maduro heads into court in Manhattan this morning to be arraigned. There's a rumor that lawfare ninja Norm Eisen might show up with him to lodge objections to the process. Assigned to the case is 92-year-old Alvin K. Hellerstein, senior judge for the Southern District of New York, reputed to be of a hearty lefty-left persuasion. Wouldn't it be something if he orders Senor Maduro to be released, like Judge Boasberg down in D.C. did with Maryland dad Kilmar Abrigo Garcia? Just saying. The festivities kick off at noon today, which is right now. So I wish I had a link to the festivities, but I have no idea if it's being televised or not. I can't tell you what's going on in New York right now. In fact, I don't really care, to be honest with you. Well, I've got a couple of packages waiting for me outside. Thank God they finally arrived. It's like one of them was never going to get here. UPS is absolutely awful about deliveries right now. So I have a book that I'm going to start reading in the channel. Even if there's nobody here, I'm still going to record it. I know I'm crazy that way. But what about Zombatorium? In summary, well, there's been a major revelation about what's going on in this hemisphere of the United States, that we have something that's been going on for quite a while that Trump has been very knowledgeable about, and he's been working on since day one of his presidency, the Venezuela project. They've been sending people across our border. This is a big damn deal. That, you know, what's been happening kind of under the radar is now out in the open. It's out in the sunlight. We're being disinfected. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, and our side of the hemisphere has been infected with terrorism. A special type of terrorism, an asymmetrical warfare kind of terrorism. So if you didn't believe the rumors, and they were just rumors, it was just James Howard Kunstler saying, what are all these guys doing jumping the border here? And why are people letting them in? Well, now you know. Now you know why. It's all out now. And this is something that I've always known, because in the Bible it says everything hidden will be revealed. Everything hidden will be revealed. The good, the bad, and the ugly. It's all going to be coming out. You just sit and wait, and it's all coming out. All of it. Thanks for listening.
My feelings are hurt. They won't let me talk on Zello Friends. Oh well.
We're calling this because, and hopefully somebody from the sheriff's department's going to get on, but really, like Nancy said, we're just talking about checking off the mark, and I understand that some of the areas that have been asked to leave are having trouble with looting, and like one of the officers just said, sometimes it's just the neighbor helping the other person.
This is old news during the 2020 fraudulent election.
But we need to give them the opportunity to address this if it is looting. So, Stephen, did you want to add anything?
I invited the sheriff and Angie, and I heard that Captain Strange.
Oh, I'll be back. Someone summoned me. I'm trolling some trolls over on the Zella Friends. Oh well. Those who have much to hide, censor. I'm sure glad I finally took Satan's daughter's advice. I remember, during the Ram Ranch operation, they were in there talking, and I came in and did my thing, then I left, and I came back in. She's in there talking, he better have a burner phone. He better have a burner phone. And I'll see why. Yes, Ella's compromised. The tentacles are everywhere, trying to control information. And by the way, you're all failing. You're failing miserably. And I want to talk to you after 2026's election, so I can rub it in your face again. You're all losing. You're losing. Because you're losers.
I was telling her, I don't get it either, because there are sometimes adults that don't think about it. I can only give you so much. But when you have this, and you have it in the form of
Now back to this Russian disinformation.
Or people have been asked to leave, not just a general county-wide curfew. What do you guys think? Bob?
Well, I might want to suggest we do it on level 1, or level 2 and 3. As Nancy said earlier, it's very dynamic. I'm moving my daughter out of her house here later this evening or this afternoon. So I
can understand how a lot of people want to be able to move around. I'm kind of concerned that people might interpret the curfew as.
Oh, yeah, you guys with the contact requests. I really don't want to talk to you. And chick came back. No one wants to talk to you. That's not the purpose of being requesting the contacts. I don't want you to talk to me.
Limiting their ability to actually escape. So we need to message this correctly so that people know that they can actually leave their home and not leave themselves in danger. So if we make it too broad, we'll have that problem to some degree, but it only amounts to giving the law enforcement the opportunity to pull someone over that is a suspect of looting or whatever it may be, then that's fine. But I think that my concern might be because we're already experiencing a panic right now. I'll just tell you, people are panicking. Sure. And the message of going from level 1, 2, and 3 is crazy. And then the change in the map is just lit my phone up and everything else. So I would just be concerned that it's people interpret that as not leaving their home and staying put until sunrise.
Yeah. Well, Sue's on the phone. I see that. I'm sure that that will be communicated. That's just.
We will.
Yes, Sonia.
So I don't know how to do the raise hand. So sorry, I'm on an iPad. I would like to hear from the sheriff if we just give that discretion for him to decide, because we're in such a dynamic situation that I'm concerned about us putting any sideboards on this. I think that the sheriff may need to make that determination. So I'm just curious what their perspective is.
Well, we don't have them here, and they can communicate back with us later, their perspective. But for now, we're just checking the box. Are we good to check the box?
Yeah, I'm good to check the box, but I'm not comfortable putting limitations on it, just because things are so dynamic right now.
I think the only limitation I would.
Well, I was going to let y'all hear a little bit of that fella. I don't know who he was, but they started the music, so I guess he's going off. Tell my people don't bring the Bible to church. That's because churches have trained them to not bring the Bible to church. Don't need to bring it. We'll put it up on the screen for you. And it's going to be hard to carry. You have to have a backpack to carry all the versions that we're going to put up on the screen for you. So if you carry an NIV and an ESV and RSV and all that, you're going to have to do it. That's too much for you to carry. So we'll just put it all up on the screen for you. You don't have to bring it.
Good day, everyone, in House of Worship. Hope everybody is enjoying God's blessings today. And Brother Rich, thank you so much for the prayer.
My feelings are hurt. No one wants me on their channels.
How's it going, everyone? Check 1, check 2. Right. Yeah, sometimes it's just change the channel and just open the PTT mic.
Jihad, jihad.
What? What did you say? Jihad, jihad? Yeehaw, yeehaw?
Oh, my bad. My bad, dude. Yeah, you sound good. I just assume much because I'm an ass. You know, assuming. Get it? I think I've conversed with you before. I'm on a mission, though. I got this obsession with memes. It's a mental disorder. I'm off my meds again.
So you are in a mission. What kind of mission do you apply?
Yeah, man. It's awakening the earth. It's a battle between good and evil. I'm being dramatic on purpose. I'm going for the Zimmy, the equivalent of acting on the award for Zello, because we got some really good actors on here. A lot of actors on Zello. But the mission is freedom, prosperity for all people.
Yes, sounds creepy. So how do you achieve a freedom and prosperity for all people?
Yeah.
By removing the control of the central banking system. The banks that loan our government's money and then charge interest. I hope you have gold and silver, because they're going to go through the ceiling. They're going to go out of the solar system. You see, the devaluation of the U.S. dollar, it's not let's see, get my words here. Let's say there's a war going on, and the bankers and the cult are losing control. You remember the COVID thing? Do you remember how they showed their true colors when they thought they were in control? The world will benefit from the Constitution of the United States. Israel last.
Yeah, man, it sounds creepy. So I need to do some background check. Who are you? You are in United States of America, but definitely, who are you? Am I 5? Am I 6? 5'4"?
Well, look at my profile, and I can assure you that it's all accurate. If you want to know who I am, all you have to do is connect the dots. You see, I don't come on here as an alias. There's a rumor going around that I dox people on all these controlled channels. The only person I dox is myself, and I have my reasons.
Alright, I see a Donald Trump in there, but I did not copy well what he yelling on. Yeah, it's a pro Donald Trump or against Donald Trump. Still do not define in your background. You said you're a warrior of financial banking system. Yeah. You pro Donald Trump or against Donald Trump? Why I asking? Because the text on the image I cannot see well. I'm using some kind of PUC radio device. Because I'm not using any cell phone for broadcasting.
I'm not disrespecting you. I'm just busy memeing because got this uncontrollable obsession. See, I ran out of cannabis yesterday and I'm off my meds. And I'm going cuckoo because I suffer from delusions. I suffer from bipolarism and schizophrenia. And I haven't a clue what gender I am.
Good morning, America Station. Hello, how is everybody?
Yeah, you're running out the cannabis. You're a junkie then. Yeah. Come on, man, make it this new year, become your relation to quit that, all of that. You quit a bad habit, cannabis, yeah, we're running out some kind of a match that you say to stop match. Yes, we'll be. You just come to the channel. We just support all the people like you. I got the one. You track down what is the name of Chicken Brittany. It's like a Christian channel in there. They will be support each other for make the world is better for everyone, you know. I just did not know what's your background, but nice to meet you. And you do me no harm, you know, and I do not offense. It's okay.
Radio check on the America station. Anybody else there for a radio check? Over.
Radio.
Thank you.
We see, I don't identify as a Christian. I'm not religious. I'm not knocking true believers. But I've seen enough of religion. You see, if you read in the first chapter of John's Gospel, you'll know who Adonai is. You see, the cult loves to get into religions. Religion. It's way different than being a child of God.
So you are a man with the godless man. You're trying to say you are a godless man. So you are atheist, is that correct?
I don't know if it's a cultural difference or what, my friend. Or I shouldn't call you that, because I really don't know you. I'm not defending any government, except the government that's eternal. I don't support any political party, but I do support justice. I'm all about that. And I hate injustice. You see, people like to label people like me, and they haven't a clue what I'm about. But anyway, I don't really know how to relate to you because of their cultural differences, and I'm having a hard time understanding your accent. But I understand English is a terrible language to learn if it's not your first. I'm not listening that close either, so that might have something to do with it. But that's no disrespect to you, because my mind is on my obsessions. Trying to save the world, man. I'm one of those crazy wacko Q-tards. Oh yeah, I don't try to be sarcastic.
Yeah, about the accent, it's okay. As long as I speak fluently, you know. As long as I speak fluently, and that will be good for you to hear. I don't know, you are receiving my voice with high quality or maybe a bad sound, but you know, you are the native speaker and supposed to be smarter to define what this word come from my mouth.
Well, I'm not a very good orator or a conversationalist, because a good conversationalist listens. At least that's what my dad told me years ago. No, I'm just here to troll the trolls. Do you remember when the COVID scandemic was going on and how all the interactions, the instigations, the intimidations, the slander, the chaos, agitating behavior? Well, I thought if it was good enough for these lunatic leftists, then why can't I? Why can't I come in and irritate and agitate? You know, like Letitia James admonishes the left. But then she gets on MSLSD and says she never did that. You know, people have a right to believe what they want. And the very foundation of freedom is freedom of speech. I do believe that's why humanity is going to benefit from the Constitution of the United States and the world's most powerful military. China's technology is way dated. Paper tigers they are. Russia's technology is dated compared to ours now. And here's the cool thing. The good elements of China and Russia and the patriots of various nations on this earth are working in collaboration to take out the power trip and control freaks that are trying to mandate how we live from unelected positions. And I like to speak in innuendo. I just like to leave little puzzles here and there and quizzes, because that's just the way I am, because I'm mental. I'm suffering delusional. Yeah, I got some psychosis going on. I mean, it's bad.
I should be able to read with y'all today. I have no idea what chapter we're on. I suppose it's Genesis something.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're in Genesis. I don't know for sure what chapter either. But glad you can read. I'm eating lunch, so I may be able to read after I get done eating, toward the end.
Okie dokie. So how's Cherry doing? Is she alright?
I think so. I think she's doing okay.
That's good. I'm glad she's doing okay. You don't sound so okay, though. You sound kind of like you're sick.
Yeah, I've been sick. I was sick all last week.
Well, it's about time you get over it.
I believe I will, since you gave me the okay. Yeah, I think it's time to get over it too.
Alright, let me ask you some questions. How many guns do you have in your home? How many guns do you can carry? And is there someone bullying you all the time maybe? I'm just afraid you are took your gun to do something in public and just trying to take a human life in there. Are you really okay? Is there any sadness that you want to talk about? You have a lot of vision about the world, etc., but it's just like, it's nonsense. You can have a solution. The world will become a world. Just ask for peace. It will be great for us. No war at all. But you know, man, I'm just care about you. Do you have any kind of status that you want to talk about? This is anonymity. The people do not know who you are, what is your real name, or maybe where you exactly live. Can I know the city that you live? Can I know the city that you live? Michigan, Chicago, Texas, Illinois? In what city do you live? Are you USA? Definitely you are a US citizen.
Yeah, you gotta kick that thing in the derriere. Dear Lord, please, 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 please. Take care of Top Gun. And, Lord, get him all well. Thank you, Lord, that you are the healer. And you are the teacher. And sometimes we need to be taught before we're healed. So if there is a lesson to be learned, Lord, help them learn it and get over this thing. In Jesus' name, amen.
Hello. Just got home from work. On my home from work, I stopped into the restaurant to pick up my dinner. I'm eating a chicken burger and a poutine. This chicken burger and poutine that I'm eating is so good, Jack. And I got chocolate chip cookies for dessert. And I'm drinking P-I-O-P-E-L.
Sounds good, Jesse. Amen to the prayer. Thank you.
Well, Jesse, I'm glad that you were able to enjoy your food so well. That is a gift, you know, to be able to enjoy your food. There's people who are like rich and they get like gourmet food and stuff, but they don't have the ability to enjoy it. And God takes away that ability of enjoyment. You know that? They just sit there and eat the best of foods ever and they can't even enjoy it.
Waco, it's still me, you know. It's still me, but I'm using another device. I got a lot of device. I got a lot of extra microphone. I can be in every single sound that I'm supposed to be. Yeah, it's just what I like. I just what I wanted to use it. In what city you are living in USA? Is my voice not clear enough for you to hear?
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna do the same thing that Top Gun did to me this morning. Top Gun, what are you going to have for dinner when it's 12 o'clock your time?
Back in the box. Back in the box. Back in the box. Back in the box.
Oh yeah, you want to know my exact location? It's all provided. You just got to work for it. It's on my account right there. Look at my bio. And by the way, I don't think I need to talk to any humans about anything. About, you know, counseling and therapy. And you obviously don't know my sarcasm. But then again, there's a cultural difference here. I play. Do you understand? I play.
Chicken soup.
I must go and deliver my load. Otherwise, I will be penalized. And I don't want to be penalized.
Oh, okay. That sounds good. Are you going to get at the restaurant or did you take it with you from home?
I bought it from home.
Oh, okay. So how are you feeling? Are you feeling any better or are you still sick?
And as far as the guns, I don't think there's any limit. And when Barry Soetoro and John Kerry, and along with the United Nations, try to disarm United States, they failed miserably because those evil black rifles sales went through the roof. There's a lot of black rifles in our country. But see, the powers that be, they want civil war. They want civil war bad, but we patriots keep our fingers off the triggers until it hits the fan. Let's hope it just don't go that far.
And we're off to Never, Never Land. All right. Where'd that rascally Jordan go? And Mr. Edwards.
I'm feeling a good bit better today, but I still ain't over it.
Oh, okay.
I'm sucking, or I'm playing games, sucking. And he's sucking dick for bus fare and walking home. I'm joking.
Yeah, I just talked to my boss, and I guess he has, his whole family has norovirus. They all have that one where it clears your whole system out. He says his daughter and his wife seem to be on the downside of it. But he says, I don't feel I'm at that point yet. And I'm thinking, great. He just started my truck this morning, so guess who else has it now? Because that stuff's, you're contagious for 2 weeks of touching things. Thank you. It's nice to have someone warm your truck up in the morning, but yep, that also means you get norovirus. So I got that to look forward to. 2 days of vomiting.
Oh dear.
I thought he was still in here, that's why I said that. My bad.
Copy that. You are a patriot then. It's okay. Yeah, I do not understand your sarcasm. I do not do it any sarcasm to the people. I'm just talking in my mind, become a positive and supportive and wonderful, of course. So you are in the Ohio River. Your username is Kilo321, aka Brad. About me is I support liberty and justice for all, for the guilty. What? Keep fighting. WW Golf 1 Whiskey Golf Alpha. That's your website, right? So
They're creating a channel to teach what you're trying to get your practices in. Oh, okay, I get it. I was like, man, he ain't mad because I like I wasn't trying to argue with him yesterday. I was like, just leave him alone, Kaz.
I'm sorry to hear that, Derek. Hope you get better soon. And what you gonna be having for dinner when it's dinner time, your time?
I only eat once a day, and that is barbecue bacon chicken wrap. I guess they call it the chicken club. And I have shepherd's pie. That's what I'm stuffing down there. I'll throw that up tomorrow, I guess.
No, man, that's just a. It's not a website. That means where we go one, we go all. It's a Q-tard thing. It's where the world's uniting. See, the narrative says this. The mainstream narrative says this. This is what's happening. Whereas the patriots of the nation I live in, who have taken control, need to circumvent the CIA and various intelligence agencies' propaganda machine. So what they've done, they've created a way to communicate, to circumvent the narratives that are fake, that have an agenda. So yeah, I want to quit memeing so I can focus on what you're saying. Yeah, I'm of the belief that we're watching some prophecies come together, where the 10 horns on the 7-headed beast take out its rider, the whore Babylon. That's just a thing. It's in Revelation 17 and 18. Most people don't know that there's two beast systems. That's explained in chapter 13. This beast system doesn't bring in the mark of the beast. The one that's coming does, though. So when everyone's prosperous and peaceful, which is coming, I'm not talking about the 1,000 years of peace when Christ returns. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about before the Antichrist system sets up on the earth. There's a reprieve. We're about to enter that. And thank God Almighty that the most powerful military on the earth are in the hands of righteous people that want the good for humanity. Now the leftists, they don't see it that way because their utopia is a collective which exists only in deception and fraud and oppression. Whereas freedom to let individuals prosper on their own and become, pursuit of happiness, not dictated by government. See, this country isn't what it used to be. When it was founded, it's not the way it is now. It's been hijacked. It's been hijacked. But we're in the process of restoring it to its true nature. And the enemies of freedom are really fighting hard to stop it. But they're failing miserably.
I walked 16 miles, and what do you get? All right, we're rocking and rolling on a beautiful morning. And dude, I paid $24 to park last night. I was retarded.
Oh, okay.
So, Derek, I guess you're doing the OMAD, 1 mil a day. Is that what you're doing? Yeah, we were on that for a while. It's pretty good. I actually have a window of time. I don't like to eat a lot at once, so I just kind of have a window, like about 2 to 4, something like that.
Are here on the West Coast, and everything's paid parking because the rotten bastards.
Oh, okay. What are you having there, tea, for dinner?
I never know until I figure I get hungry and then I go hunting for stuff. I usually try to eat what needs to be ate next. I do have an avocado in there that's been sitting. I need to find out what part's edible.
So, what game are you playing there, Mr. Jordan? Ooh, first sip of coffee is always the best.
I can tell you what part's not edible. The seed. Do not eat the seed.
That is a good point. Yep, you're right. But any brown parts, I don't like the brown parts. Some people, I guess, would. I don't know. But there's a monster avocado I'll just pull apart and see if there's any part edible, and then I go after whatever else. If there's eggs or whatever else is in there. I usually I don't eat carbs, so I just eat, meat and a few some vegetables. So I quit all that sugar and carbs. You're young, you can handle it.
I eat everything. Yep, I eat everything. I eat chicken, cow, pig, turkey, moose, deer, caribou. I never had beer. I want to try beer sometime. I eat poutine. I eat cheese. I love cheese. Yeah, there's only food I don't eat is pineapple. I can drink pineapple, but I don't like eating pineapple. I don't like the taste of it, but I like the taste of it when I drink it. When I drink it, pineapple pop.
Goes and then he fades away. Look at him. He's so busy with this stupid game.
Just for a second, I got into a gunfight. I'm playing Fortnite. Yeah. Learning how to play again because I lost everything.
Wow, playing Fortnite. That's a real popular one. It was.
He likes periwinkles too. He'll stuff himself until his belly button's an outie.
Yeah, my son streams on it. Be cracking me up, man. The facial expressions.
Well, you all saw the notice. It's time to read, but I have no idea what chapter to read. If I could know what chapter to read, I would read it.
Hi, Taz. How are you? I play Fortnite. Me and Cassie used to play a little bit. I never killed anybody on there. I have a friend that plays, and Timmy plays sometimes. But my friend, she's really into it. She taught me how to play a little bit.
Did you get the Judith? Did you get the van text yet?
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing your idea to the world. Yeah, I know who you are. You're a soldier. You have a lot of time for monitoring around the world and trying to figure out what is the best for you and your people. Once we go all. Yep. So, do you have some kind of job? Yeah, of course. You are a government soldier. Why are you asking that? How old are you? I'm around 1987. You can do calculate, maybe around 35 up. How old are you? You look young, you know. Maybe around 28. Yeah, below 30, 19.
Hello. Hello, Judith. We're up to chapter 16, Genesis. Chapter 16 is where we're going to start today. So yeah, would somebody like to say a prayer? It's old-time Christian channels scripture reading time, folks. Anyone can read. All you have to do is push the button and read. And you can read a whole chapter. But if you can't read a whole chapter, that's fine too. You read what you can. Somebody else will take it up. Yep. And all we ask is that you read from the King James Bible, folks. Anyways, is there anybody out there who would like to begin with an opening prayer?
What's going on, Crystal? Nice. You played Fortnite, never killed anybody on it? Well, how the hell do you play Fortnite then? I thought it was that kind of game.
I just hid in the bushes. I think they call it camping. And, when the storm thing would close in, I just moved. Just avoided people as much as possible. I've made it to, the top 10 doing that.
Oh, you're one of those. My son talks about. good, good afternoon, Chastity, or good morning, whichever one you're at. Oh, you guys are on Virginia time. Yeah, good afternoon. It's only 9:06 here, a.m.
I'll play. And before I play, I don't know if you heard me there, Judith. I don't know if you heard me, my question, but I'll open us up another prayer. Dear Jesus, pray that Jerry will do a good job hosting the Bible reading. Pray that there's lots of readers out there. Pray that you be with Derek, that he's driving. Pray that his sickness will go away. And pray that he'll get better. And pray that you be with Buggy Girl, that she'll get better. And pray that Top Gun will get better. And pray that you be with everybody on this channel. Pray that people won't get sick, that they stay in good health. In Jesus' name, amen.
Let's try 62. Okay. I was born in 1963, May 22nd, in Cleveland, Ohio.
Oh, yeah, copy that. All right. You seem hold a lot of anger, you know. You seem your voice, it's just like you are holding a lot of pain, maybe. And yeah, it's trying to make yourself calm, but I just don't know. When the people have a lot of anger, in the normal situation, when I got anger, I would never talk like that thing. But if I trying to have some style, it's just like I want to talk with it and intimidate the people that I talk with. I'm used that kind of style. Just like you're already successful, I'm angry with you, but I'm trying to talk. If you are doing that not in purpose, stop. Because, you know, stupid people are happier with a genuine positive mind. Do no trick for communication, and I wish you happy. That's all that I can know about you right now. Be happy, man. Release that all the bad emotion, you know.
Yeah, it's 12:06 here. Yep.
Amen. And yeah, the van is doing really well right now. It probably still needs a little bit before we do our return trip in April, but right now it's running really well. And so I'll go from there to automatically going to the reading of chapter 16 of Genesis. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, bare him no children, and she had an handmaid, an Egyptian, whose name was Hagar. And Sarai said unto Abram, Behold now, the Lord hath restrained me from bearing. I don't think she was lying either. I think that's probably true. I pray thee, go in unto my maid, and it may be that I may obtain children by her. And Abram hearkened to the voice of Sarai. And Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, after Abram had dwelt 10 years in the land of Canaan, and gave her to her husband Abram to be his wife. And he went in unto Hagar, and she conceived, and when she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despised in her eyes. Started thinking she was better. And Sarai said unto Abram, My wrong be upon thee. I have given my maid into thy bosom, and when she saw that she had conceived, I was despised in her eyes. The Lord judge between me and thee. But Abram said unto Sarai, Behold, thy maid is in my hand. Do to her as it pleaseth thee. And when Sarai dealt hardly with her, she fled from her face. And the angel of the Lord found her by a fountain of water in the wilderness, by the fountain in the way to Shur. And he said, Hagar, Sarah's maid, whence comest thou? And whither wilt thou go? And she said, I flee from the face of my mistress Sarai. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Return to thy mistress, and submit thyself under her hands. That is good advice. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, I will multiply thy seed exceedingly, that it shall not be numbered for multitude. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, Behold, thou art with child, and shalt bear a son, and shalt call his name Ishmael. So who named him Ishmael? The Lord named him Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard thy affliction. And he will be a wild man, and his hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And he shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. He shall dwell in the presence of all his brethren. So yeah, he didn't go too terribly far. And she called the name of the Lord that spake unto her, Thou God seest me. For she said, Have I also here looked after him that seeth me? Wherefore the well was called Ber-la-Haroi. Behold, it is between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar bare Abram a son. And Abram called his son's name, which Hagar bare, Ishmael. And Abram was 86 old, fourscore being 80, 20, so 80 and 6, 86 years old, when Hagar bare Ishmael to Abram. And now, who would like to read the next chapter?
I had to put on my shades. The damn sun is blinkety, blinkety, blinkety through the freaking damn tree line. The tops of them. Blink, 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 blink. Bright, not bright, bright, like I'm going through a freaking damn tunnel. Oh, whopping 4 hours and 40 minutes available to me today. I ain't getting fur.
I'm afraid you're evaluating me. That's okay. People do that all the time. You probably have never met anybody like me. But that's okay. You haven't a clue what it's all about, obviously.
Yeah, sure, because you are trying to holding something in your mind from your tone, from the way you are laughing. You got some emotion in you, but as a kind person, just let it go. Talking normal, not trying to make the people confused, try not make the people intimidated with I have a lot of anger in my mind, and I talk. I'm ready to blow it up. No, just be happy, man. Relax, enjoy the world. I just know I don't know what is going on in your life, but the emotion, holding back emotion like that, it's not good for our soul. Just forget it. If someone just hurting you, just forget it all. And if you say, right, the God is access, and the army of God is access too. And focus on the positive thing, man. What is your main purpose of doing something like that? holding back anger and talk with the people. When you want to intimidate me, why? You want make me feel scared? Maybe, but then we have no good conversation if I scare you. Yeah, but I just turn to care. It's around in US. It's around it's lunchtime. Don't you got some lunch?
This West Coast, man. They love their freaking casinos over here.
I got some questions for you. Which religion are you? Or should I say, what degree? Why do you think I have animosity and anger? Do you know what righteous indignation means? Aren't you angry with injustice? Do you think the world is full of daisies and everything's going to be all right? Everything's going to be all right when the true world comes in. You see, the Son of Man is going to return to the earth and set up his kingdom for 1,000 years. There will be true peace then. Because Satan, the whole conglomerate, and Lucifer will be bound not to interact with humanity. And then after that, with the Armageddon, when they surround the camp, that's when the end. That's when we stand before God Almighty at the white throne judgment. And it's not going to be a bought-off court. It's not going to have corrupted judges. It's not going to have paid-off lawyers. And you're not going to stand there with some kind of excuse and project, because you're going to stand before him knowing where you stand. And I want to stand before him faultless and to be worthy of that seamless robe that's promised. So yeah, I'm not into religion. And you educated types that like to always attribute to everything to psychosis and therapy. And I detect this in your voice and that in your voice. You don't have a clue what I'm detecting from you. Do you want to ask me what I'm seeing? Can I ask you some questions? Are you Muslim? Are you a lodge member? What society do you belong to? What lodge do you go to? What do you hold dear in life? What do you attribute to as riches? What's value to you?
Amen. And I'm glad that you got your van going again.
Amen to the prayer, Jesse. I'll go ahead and do my chapter so I can get back on the road. Pardon the voice and the sniffling and all that. Genesis chapter number 17. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, the Lord appeared to Abram and said unto him, I am the Almighty God. Walk before me, and be thou perfect. And I will make my covenant between me and thee, and will multiply thee exceedingly. And Abram fell on his face, and God talked with him, saying, As for me, behold, my covenant is with thee, and thou shalt be a father of many nations. Neither shall thy name any more be called Abram, but thy name shall be called Abraham, for a father of many nations have I made thee. And I will make thee exceeding fruitful, and I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come out of thee. Kings are going to come out of this land, the promised seed, but princes came out of Ishmael. We'll find out later. So he says, many, I will make nations of thee, and kings shall come out of thee. And I will establish my covenant between me and thee, and thy seed after thee, and their generations for an everlasting covenant, to be a God unto thee, and to thy seed after thee. And I will give unto thee, and to thy seed after thee, the land wherein thou art a stranger, all the land of Canaan, for an everlasting possession, and I will be their God. And God said unto Abraham, Thou shalt keep my covenant thereof, thou and thy seed after thee in their generations. This is my covenant which ye shall keep between me and you, and thy seed after thee. Every man-child among you shall be circumcised, and ye shall circumcise the flesh of your foreskin, and it shall be a token of the covenant betwixt me and you. And he that is 8 days old shall be circumcised among you, every man-child in your generations. He that is born in the house, or bought with money, or any stranger which is not of thy seed. He that is born in thy house, and he that is bought with thy money, must needs be circumcised. And my covenant shall be in your flesh, for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised man-child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul shall be cut off from his people. He hath broken my covenant. It never was a covenant given to all the nations, Gentile nations and so forth. It was for God's people in this covenant. Verse 15, And God said unto Abraham, As for Sarai, thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah. Sarah shall her name be. And I will bless her, and give thee a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. Kings of people shall be of her. And Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, Shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah, that is 90 years old, bear? And Abraham said unto God, O that Ishmael might live before thee. And God said, Sarah thy wife shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac. And I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him. And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee. Behold, I have blessed him, and will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. So kings are coming through Isaac. Princes came through Ishmael. Verse 21, But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, which Sarah shall bear unto thee, as this set time in the next year. And he left off talking with him, and God went up from Abraham. And Abraham took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and all that were bought with his money, every male among the men in Abraham's house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin in the selfsame day, as God had said unto him. And Abraham was 90 years old and 9 when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. And Ishmael's son was 13 years old. Wow. So that's 13 years after Abraham went into Hagar. The son was 13 years old, so it's probably about pretty close to 14 years after the conception. So he was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. In the selfsame day was Abraham circumcised, and Ishmael his son, and all the men of his house, born in the house, and bought with money of the stranger, were circumcised with him. That was Genesis chapter number 17 out of the Holy Word of God, the King James Bible. Amen. 18 coming up.
Holy crap. Diesel 518 a gallon. Bullshit.
Sound like I just fall into the trap of a brainwash. Step away from, are you Christian, are you Muslim, are you Hindus, are you Buddhist? It does not matter. For the general perspective in the universe, all the religion is good. These people on it become a very bad and naughty person, you know. If I'm saved, I was just pointing to the corner. And I don't believe you, you know. I don't trust you, actually. So maybe you just thought, these people are blah, 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 blah. He's trying to attack me, and then you're trying to find me everywhere I talk, and then just maybe attack me in that moment.
Don't be a victim, dude. You started the conversation, and I'm used to having a lot of negativity come toward me. I gave you a chance to speak. I mean, to converse with me. I don't normally converse with people I don't know. And if you don't trust me, why would you, send us contact to me? You see, I don't have a whole lot of friends because friendship is a high value. In my mind, friendship means something way more than what the world sees. I got a lot of acquaintances, very few friends. In these days of deception and all this acting, it's hard to know who really is who, you know what I mean? There's a lot of operations going on. A lot of intelligence apparatus involved in swaying people's opinions. I don't get into that. Yeah. So you can go listen to the rumors and slander about me. That's fine. That doesn't change who I am, though. Here's something I've learned in life. When you know who you are, it doesn't matter what they say. And I think a lot of people, especially these lunatic leftists, ought to learn that. But you call me brainwashed.
Yeah, sure. I just not wanted to get entrapped on the brainwash at something else, you know. Your voice is actually a little bit like you crying. I just don't know why you're crying, but, I hope you feel better soon. I think that is the way you are talking is cause of it. Talk, relax, man. Don't get trying to, dictate the voice, for intimidate or become. It's like a trauma in your voice. Yeah. I'm just caution. I just be careful, I just be careful. Thanks a lot. Usually appreciate a friendship around the world because You never dealing what I have been through. When I talk, when I ride my motorbike, when I go from this room, I feel screaming without no reason at all. I feel scared without I don't know why. And then all the people just hate me with some reason. In that moment, I know that people around me, the black magic thing just make the people around me hate me so much. And then they all attack me on verbal, on everything. But you know, how big is my ego is really collapsed. And then when I check my PayPal account, I'm trying to do some good, giving or maybe taking or maybe just I give it to someone else. My PayPal account just shut down. And a small money in here, just I fail it to achieve. It's usually small money, it's already mine, but it's hard. And then I just kind of heal from a paranoid magical attack. It's just like my half soul is already gone. I just don't know why. I did not having lost something. I did not lost my job. I did not lost my. I just don't know why that happened. So why I calling that you are trying to brainwash? I'm not accusing you of doing some brainwash. But I just be careful. It sounds like a brainwash, but you know, what do you want? What do you want to know about me? My name is Kindi, Kilo India, November Delta, India. I'm born in Java, and then right now I'm in the Kabupaten Goa, Makassar City. The island is Sulawesi Island. The part Makassar City is a part of South Sulawesi. Indonesia is my country. My religion is Muslim. And yeah, the age, you already know. My weight is around 50 kilo. My height is 170 centimeter. My destination in life, being happy and achieve everything that I need. That's all.
My goodness, what is this Jabberwocky you guys are talking about? Cutting off people's peepees. Are you a bunch of rapists, child rapists? Is that what you are? Man.
Just reading the Word of God, the Holy Bible. I'm sure you've heard of it. Yep, welcome to the Old Time Christian channel. If you choose to stay, we'll be glad to have you stay and listen to the Word of God. Sounds like you might need to hear some more. But it's your choice. But we don't put up with that kind of carrying on in here. Anyway, who's up next? Read the next chapter. Go ahead.
All right. Genesis chapter 18. And the Lord appeared unto him in the plains of Mamre, and he sat in the tent door in the heat of the day. And he lifted up his eyes and looked, and lo, 3 men stood by him. And when he saw them, he ran to meet them from the tent door, and bowed himself toward the ground, and said, My Lord, if now I have found favor in thy sight, pass not away, I pray thee, from thy servant. Let a little water, I pray you, be fetched, and wash your feet, and rest yourselves under the tree. And I will fetch a morsel of bread, and comfort ye your hearts. After that ye shall pass on, for therefore are ye come to your servant. And they said, So do as thou hast said. And Abraham hastened into the tent unto Sarah, and said, "Make ready quickly 3 measures of fine meal, knead it, and make cakes upon the hearth." And Abraham ran unto the herd, and fetched a calf, tender and good, and gave it unto a young man, and he hasted to dress it. And he took butter and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and set it before them. And he stood by them under the tree, and they did eat. And they said unto him, "Where is Sarah thy wife?" And he said, "Behold, in the tent." And he said, "I will certainly return unto thee according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah thy wife shall have a son." And Sarah heard it in the tent door, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, "After I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord, being old also?" And the Lord said unto Abraham, "Wherefore did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I of a surety bear a child, which am old? Is anything too hard for the Lord? At the time appointed, I will return unto thee, according to the time of life, and Sarah shall have a son." Then Sarah denied, saying, "I laughed not," for she was afraid. And he said, "Nay, but thou didst laugh." And the men rose up from thence, and looked toward Sodom. And Abraham went with them, to bring them on the way. And the Lord said, "Shall I hide from Abraham what thing which I do? Seeing that Abraham shall surely become a great and mighty nation, and all the nations of the earth shall be blessed in him. For I know him, that he will command his children and his household after him, and they shall keep the way of the Lord, to do justice and judgment, that the Lord may bring upon Abraham that which he hath spoken of him." And the Lord said, "Because the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah is great, and because their sin is very grievous, I will go down now and see whether they have done altogether according to the cry of it, which is come unto me, and if not, I will know." And the men turned their faces from thence, and went toward Sodom. But Abraham stood yet before the Lord. And Abraham drew near and said, "Wilt thou also destroy the righteous with the wicked? Peradventure there be 50 righteous within the city. Wilt thou also destroy, and not spare the place for the 50 righteous that are therein? That be far from thee to do after this manner, to slay the righteous with the wicked, and that the righteous should be as the wicked, that be far from thee. Shall not the judge of all the earth do right?" And the Lord said, "If I find in Sodom 50 righteous within the city, Then I will spare all the place for their sakes. And Abraham answered and said, Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord, which am but dust and ashes. Peradventure there shall lack 5 of the 50 righteous. Wilt thou destroy all the city for lack of 5? And he said, If I find there 40 and 5, I will not destroy it. And he spake unto him yet again, and said, Peradventure there shall be 40 found there. And he said, I will not do it for 40's sake. And he said unto him, Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. Peradventure there shall 30 be found there. And he said, I will not do it, if I find 30 there. And he said, Behold now, I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord. Peradventure there shall be 20 found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 20's sake. And he said, Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak yet but this once. Peradventure 10 shall be found there. And he said, I will not destroy it for 10's sake. And the Lord went his way, as soon as he had left communing with Abraham, and Abraham returned unto his place. Chapter 19 is next.
That's what I want to. And I have no problem with moderate, reformed Muslim. The radicalized, yes. But you can look into the Old Testament of the Christian Judeo writings, the Abrahamic, the Bible, and you see a lot of violence back then too. But I think the powers that be are using religion to separate people. That's why I don't really identify with religion. I believe the Bible. I speak to God. He speaks to me. And the world says, that's crazy. While the world believes, or the atheist believes, that 2 clouds of gases come together from nothing. And they created all this complexity. That takes more faith than I got. But no. Abrahamic religions I side with. I know the story of Abraham and Ishmael and Isaac. I understand all that. I understand why there's so much division. There's another religion that's infiltrated the religions. And that's the religion that's, I believe, God Almighty is taking out. I mean, look through the history of it all. You have your Phoenicians, you have your Mayan, you have your Aztec. God He don't like human sacrifice. And that's being revealed to the world. These people think they gain power and wealth and prestige and whatever, the entertainment industries and all this. You can see it. They're not even trying to hide it anymore. My worldview or biblical view or my grasp of things, I do believe the whore of Babylon's demise is imminent. And that involves the central banking system, the District of Columbia, the City of London, the Vatican City, on and all of its connecting networks. Hollywood, the entertainment, Bollywood, the music industry, and obviously this cult that's taken over the children. Why would they be promoting something that's less than 0.1% of the population and setting it up on a pedestal and trying to get everybody to conform to that? I don't care what you do. I don't care what you identify as. I'm not talking about you, not you personally. Don't want to get that addressed. I don't care what people do. Keep it in your bedrooms. Live the way you want to live. But don't impose your will on everybody else and mandate and change laws and go after children that don't even know what they're about to begin with. And then make it like it's science and normal. You know, if they try to normalize something, then it's not normal. And I still can't understand why the lunatic left here in this country are supporting radical Islam. I'm not saying moderate or reform, because I see that you're not a radical. And you believe in Abraham. And the descendants of Ishmael. But these warmongers, they create these wars. They destroy countries and then they rebuild them, and they're all banking on it, literally. I understand fully why Switzerland was neutral during the Second World War. And they're wanting another one. They're trying to get another one started. But I believe God Almighty is using United States again to quell this evil. And this evil is really trying to keep it from happening. But there's a new Department of War, and its mission is peace through strength. Yeah, United States isn't the police force of the world. Sounds fun, you know. But when you're going to go help other countries become prosperous and get them out of the control of the bankers, I think that's a noble cause, to get the people out of slavery, debt slavery. I mean, look at Europe and United Kingdom. They're pushing the digital ID so harsh. Digital currency. See, these power trip and control freaks want to take care of every aspect. They want to control every aspect of your life. I mean, what kind of sick mind wants to control everybody? I want everybody to be prosperous and have freedom. The left only wants their side to succeed and kill the rest of us. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with the radicalized Islam. Kill the infidel or anybody that's not like them. That's not my way of life. My way of life is unity. That's why, you know, I could really care less about the way I come across to some people, because they're all fake anyway. Because they pretend to be nice now when they were just such horrible, atrocious acting people during that COVID thing. Anyway. You know, I don't want you to think like me. I just want you to think. You know what I mean? Socialism isn't going to work. It never has. It never will. And capitalism without a central banking system, watch what happens. Watch when you remove the power tripping, control freaking greed weasels. Watch how people will prosper. Watch how nations will benefit from the resources under their feet instead of being exploited by these control freaks. Anyway, I gotta go eat lunch. You're right, it is lunchtime. And as far as my employment, I'm retired. I mean, I work for myself. And presently I'm taking care of my mother-in-law, or ex-mother-in-law. And when this mission's over, I'll go to another one. So the values things that I hold value are way different than the way mankind looks at. They look at things that you could smell, taste, and feel, and see. I want treasures for eternity, if you can understand that. It doesn't matter what you've acquired. You can gain the whole world, but if you lose your soul, man, wow. We're here for a brief moment in time. We're here at the maximum 120 years. Some cultures live longer because they don't have all the poisons in their food. But anyway, I hope you can hear my heart. I'm starting to hear you. I can hear you, dude. I'm hearing you.
Is there anyone out there who is able to read chapter 19? If so, just push the button. Even if you can read only part of it, that's fine. Somebody else will carry on. Yep, because it is a pretty long chapter, this one.
Okay, so where are we at now?
Chapter 19. It's a long one if you want to separate it.
Well, I do want to get back, keep into the connection. So, unless do we have other people that want to read? Have we given them a chance?
Yeah, okay. I become just a very kind person. I come to the work. Usually I just pray to the word about some kind of good things. And then I do not defy you. I'm trying to analyze you. And then my drawing book is very full, It's very full and I cannot define what is the best for you. You will be figure out yourself. And that I want you to do is just a simple. It's just a simple. It's not a rocket science that I apply for what are you doing. I know exactly why I say that because I'm already across that way. So I know what is good. I know what is bad for me. And maybe it's the same with you too. Notice that all emotion, it's good. And then it's not a rocket science that I asking to you. It's for your own good. But if you say, fuck you, I do not need your care, yeah, it's okay. It's not rocket science. It's like it's lunchtime and you need to eat. It's not rocket science. Everybody need to eat. And right now I just want to cook my noodle and eat it. Yeah, but in general, I do not know exactly you are, but you are kind who taking care of your ex-mother-in-law. Good luck for that, and may universe bless you. All right. Thank you very much for listening to me. This is a lovely conversation. It's very mysterious. You were talking with very perfectly intonation and then friendly and then yeah. I hope you stop doing anything wrong in yourself. Not using any kind of drug. If you are using any kind of drug, yeah, you may control it because I hear you a little bit crying to become sensitive. Another
Well, I don't know what so far. It doesn't look like it. And it doesn't look like there are that many people who are able to read today. I would say go ahead with what you can do, and somebody else will take over from there.
So I can be a black hole filler. Okay, I'll go be a black hole filler. Oh, wait a second. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm doing the push where you gotta hold the button down. I gotta get out of here. I gotta put it on the other setting. Just a second.
Okay, so I have the permission to go ahead and read now chapter 19. And there came 2 angels to Sodom that evening, and Lot sat in the gate of Sodom. And Lot, seeing them, rose up to meet them. And he bowed himself with his face toward the ground. And he said, Behold now, my lords, turn in, I pray you, into your servant's house, and tarry all night, and wash your feet. And ye shall rise up early, and go on your ways. And they said, Nay, but we will abide in the streets all night. I think they knew what would happen. And he pressed upon them greatly, and they turned in unto him, and entered into his house. And he made them a feast, and did bake unleavened bread, and they did eat. Lot was a bread baker. But before they lay down, the men of the city, even the men of Sodom, compassed the house round, all around the house, both old and young, all the people from every quarter. I would think that was a big city. From every quarter. And they called unto Lot and said unto him, Where are the men which came in to thee this night? Bring them out unto us, that we may know them. And Lot went out at the door unto them, and shut the door after him, and said, I pray you, brethren, do not so wickedly. Behold, now I have 2 daughters, which have not known men. I'll throw them out to you. I'm sorry, I hate this part. I really hate this part. But here I am reading it anyway. Behold, I have 2 daughters which have not known men. Let me, I pray you, bring them out unto you, and do ye to them as is good in your eyes. Only unto these men do nothing. For therefore came they under the shadow of my roof. And they said, Stand back. And they said again, This one fellow came in to sojourn, and he will needs be a judge. Now will we deal worse than with thee, than with them? And they pressed sore upon the man, even Lot, and came near to break the door. But the men put forth their hand, and pulled Lot into the house to them, and shut to the door. And they smote the men that were at the door of the house with blindness, both small and great, so that they wearied themselves to find the door. And the men said unto Lot, Hast thou here any besides? Son-in-law, and thy sons, and thy daughters, and whosoever thou hast in the city, bring them out of this place. For we will destroy this place, because the cry of them is waxing great before the face of the Lord, and the Lord has sent us to destroy it. Let me see how many verses there are. There are 38. So, I might pull up to 20. Sorry.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I got to run. I use cannabis. I don't use any pharmaceuticals. Well, I'll take it back occasionally. I don't use heavy drugs for recreational use or whatever. But I do use herbs. I'm a holistic. I'm into the herbal medicine. But anyway, I got real busy here, and I really don't have to answer to any human expectation or anybody's belief system. I do have to answer to my God, though. And that's a way different religion. Anyway, peace.
Peace for the world, brother. Peace for the world. All right. Good luck out there. I will be sent by monitored. Cheerio. Over and out.
Oops, sorry. I had a phone call, so I kind of lost touch here.
Well, that's fine. Guess I'll continue for a couple more verses. I better have that down. And then Disably can read after verse 20. Okay, so they went to the son-in-laws, which married his daughters. Whether he had two other daughters, I don't know, but there's some other daughters. I'll get you out of this place, for the Lord will destroy the city. But he seemed as one that mocked unto his sons-in-law. So they just laughed at him. And when the morning arose, then the angels hastened Lot, saying, Arise, take thy wife and thy two daughters, which are here, lest thou be consumed in the iniquity of the city. And while he lingered, the men laid hold upon his hand, and upon the hand of his wife, and upon the hand of his two daughters, and the Lord being merciful unto him, and they brought him forth, and set him without the city. And it came to pass, when they had brought them forth abroad, and he said, Escape for thy life, look not behind thee, neither stay thou in all the plain. Escape to the mountain, lest thou be consumed. And Lot said unto them, Oh, not so, my Lord. Behold how the servant hath found grace in thy sight, and thou hast magnified thy mercy, which thou hast showed unto me in saving my life. And I cannot escape to the mountains, lest some evil take me and I die. I'm handing it over to Sably now. So Sably can read the rest of this from 20 onward. Okay. Let me get off of here.
What's happening, people? How you doing, Brad? Hope you're doing well. Hope you have a good new year. I've been really listening. You're all in the history. Thank you for referring to me in several subjects. I think the latest one was something to do with GarageBand. You was asking how to do multiple inputs, and I thought if you haven't sorted it out yet, sometimes you can have devices listen to another device. So there's apps like play through and line in, which perhaps can do what you want to do. I'm not 100% sure though. The other things that you've been speaking about, I think, yeah, you've always got a very important message which opens people's eyes up. I think you definitely hit the nail on the head with a lot of subjects, and I'm glad that you're here on Zello to you add a lot of audio, to be honest. You are you're like a radio identity today. I'm thinking, actually, yeah, Brad adds a lot of fruit to my life. If I didn't have you to listen to throughout the day, I'm often out in noisy environments and I can only listen on the side. So yeah, don't want to love bomb you, but just saying thanks thanks for all the overs. I hope you have a good new year. Over at this end, I'm hoping to go 100% at this new year. I've got a couple of bookshops, and I'm trying my best with the books. So I'm investing a lot into. I've just bought some like rotary shelves. I'm going a bit higher with the shelves, been reinforcing shelving and trying to keep these books in good condition, because with them being looked at, and a lot of people treat it like a library. Got some antique books getting a bit beat up, so yeah, a lot of things. I've just thought today I want to go 100% at it, up early in the morning, working hard throughout the whole day, which I've been doing up early, still doing things really late at night, been actually making books here at home as well, selling them on eBay, selling them in the stores, working it off an honesty box system, so it's a really unique setup, just basically relying on people's goodwill to actually put the money in the box, and it's actually been working. It's been a shocker, to be honest. I did it out of necessity, just to keep my book collection growing. But yeah, being intensely in my Bible study as well. That's a big part of my life. About 6 hours of the Bible study every week. I do a personal study with a teacher, and then 2 group studies, and then I've got my own study on top of that, which I'm currently in Isaiah. Really enjoying that, because all the minor prophets are quite new to me. I'm not really looked into that part of the Bible yet, but that's really exciting. My website is sort of still going there. It still means a lot to me. I've been really happy with how things have been going, but with all these other things going on, I've really just been doing the daily scheduled tasks, and just glad that things have been running smoothly. To be honest, it's been usually there's issues going on all over the place, but with Cloudflare, that's been sorted out massively. Not had much time. Thank you, Brad. That means a lot, man. Yeah, I've been enjoying the music as well. That's also added a little bit of new flavours to my life. Just thought I'd check in and just say that I really appreciate the keying up. I don't know if Ash is on channel, but Ash is in here as well sometimes, and that's really cool, listening to his rapping and freestyling and stuff. So God bless, dude. I'm always here. I'm just often in the history.
Swish, swish, swish. Another cunt in the basket. Can't touch this. You best line up the casket.
Hey, what's going on there, my friend Master Blaster? How we doing there, my buddy?
I'm good, me bro. Just finished work. I'm just chilling, smoking a fat warman. How's you?
From 20 onward? Okay, let me see. Get over there. Let me get over there. Okay, am I still keyed up? Let me see. Yeah, I'm still keyed up. Okay. Getting over there. Let's see, I have still a 19, so 20. Beginning at 20. Okay. Abraham journeyed. Okay, touch that and I'll get my verse up. Huh? It's on 20. And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the south country. Hang on just a sec here. Huh? Okay, to the south country. Okay, and I don't know.
Oh, nice to hear from you, man. Hey, nice to hear from you. Yeah, that's good. That's good you done work, man. Just go chill out and relax and have a few beers or something, man. Hey, it's nice hearing from you, Master Blaster, my friend. Always good to hear you, my friend.
It's nice to hear from you as well, Harry. Yeah, I would drink, but I'll be driving later, so I can't really have a drink till tonight.
All right, well, hey, okay, just take it easy and chill out the rest of the day, man. And I hope you have a wonderful day out there, and just enjoy it, man, and have a few drinks tonight, man. All right, nice to hear you out there.
What you up to anyway, Harry? You having a good one?
Man, you too, man. We'll be talking to you, my friend.
Anybody on here got an Xbox or a Switch?
Well, one thing is for sure. You know, as you guys were talking, it occurred, I just put a note in here, a text, and I wrote, today in Genesis we read about how the mob encompassed Lot's house. So it is, that was the state of affairs before Trump took the reins. A great and evil mob had infiltrated the USA, and Canada, and so on. In any case, the biggest target was the USA, because if you can bring the USA down, then it doesn't matter what happens in Canada and Mexico and South America, they're all going down. And that was the state of affairs when Trump took the reins. It was the same kind of evil that was taking place in Sodom when they encompassed Lot's house. You know, it's the same kind of thing. The bottom line, folks, yeah, it's international, it's a geopolitical, it's a world bottom line is that the enemy, which is Satan, the serpent of old, and his influence, his control, that is what the enemy really is. And so the United States still has some kind of loyalty or some kind of recognition. They do recognize their creator. You know? At least there are many, it seems, in the United States are more able to state that God is supreme. So, folks, that is the enemy. You know, it's not really one nation that's another nation.
Right, Jerry, good points. You make so many good points. Anyway, yeah, I mean, the Bible, there's one point, and I'm probably going to butcher this, but it says when evil comes in like a flood, God raises a standard against it. Honestly, I think Trump is that standard that's being raised against the evil. Can you imagine our school systems? Okay, I'm sorry, people, if you put your kids in public school, maybe you have a nice little town that doesn't do any of this and you got a lot of control over, but for the most part, they're perverting our children, transsexuals, and, you know, maybe you don't have the body that you're supposed to have. Maybe you need a change. It is. You're right, Jerry. Sodom and Gomorrah, and they don't care. Oh my. Anyway, yeah, I think he is the standard against it, and thank God for him, or we would be really in the mess, yeah.
It's chapter 19, verse 20.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I thought somebody said 20.
Yeah, it's verse 20.
All right.
You're grateful for the correction, I'm sure. However, it's given to you.
I don't care. Don't worry. Don't freak. Just chill. 19, verse 20. Okay, I find that. 19 verse.
The whole now.
Read chapter. I gotta go there and come back. Alright, sorry, I was running outside for something. 19. Wait a sec. Oh, I'm still on 20. How come I didn't go back? Sorry about this delay, you people. 18, 19. Okay, here you go. This should do it right here. 1920. Yay. Behold! Now this city is near to flee unto, and let's praise the Lord, and it is a little one. Oh, let me escape thither. Is it not a little one? And my soul shall live. And he said unto him, See, I have accepted thee concerning this thing also, that I will not overthrow this city for the which thou hast spoken. Haste thee, escape thither, for I cannot do anything till thou be come thither. Therefore, the name of the city was called Zoar. The sun was risen upon the earth when Lot entered unto Zoar. It must be a ways. Then the Lord rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven, and he overthrew those cities and all the plain and all the inhabitants of the cities, and that which grew upon the ground. But his wife looked back from behind him, and she became a pillar of salt. Do you know that people can still find brimstones in those cities today? They don't let many people go in there because, of course, it proves the Word of God, but they still find them. And Abraham gat him early in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord. And he looked toward Sodom and Gomorrah and towards the land of the plain, and beheld, and lo, the smoke of the country went up, the smoke of a furnace. And it came to pass when God, where'd I go? Came to pass when God destroyed the city of the plain, that God remembered Abraham and sent Lot out of the midst of the overthrow, when he overthrew the cities in the which Lot dwelt. So, 1930, okay. And Lot went up out of Zoar and dwelt in the mountains, and his 2 daughters were with him, for he feared dwelling in Zoar, and he dwelt in a cave, he and his 2 daughters. So he didn't, I wonder what he feared. And the firstborn said unto the younger, Our father is old, and there is not a man in the earth to come in unto us after the manner of all the earth. Come, let us make our father drink wine, and we will lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine. Where'd they get that from? That night, and the firstborn went in and lay with her father, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she got up. And it came to pass on the morning tomorrow, the firstborn said unto the younger, Behold, I lay yesterday with my father. Let us make him drink wine this night also, and go thou in and lie with him, that we may preserve seed of our father. And they made their father drink wine that night also. And the younger arose and lay with him, and he perceived not when she lay down, nor when she arose. Thus were both the daughters of Lot with child by their father. And the firstborn bare a son, and called his name Moab. Okay, because I always say the tribe of Moab. Okay. The same is the father of the Moabites unto this day. And the younger, she also bare a son, and called his name Benami.
Mr. Edwards not online now, but I would just thought that I splashed out on the Rotary 365 tier bookshelves, bookcases. I bought 4 of them, which is quite a big splash out. I don't know whether I should have maybe bought 1 or 2 and tested the waters, but yeah, I went and bought a lot of them, or 4 of them, and I think that'll be good. Also, I had a lot go on today with putting up the bookcases on top of other bookcases, and it really is adding a new dimension to the shop. However, it makes me even more anxious to get even more cases put up, because I don't like things being asymmetrical, and when you enter through the side door, one side of the shop is a good 3.5 foot higher up in cases than the other side. It's not a big massive deal, but I like things to be symmetrical. That's why I bought 4 cases as well. 2 cases to go in the kids section, 2 other cases to go outside the front, which technically you're not really supposed to build out, like, because I'm putting these in territory of what I don't actually rent, but everyone else in the market's doing it. And I've had like these like Tupperware, big massive Tupperware boxes full of books outside the front for a good month, and no one from the management has complained, so I should be okay with that. And yeah, just checking in, just letting you know that how things are going. Is Timbo online? Oh, Timbo. Yeah, Timbo's on, and hope you're doing well, Timbo. Frankie Bizet, but on. W Guardian, not heard from him for a while. DG Murdoch. But everyone else there on Miss Sniper as well. Got Ryan Stefanel, Twinu. I might have spoke to you. Ghislaine, Backstabio. Hope you're doing well. Go Pats and Darren. Hope you're all doing well. It's good to see everyone here on channel. So God, stay on. Be about. I'm gonna go get to Tesco, top up on my freeway cola, and then call it a night. Chilling out. Got my pizza ready to go in the oven. Vegan pizza with my vegan sausage rolls. Holy Lord. It's been a long day. But it flies by when it's like this. It's been snowing as well in the UK. I woke up this morning, there's snow everywhere. I had a really weird dream that there was some like bagpipes or something going off. And I really get along with, I don't socialise with him as a friend, but one of my neighbours here in this building that was, is really druggy. I don't know how bad he's on drugs, but he's actually a nice guy when he's not threatening to kill you and stuff. And yeah, he's actually a really nice guy, but he's often in the hallway like doing drugs and stuff, which ain't great. But we've all been there, I think. We've all been off the, well, not all of us, but pot can't call the kettle black if that's the way I was a few years ago when I was his age. So God bless these people. I had a bit of an incident today with the 5 pence. I've also got this issue with this person who keeps on putting in 20 cent and a euro, because 10 cent pieces look like pound coins from a distance. And I think he's figured out that I've got CCTV all over the place, and he's been putting in euros and 10 cent pieces from American dollars, and I'm well onto him with the eye in the sky. I really feel like it's going really well. These rotary bookshelves, I'm a bit worried about it. The reason why is because they're not actually advertised as retail things. They're just advertised as like bedroom rotary bookcases. But I'm hoping they'll be suitable for the, well, I've bought 4 of them, so let's hope. If they're not suitable out of the box, nothing that a bit of super glue can't fix, I decided to, even though I don't really think much of the new year, I don't really celebrate it as like, oh, it's the new year, let's go out and like get drunk or whatever. I was thinking actually in this new year I am going to 100% go, what I was thinking earlier is I'm going to go faster. I'm going to go 100% at it. I'm not going to like doom scroll. I'm not going to waste time. I'm not going to I'm going to rest as much as I can, but I want to do everything faster, harder, better, more carefully, more serious, more thought out, just everything in abundance. Like today I was talking to one of my friends who's really into the Bible. We're talking about archaeology, and he was saying he doesn't know whether he believes in like dinosaurs was around, when you look at the carbon record, it's works out as hundreds of thousands of years or whatever it works out as. He was saying he doesn't know if he believes that when the Bible says the world's only 6,000 years old. So then we're talking about the carbon record and how the flood affects the carbon record, and it's hard to get any sort of clarity about what the real truth is of that. But I recommended a good book about it that sort of touches on the subject and doesn't resolve it. You're probably always going to wonder what the truth is, but it helps a lot. And I remember like last time I was speaking to him, I was sort of like, I like speaking to him, but at the same time I just want peace. Do you know what I mean? I don't really want to speak to anyone, is what I was thinking. But then today I was like, actually, I like this guy. I really want to speak to him. And what you end up thinking is, I hope that he's not thinking, I don't want to speak to this guy. You know what I mean? I'm just sick of him. He keeps coming back at me with another thing. But he seemed genuinely like wanted to carry on the conversation. Do you know what I mean? When you meet someone like that, it's really good when it's like you think, oh, this is a suitable time to end the conversation, and then they carry it on, and it's not a burden. That's a good thing, is what I was thinking today. So making sure to 100% give the energy to the person who's in front of you, not to be like there glazed over thinking 1,000 miles away. Like today I got a friend who came into the Darren, who came into the shop just so that I put this like battery pack up at the top of the shop and plug it into the fluorescent light, and he distracted me as I was plugging it in, and he turned and he was like, "Oh man, I've got a guy that's coming trying to kill me," he said. And I was like, "What's up?" And he's like, "I booked an escort and I cancelled at last minute, and his pimp's now chasing me for £500, saying that he wasted all the day and cost him money." And he's like really worried about it, and I was just like, oh my god, like, you know what I mean? I didn't really have much to add to it, but he's really genuinely like terrified that they're going to track him down and beat him up for not meeting up with his escort. But yeah, £500 is a lot of money for any escort. I mean, I hope she's a supermodel. This is the murky world of pimps, and well, they're not prostitutes, are they? They're upper class prostitutes, escorts. You know, you can just type in the town and type in escorts, and I actually found one of my ex-girlfriends. I don't know if I should be telling you this, but I found one of my ex-girlfriends. She's now an escort, and I guess she was probably an escort when I was, not because I was just out of curiosity. I typed in like escort Burnley, and I was like looking at local escorts, and yeah, I found my one of my ex-girlfriends on the escort site. And I was going out with her probably 6 years ago or something. And she was like 20 when I was going out with her, about 20-year-old, maybe 18, something like that. She was definitely over 18, do you know what I mean, legal. And her age that she's listed is 20. And I like did the maths in my head, and I was like, oh god, you know what I mean, I hope the FBI aren't going to be turning up. But I think she's one of these women she's been telling people she's 20 for the last 10 years. Right, anyway, I'm going to go get some freeway cola. Wishing you all the best. Actually, getting the classic cola, upper level.
Really, Paul? Do you really wish me good? Really, Paul? Seriously. Did you forget what happened on Matthew's channel, Paul? I didn't.
And as promised, I'm going to start reading a novel that was published in 1991 and has gained notoriety through a television series behind a paywall. Diana Gabaldon's Outlander, now a Starz original series that is coming to its finale this coming March, and I'm not going to watch it because it's full of violence and sex, softcore porn. So if I'm going to be involved in softcore porn, I just want to read about it and use my own imagination. To the memory of my mother, who taught me to read, Jacqueline Sykes Gabaldon. People disappear all the time. Ask any policeman. Better yet, ask a journalist. Disappearances are bread and butter to journalists. Young girls run away from home. Young children stray from their parents and are never seen again. Housewives reach the end of their tether and take the grocery money and a taxi to the station. International financiers change their names and vanish into the smoke of imported cigars. Many of the lost will be found eventually, dead or alive. Disappearances, after all, have explanations. Usually. Part 1. Inverness, 1945. A new beginning. It wasn't a very likely place for disappearances, at least at first glance. Mrs. Baird's was like 1,000 other Highland bed and breakfast establishments in 1945, clean and quiet, with fading floral wallpaper, gleaming floors, and a coin-operated hot water geyser in the lavatory. Mrs. Baird herself was squat and easygoing, and made no objection to Frank lining her tiny rose-sprig parlor with the dozens of books and papers with which he always traveled. I met Mrs. Baird in the front hall on my way out. She stopped me with a pudgy hand on my arm and patted at my hair. "Dear me, Mrs. Randall, you canna go out like that. Here, just let me tuck that bit in for ye. There, that's better. You know, my cousin was telling me about a new perm she tried. Comes out beautiful and holds like a dream. Perhaps she should try that kind next time." I hadn't the heart to tell her that the waywardness of my light brown curls was strictly the fault of nature and not due to any dereliction on the part of the permanent wave manufacturers. Her own tightly marshaled waves suffered from no such perversity. "Yes, I'll do that, Mrs. Baird," I lied. "I'm just going down to the village to meet Frank. We'll be back for tea." I ducked out the door and down the path before she could detect any further defects in my undisciplined appearance. After 4 years as a Royal Army nurse, I was enjoying the escape from uniforms and rationing by indulging in brightly printed light cotton dresses, totally unsuited for rough walking through the heather. Not that I had originally planned to do a lot of that. My thoughts ran more on the lines of sleeping late in the mornings and long, lazy afternoons in bed with Frank, not sleeping. However, it was difficult to maintain the proper mood of languorous romance with Mrs. Baird industriously hoovering away outside our door. "That must be the dirtiest bit of carpet in the entire Scottish Highlands," Frank had observed that morning as we lay in bed listening to the ferocious roar of the vacuum in the hallway. "Nearly as dirty as our landlady's mind," I agreed. "Perhaps we should have gone to Brighton after all." We had chosen the Highlands as a place to holiday before Frank took up his appointment as a history professor at Oxford, on the grounds that Scotland had been somewhat less touched by the physical horrors of war than the rest of Britain, and was less susceptible to the frenetic post-war gaiety that infected more popular vacation spots. And without discussing it, I think we both felt that it was a symbolic place to reestablish our marriage. We had been married and spent a 2-day honeymoon in the Highlands shortly before the outbreak of war 7 years before. A peaceful refuge in which to rediscover each other, we thought, not realizing that, while golf and fishing are Scotland's most popular outdoor sports, gossip is the most popular indoor sport. And when it rains as much as it does in Scotland, people spend a lot of time indoors. "Where are you going?" I asked as Frank swung his feet out of bed. "I'd hate the dear old thing to be disappointed in us," he answered. Sitting up on the side of the ancient bed, he bounced gently up and down, creating a piercing rhythmic squeak. The hoovering in the hall stopped abruptly. After a minute or two of bouncing, he gave a loud theatrical groan and collapsed backward with a twang of protesting springs. I giggled helplessly into a pillow so as not to disturb the breathless silence outside. Frank waggled his eyebrows at me. "You're supposed to moan ecstatically, not giggle," he admonished in a whisper. "She'll think I'm not a good lover." "You'll have to keep it up for longer than that if you expect ecstatic moans," I answered. 2 minutes doesn't deserve any more than a giggle." "Inconsiderate little wench. I came here for a rest, remember?" "Lazy bones. You'll never manage the next branch on your family tree unless you show a bit more industry than that." Frank's passion for genealogy was yet another reason for choosing the Highlands. According to one of the filthy scraps of paper he lugged to and fro, some tiresome ancestor of his had had something to do with something or other in this region back in the middle of the 18th, or was it 17th century. "If I end as a childless stub on my family tree, it will undoubtedly be the fault of our untiring hostess out there. After all, we've been married almost 8 years. Little Frank Jr. will be quite legitimate without being conceived in the presence of a witness." "If he's conceived at all," I said pessimistically. We had been disappointed yet again the week before leaving for our Highland retreat. "With all this bracing fresh air and healthy diet, how could we help but manage here?" Dinner the night before had been herring fried. Lunch had been herring pickled, and the pungent scent now wafting up the stairwell strongly intimated that breakfast was to be herring kippered. Unless you're contemplating an encore performance for the edification of Mrs. Baird, I suggested, you'd better get dressed. Aren't you meeting that person at 10? The Reverend Dr. Reginald Wakefield, vicar of the local parish, was to provide some rivetingly fascinating baptismal registers for Frank's inspection, not to mention the glittering prospect that he might have unearthed some moldering army dispatches or some such that mentioned the notorious ancestor. "What's the name of that great-great-great-great-grandfather of yours again?" I asked. "The one that mucked about here during one of the risings. I can't remember if it was Willie or Walter." "Actually, it was Jonathan." Frank took my complete disinterest in family history placidly, but remained always on guard, ready to seize the slightest expression of inquisitiveness as an excuse for telling me all facts known to date about the early Randalls and their connections. His eyes assumed the fervid gleam of the fanatic lecturer as he buttoned his shirt. "Jonathan Wolverton Randall, Wolverton for his mother's uncle, a minor knight from Sussex. He was, however, known by the rather dashing nickname of Black Jack, something he acquired in the army, probably during the time he was stationed here." I flopped face down on the bed and affected to snore. Ignoring me, Frank went on with his scholarly exegesis. Yeah. "He bought his commission in the mid-30s, 1730s that is, and served as a captain of dragoons. According to those old letters Cousin May sent me, he did quite well in the army. Good choice for a second son, you know. His younger brother followed tradition as well by becoming a curate, but I haven't found out much about him yet. Anyway, Jack Randall was highly commended by the Duke of Sandringham for his activities before and during the second Jacobite rising, you know." He amplified for the benefit of the ignorant amongst his audience, namely me. "You know, Bonnie, Prince Charlie, and that lot." "I'm not entirely sure the Scots realized they lost that one," I interrupted, sitting up and trying to subdue my hair. "I distinctly heard the barman at that pub last night refer to us as Sassenachs." "Well, why not?" said Frank equably. "It only means Englishman after all, or at worst Outlander, and we're all of that." "I know what it means. It was the tone I objected to." Frank searched through the bureau drawer for a belt. "He was just annoyed because I told him the ale was weak. I told him the true Highland brew requires an old boot to be added to the vat and the final product to be strained through a well-worn undergarment." "Ah, that accounts for the amount of the bill." "Well, I phrased it a little more tactfully than that, but only because the Gaelic language hasn't got a specific word for drawers." I reached for a pair of my own, intrigued. "Why not? Did the ancient Gaels not wear undergarments?" Frank leered. "You've never heard that old song about what a Scotsman wears beneath his kilts?" "Presumably not gents' knee-length step-ins," I said dryly. "Perhaps I'll go out in search of a local kilt wearer whilst you're cavorting with Vickers and ask him." "Well, do try not to get arrested, Claire. The dean of St. Giles College wouldn't like it at all." In the event there were no kilt wearers loitering about the town square or patronizing the shops that surrounded it, there were a number of other people there, though, mostly housewives of the Mrs. Baird type, doing their daily shopping. They were garrulous and gossipy, and their solid, print-clad presences filled the shops with a cozy warmth, a buttress against the cold mist of the morning outdoors. With as yet no house of my own to keep, I had little that needed buying, but enjoyed myself in browsing among the newly replenished shelves for the pure joy of seeing lots of things for sale again. It had been a long time of rationing, of doing without the simple things like soap and eggs, and even longer without the minor luxuries of life like L'Heure Bleue cologne. My gaze lingered on a shop window filled with household goods, embroidered tea cloths and cozies, pitchers and glasses, a stack of quite homely pie tins, and a set of 3 vases. I had never owned a vase in my life. During the war years, I had, of course, lived in the nurses' quarters, first at Pembroke Hospital, later at the field station in France. But even before that, we had lived nowhere long enough to justify the purchase of such an item. Had I had such a thing, I reflected, Uncle Lamb would have filled it with potsherds long before I could have gotten near it with a bunch of daisies. Quentin Lambert Beauchamp. Q to his archaeological students and his friends. Dr. Beauchamp to the scholarly circles in which he moved and lectured and had his being, but always Uncle Lamb to me. My father's only brother and my only living relative at the time, he had been landed with me, age 5, when my parents were killed in a car crash. Poised for a trip to the Middle East at the time, he had paused in his preparations long enough to make the funeral arrangements, dispose of my parents' estates, and enroll me in a proper girls' boarding school, which I had flatly refused to attend. Faced with the necessity of prying my chubby fingers off the car's door handle and dragging me by the heels up the steps of the school, Uncle Lamb, who hated personal conflict of any kind, had sighed in exasperation, then finally shrugged and tossed his better judgment out the window along with my newly purchased round straw boater. "Ruddy thing," he muttered, seeing it rolling merrily away in the rearview mirror as we roared down the drive in high gear. "Always loathed hats on women anyway." He had glanced down at me, fixing me with a fierce glare. "One thing," he said in awful tones. "You are not to play dolls with my Persian grave figurines. Anything else, but not that. Got it?" I had nodded, content, and had gone with him to the Middle East, to South America, to dozens of study sites throughout the world, and learned to read and write from the drafts of journal articles, to dig latrines and boil water, and to do a number of other things not suitable for a young lady of gentle birth, until I had met the handsome, dark-haired historian who came to consult Uncle Lamb on a point of French philosophy as it related to Egyptian religious practice. Even after our marriage, Frank and I led the nomadic life of junior faculty, divided between continental conferences and temporary flats, until the outbreak of war had sent him to officers' training in the intelligence unit at MI6, and me to nurses' training. Though we had been married nearly 8 years, the new house in Oxford would be our first real home. Tucking my handbag firmly under my arm, I marched into the shop and bought the vases. I met Frank at the crossing of the High Street and the Jerside Road, and we turned up it together. He raised his eyebrows at my purchases. "Vases?" he smiled. "Wonderful. Perhaps now you'll stop putting flowers in my books." "They aren't flowers, they're specimens, and it was you who suggested I take up botany, to occupy my mind, now that I've not got nursing to do," I reminded him. "True," he nodded good-humoredly. "But I didn't realize I'd have bits of greenery dropping out into my lap every time I opened a reference. What was that horrible crumbly brown stuff you put in Tuscum and Banks?" "Groutweed. Good for hemorrhoids." "Preparing for my imminent old age, are you? Well, how very thoughtful of you, Claire." We pushed through the gate laughing, and Frank stood back to let me go first up the narrow front steps. Suddenly he caught my arm. "Look out, you don't want to step in it." I lifted my foot gingerly over a large brownish-red stain on the top step. "How odd," I said. "Mrs. Baird scrubs the steps down every morning. I've seen her. What do you suppose that can be?" Frank leaned over the steps, sniffing delicately. "Offhand, I should say that it's blood." "Blood?" I took a step back into the entryway. "Whose?" I glanced nervously into the house. "Do you suppose Mrs. Baird's had an accident of some kind?" I couldn't imagine our immaculate landlady leaving bloodstains to dry on her doorstep unless some major catastrophe had occurred, and wondered just for a moment whether the parlor might be harboring a crazed axe murderer, even now preparing to spring out on us with a spine-chilling shriek. Frank shook his head. He stood on tiptoe to peer over the hedge into the next garden. "I shouldn't think so. There's a stain like it on the Collinses' doorstep as well." "Really?" I drew closer to Frank, both to see over the hedge and for moral support. The Highlands hardly seemed a likely spot for a mass murderer, but then I doubted such persons used any sort of logical criteria when picking their sites. "That's rather disagreeable," I observed. There was no sign of life from the next residence. "What do you suppose has happened?" Frank frowned, thinking, then slapped his hand briefly against his trouser leg in inspiration. "I think I know. Wait here a moment." He darted out to the gate and set off down the road at a trot, leaving me stranded on the edge of the doorstep. He was back shortly, beaming with confirmation. "Yes, that's it. It must be. Every house in the row has had it." "Had what? A visit from the homicidal maniac?" I spoke a bit sharply, still nervous at having been abruptly abandoned with nothing but a large bloodstain for company. Frank laughed. No, a ritual sacrifice. Fascinating. He was down on his hands and knees in the grass, peering interestingly at the stain. This hardly sounded better than a homicidal maniac. I squatted beside him, wrinkling my nose at the smell. It was early for flies, but a couple of the big, slow-moving Highland midges circled the stain. What do you mean ritual sacrifice? I demanded. Mrs. Bird's a good churchgoer, and so are all the neighbors. This isn't Druid's Hill or anything, you know. He stood, brushing grass ends from his trousers. That's all you know, my girl, he said. There's no place on earth with more of the old superstitions and magic mixed into its daily life than the Scottish Highlands. Church or no church, Mrs. Baird believes in the old folk, and so do all the neighbors. He pointed at the stain with one neatly polished toe. The blood of a black cock, he explained, looking pleased. The houses are new, you see. Prefabs. I looked at him coldly. If you are under the impression that that explains everything, think again. What difference does it make how old the houses are? And where on earth is everybody? Down the pub, I should expect. Let's go along and see, shall we? Taking my arm, he steered me out the gate, and we set off down the Giersted Road. In the old days, he explained as we went, and not so long ago either, when a house was built, it was customary to kill something and bury it under the foundation as a propitiation to the local earth spirits. You know, he shall lay the foundations thereof in his firstborn, and in his youngest son shall he set up the gates of it. Old as the hills. I shuddered at the quotation. In that case, I suppose it's quite modern and enlightened for them to be using chickens instead. You mean, since the houses are fairly new, nothing was buried under them, and the inhabitants are now remedying the omission? Yes, exactly. Frank seemed pleased with my progress and patted me on the back. According to the vicar, many of the local folk thought the war was due in part to people turning away from their roots and omitting to take proper precautions, such as burying a sacrifice under the foundation, that is, or burning fishes' bones on the earth, except haddocks, of course, he added, happily distracted. You never burn a haddock's bones, did you know, or you'll never catch another. Always bury the bones of a haddock instead. I'll bear that in mind, I said. Tell me what you do in order never to see another herring, and I'll do it forthwith. He shook his head, absorbed in one of his feats of memory, those brief periods of scholastic rapture where he lost touch with the world around him, absorbed completely in conjuring up knowledge from all its sources. I don't know about herring, he said absently. For mice, though, you hang bunches of trembling jock about, trembling jock is a hoose, and you'll never see a moose, you know. Bodies under the foundation, though that's where a lot of the local ghosts come from. You know, Mount Gerald, the big house at the end of the high street. There's a ghost there, a workman on the house who was killed as a sacrifice for the foundation. In the 18th century sometime. That's really fairly recent, he added thoughtfully. The story goes that by order of the house's owner, one wall was built up first, then a stone block was dropped from the top of it onto one of the workmen. Presumably a dislikable fellow was chosen for the sacrifice, and he was buried then in this cellar, and the rest of the house built up over him. He haunts the cellar where he was killed, except on the anniversary of his death in the 4 old days. Old days? The ancient feasts, he explained, still lost in his mental notes. Hogmanay, that's New Year's, Midsummer Day, Beltane, and All Hallows. Druids, beaker folk, early Picts. Everybody kept the sun feast and the fire feast so far as we know. Anyway, ghosts are freed on the holy days and can wander about at will, to do harm or good as they please. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It's getting on for Beltane, close to the spring equinox. Best keep an eye out next time you pass the kirkyard. His eyes twinkled, and I realized the trance had ended. I laughed. Are there a number of famous local ghosts, then? He shrugged. Don't know. We'll ask the vicar, shall we, next time we see him? We saw the vicar quite shortly, in fact. He, along with most of the other inhabitants of the village, was down in the pub, having a lager and light in celebration of the house's new sanctification. He seemed rather embarrassed at being caught in the act of condoning acts of paganism, as it were, but brushed it off as merely a local observance with historical color, like the wearing of the green. Really rather fascinating, you know, he confided, and I recognized with an internal sigh the song of the scholar as identifying a sound as the turwit of a thrush. Harking to the call of a kindred spirit, Frank at once settled down to the mating dance of Academe, and they were soon neck-deep in archetypes and the parallels between ancient superstitions and modern religions. I shrugged and made my own way through the crowd to the bar and back, a large brandy and splash in each hand. Knowing from experience how difficult it was to distract Frank's attention from this sort of discussion, I simply picked up his hand, wrapped his fingers about the stem of the glass, and left him to his own devices. I found Mrs. Barrett on a deep bench near the window, sharing a companionable pint of bitter with an elderly man who she introduced to me as Mr. Crook. "This is the man I told you about, Mrs. Randall," she said, eyes bright with the stimulation of alcohol and company. "The one who knows about plants of all sorts." Mrs. Randall's Vera much interested in wee plants. She confided to her companion, who inclined his head in a combination of politeness and deafness. "Presses them in books and such." "Do ye indeed?" Mr. Crook asked, one tufted white brow raised in interest. "I've some presses, the real ones, mind, for plants and such. Had them from my nephew when he come up from university over his holiday. He brought them for me, and I'd not the heart to tell him I never uses such things. Hanging's what's wanted for herbs, ye kin, or maybe to be dried on a frame and put in a bit of gauze bag or a jar, but why ever you'd be after squashing the wee things flat, I've no idea." "Well, to look at, maybe," Mrs. Barrett interjected kindly. "Mrs. Randall's made some lovely bits out of mallow blossoms and violets, same as you could put in a frame and hang on the wall like." Mr. Crook's face seemed to be admitting a dubious possibility to this suggestion. "Well, if they're of any use to ye, missus, you can have the presses and welcome. I didn't wish to be throwing them away, but I must say I've no use for them." I assured Mr. Crook that I would be delighted to make use of the plant presses, and still more delighted if he would show me where some of the rare plants in the area could be found. He eyed me sharply for a moment, head to one side like an elderly kestrel, but appeared finally to decide that my interest was genuine, and we fixed it up that I should meet him in the morning for a tour of the local shrubbery. Frank, I knew, meant to go into Inverness for the day to consult some records in the town hall there, and I was pleased to have an excuse not to accompany him. One record was much like another, so far as I was concerned. Soon after this, Frank pried himself away from the vicar, and we walked home in company with Mrs. Barrett. I was reluctant to mention the cock's blood on the doorstep myself, but Frank suffered from no such reticence and questioned her eagerly as to the background of the custom. "I suppose it's quite old, then?" he asked, swishing a stick along through the roadside weeds. Lamb's quarters and cinquefoil were already blooming, and I could see the buds of sweet broom swelling. Another week and they'd be in flower. "Okay." Mrs. Baird waddled along at a brisk pace, asking no quarter from our younger limbs. "Older than anyone knows, Mr. Randall, even back before the days of the giants." "Giants?" I asked. "Aye, feeling in the fin, ye ken." "Gaelic folk tales," Frank remarked with interest. "Heroes, you know, probably from Norse roots. There's a lot of the Norse influence round here, and all the way up to the coast to the west. Some of the place names are Norse, you know, not Gaelic at all." I rolled my eyes, sensing another outburst, but Mrs. Baird smiled kindly and encouraged him, saying that was true. Then she'd been up to the north and seen the two brothers stone, and that was Norse, wasn't it? "The Norsemen came down on that coast hundreds of times between 8,500 and 1,300 or so," Frank said, looking dreamily at the horizon, seeing dragon ships in the wind-swept cloud. "Vikings, you know, and they brought a lot of their own myths along. It's a good country for myths. Things seem to take root here." This I could believe. Twilight was coming on, and so was a storm. In the airy light beneath the clouds, even the thoroughly modern houses along the road looked as ancient and as sinister as the weathered Pictish stone that stood 100 feet away, guarding the crossroads it had marked for 1,000 years. It seemed a good night to be inside, with the shutters fastened. Rather than staying cozily in Mrs. Baird's parlor to be entertained by stereopticon views of Perth Harbor, though, Frank chose to keep his appointment for Sherry with Mr. Bainbridge, a solicitor with an interest in local historical records. Bearing in mind my earlier encounter with Mr. Bainbridge, I elected to stay at home with Perth Harbor. "Try to come back before the storm breaks," I said, kissing Frank goodbye, "and give my regards to Mr. Bainbridge." Yes, of course." Carefully not meeting my eye, Frank shrugged into his overcoat and left, collecting an umbrella from the stand by the door. I closed the door after him, but left it on the latch so he could get back in. I wandered back toward the parlor, reflecting that Frank would doubtless pretend that he didn't have a wife, a pretense in which Mr. Bainbridge would cheerfully join. Not that I could blame him particularly. At first, everything had gone quite well on our visit to Mr. Bainbridge's home the afternoon before. I had been demure, genteel, intelligent but self-effacing, well-groomed, and quietly dressed, everything the perfect Don's wife should be, until the tea was served. I now turned my right hand over, ruefully examining the large blister that ran across the bases of all 4 fingers. After all, it was not my fault that Mr. Bainbridge, a widower, made do with a cheap tin teapot instead of a proper crockery one, nor that the solicitor, seeking to be polite, had asked me to pour out, nor that the potholder he provided had a worn patch that allowed the red-hot handle of the teapot to come into direct contact with my hand when I picked it up. No, I decided. Dropping the teapot was a perfectly normal reaction. Dropping it into Mr. Bainbridge's lap was merely an accident of placement. I had to drop it somewhere. It was my exclaiming, "Bloody fucking hell!" in a voice that topped Mr. Bainbridge's heart cry that had made Frank glare at me across the scones. Once he recovered from the shock, Mr. Bainbridge had been quite gallant, fussing about my hand and ignoring Frank's attempts to excuse my language on grounds that I had been stationed in a field hospital for the better part of 2 years. "I'm afraid my wife picked up a number of her colorful expressions from the Yanks and such," Frank offered with a nervous smile. "True," I said, gritting my teeth as I wrapped a water-soaked napkin about my hand. "Men tend to be very colorful when you're picking shrapnel out of them." Mr. Bainbridge had tactfully tried to distract the conversation onto neutral historical ground by saying that he had always been interested in the variations of what was considered profane speech through the ages. There was "Gore blimey," for example, a recent corruption of the oath, "God blind me." "Yes, of course," said Frank, gratefully accepting the diversion. "No sugar, thank you, Claire. What about gazooks? The gad part is quite clear, of course, but the zook—" "Well, you know," the solicitor interjected, "I've sometimes thought it might be a corruption of an old Scots word. In fact, uke means itch. That would make sense, wouldn't it?" Frank nodded, letting his unscholarly forelock fall across his forehead. He pushed it back automatically. "Interesting," he said. "The whole evolution of profanity." "Yes, and it's still going on," I said, carefully picking up a lump of sugar with the tongs. "Oh," said Mr. Bainbridge politely. "Did you encounter some interesting variations during your, war experience?" "Oh, yes," I said. "My favorite was one I picked up from a Yank, a man named Williamson from New York, I believe. He said it every time I changed his dressing." "What was it?" "Jesus H. Roosevelt Christ," I said, and dropped the sugar lump neatly into Frank's tea. After a peaceful and not unpleasant sit with Mrs. Baird, I made my way upstairs to ready myself before Frank came home. I knew his limit with sherry was 2 glasses, so I expected him back soon. The wind was rising, and the very air of the bedroom was prickly with electricity. I drew the brush through my hair, making the curls snap with static and spring into knots and furious tangles. My hair would have to do without its 100 strokes tonight, I decided. I would settle for brushing my teeth in this sort of weather. Strands of hair adhered stickily to my cheeks, clinging stubbornly as I tried to smooth them back. No water in the ear. Frank had used it, tidying himself before setting out for his meeting with Mr. Bainbridge, and I had not bothered to refill it from the lavatory tap. I picked up the bottle of Lord Blue and poured a generous puddle into the palm of my hand. Rubbing my hands briskly together before the scent could evaporate, I smoothed them rapidly through my hair. I poured another dollop onto my hairbrush and swept the curls back behind my ears with it. Well, That was rather better, I thought, turning my head from side to side to examine the results in the speckled looking glass. The moisture had dissipated the static electricity in my hair so that it floated in heavy, shining waves about my face, and the evaporating alcohol had left behind a very pleasant scent. Frank would like that, I thought. Lure Blue was his favorite. There was a sudden flash close at hand, with a crash of thunder following close on its heels, and all the lights went out. Cursing under my breath, I groped in the drawers. Somewhere I had seen candles and matches. Power failure was so frequent an occurrence in the Highlands that candles were a necessary furnishing for all inn and hotel rooms. I had seen them even in the most elegant hotels, where they were scented with honeysuckle and presented in frosted glass holders with shimmering pendants. Mrs. Baird's candles were far more utilitarian, plain white plumber's candles, but there were a lot of them, and 3 folders of matches as well. I was not inclined to be picky over style at a time like this. I fitted a candle to the blue ceramic holder on the dressing table by the light of the next flash, then moved about the room, lighting others, till the whole room was filled with a soft, wavering radiance. Very romantic, I thought, and with some presence of mind, I pressed down the light switch so that a sudden return of power shouldn't ruin the mood at some inopportune moment. The candles had burned no more than a half-inch when the door opened and Frank blew in, literally, for the draft that followed him up the stairs extinguished 3 of the candles. The door closed behind him with a bang that blew out 2 more, and he peered into the sudden gloom, pushing a hand through his disheveled hair. I got up and relit the candles, making mild remarks about his abrupt methods of entering rooms. It was only when I had finished and turned to ask him whether he'd like a drink that I saw he was looking rather white and unsettled. "What's the matter?" I said. "Seen a ghost?" "Well, you know," he said slowly, "I'm not all sure that I haven't." Absent-mindedly, he picked up my hairbrush and raised it to tidy his hair. When a sudden whiff of Lure Blue reached his nostrils, he wrinkled his nose and set it down again, settling for the attentions of his pocket comb instead. I glanced through the window, where the elm trees were lashing to and fro like flails. A loose shutter was banging somewhere on the other side of the house, and it occurred to me that we ought perhaps to close our own, though the carry-on outside was rather exciting to watch. "Bit blustery for a ghost, I think," I said. "Don't they like quiet, misty evenings in graveyards?" Frank laughed a bit sheepishly. "Well, I dare say it's only Bainbridge's stories, plus a bit more of his sherry than I really meant to have. Nothing at all likely." Now I was curious. "What exactly did you see?" I asked, settling myself on the dressing table seat. I motioned to the whiskey bottle with a half-lifted brow, and Frank went at once to pour a couple of drinks. "Well, only a man, really," he began, measuring out a jigger for himself and 2 for me, "standing down in the road outside." "What, outside this house?" I laughed. "Must have been a ghost then. I can't feature any living person standing about on a night like this." Frank tilted the ewer over his glass, then looked accusingly at me when no water came out. "Don't look at me," I said. "You used up all the water. I don't mind it neat, though." I took a sip in illustration. Frank looked as though he were tempted to nip down to the lavatory for water, but abandoned the idea and went on with his story, sipping cautiously as though his glass contained vitriol rather than the best Glenfiddich single malt whiskey. "Yes, he was down at the edge of the garden on this side, standing by the fence, I thought." He hesitated, looking down into his glass. "I rather thought he was looking up at your window." "My window? How extraordinary!" I couldn't repress a mild shiver and went across to fasten the shutters, though it seemed a bit late for that. Frank followed me across the room, still talking. "Yes, I could see you myself from below. You were brushing your hair and cursing a bit because it was standing on end." "In that case, the fellow was probably enjoying a good laugh," I said tartly. Frank shook his head, though he smiled and smoothed his hands over my hair. "No, he wasn't laughing. In fact, he seemed terribly unhappy about something. Not that I could see his face well, but something about the way he stood. I came up behind him, and when he didn't move, I asked politely if I could help him with something. He acted at first as though he didn't hear me, and I thought perhaps he didn't over the noise of the wind, so I repeated myself, and I reached out to tap his shoulder to get his attention, you know, but before I could touch him, he whirled suddenly around and pushed past me and walked off down the road." "Sounds a bit rude, but not very ghostly," I observed, draining my glass. "What did he look like?" "Big chap, said Frank, frowning in recollection, and a Scot, in complete Highland rig-out, complete to sporran, and the most beautiful running stag brooch on his plaid. I wanted to ask where he'd got it from, but he was off before I could. I went to the bureau and poured another drink. Well, not so unusual in appearance for these parts, surely. I've seen men dressed like that in village now and then. No, Frank said doubtfully. No, it wasn't his dress that was odd, but when he pushed past me, I could swear he was close enough that I should have felt him brush my sleeve, but I didn't, and I was intrigued enough to turn around and watch him as he walked away. He walked down the Jerside Road, but when he'd almost reached the corner, he disappeared. That's when I began to feel a bit cold down the backbone. Perhaps your attention was distracted for a second, and he just stepped aside into the shadows, I suggested. There are a lot of trees down near that corner. I could swear I didn't take my eyes off him for a moment, muttered Frank. He looked up suddenly. I know. I remember now why I thought he was so odd, though I didn't realize it at the time. What? I was getting a bit tired of the ghost and wanted to go on to more interesting matters, such as bed. The wind was cutting up like Billy O, but his drapes, his kilts, and his plaids, they didn't move at all, except to the stir of his walking. We stared at each other. Well, I said finally, that is a bit spooky. Frank shrugged and smiled suddenly, dismissing it. At least I'll have something to tell the vicar next time I see him. Perhaps it's a well-known local ghost, and he could give me its gory history. He glanced at his watch. But now I'd say it's bedtime. So it is, I murmured. I watched him in the mirror as he removed his shirt and reached for a hanger. Suddenly he paused in mid-button. Did you have many Scots in your charge, Claire? He asked abruptly. At the field hospital or at Pembroke? Of course, I replied, somewhat puzzled. There were quite a few of the Seaforths and Camerons through the field hospital at Amiens, and then a bit later, after Caen, we had a lot of Gordons. Nice chaps, most of them. Very stoic about things generally, but terrible cowards about injections. I smiled, remembering one in particular. We had one rather crusty old thing, really, a piper from the 3rd Seaforths who couldn't stand being stuck, especially not in the hip. He'd go for hours in the most awful discomfort before he'd let anyone near him with a needle, and even then he tried to get us to give him the injection in the arm, though it's meant to be intramuscular. I laughed at the memory of Corporal Chisholm. He told me if I'm going to lie on my face with my buttocks bared, I want the lass under me, not behind me with a hat pin. Frank smiled, but looked a trifle uneasy, as he often did about my less delicate war stories. Don't worry, I assured him, seeing the look. I won't tell that one at tea in the senior common room. The smile lightened, and he came forward to stand behind me as I sat at the dressing table. He pressed a kiss on the top of my head. Don't worry, he said. The senior common room will love you, no matter what stories you tell. Your hair smells wonderful. Do you like it, then? His hands slid forward over my shoulders in answer, cupping my breasts in the thin nightdress. I could see his head above mine in the mirror, his chin resting on top of my head. I like everything about you, he said huskily. You look wonderful by candlelight, Your eyes are like sherry and crystal, and your skin glows like ivory. A candlelight witch you are. Perhaps I should disconnect the lamps permanently. Make it hard to read in bed, I said, my heart beginning to speed up. I could think of better things to do in bed, he murmured. Could you indeed? I said, rising and turning to put my arms about his neck. Like what? Some time later, cuddled close behind bolted shutters, I lifted my head from his shoulder and said, Why did you ask me that earlier? About whether I'd had to do with any Scots. I mean, you must know I had. There are all sorts of men through those hospitals. He stirred and ran a hand softly down my back. Oh, nothing, really. Just when I saw that chap outside, it occurred to me he hesitated, tightening his hold a bit. That he might have been someone you'd nursed, perhaps. Maybe heard you were staying here and came along to see. Something like that. In that case, I said practically, why wouldn't he come in and ask to see me? Well, Frank's voice was very casual. Maybe he didn't want particularly to run into me. I pushed up onto one elbow, staring at him. We had left one candle burning. I could see him well enough. He had turned his head and was looking oh so casually off toward the chromolithograph of Bonnie Prince Charlie with which Mrs. Baird had seen fit to decorate our wall. I grabbed his chin and turned his head to face me. He widened his eyes in simulated surprise. Are you implying, I demanded, that the man you saw outside was some sort of I hesitated, looking for the proper word. Liaison, he suggested helpfully. Romantic interest of mine? I finished. No, certainly not, he said unconvincingly. He took my hands away from his face and tried to kiss me, but now it was my turn for a head turning. He settled for pressing me back down to lie beside him. It's only, he began. Well, you know, Claire, it was 6 years, and we saw each other only 3 times, and only just for the day that last time. It would be unusual if... I mean, everyone knows doctors and nurses are under tremendous stress during emergencies, and... Well, it's just that... Well, I'd understand, you know, if anything are of a spontaneous nature. I interrupted his rambling by jerking free and exploding out of bed. Do you think I've been unfaithful to you? I demanded. Do you... Because if so, you can leave this room this instant. Leave the house altogether. How dare you imply such a thing? I was seething, and Frank, sitting up, reached out to try to soothe me. Don't you touch me, I snapped. Just tell me, do you think, on the evidence of a strange man happening to glance up at my window, that I've had some flaming affair with one of my patients? Frank got out of bed and wrapped his arms around me. I stayed stiff as Lot's wife, but he persisted, caressing my hair and rubbing my shoulders in the way he knew I liked. No, I don't think any such thing, he said firmly. He pulled me closer and I relaxed slightly, though not enough to put my arms around him. After a long time, he murmured into my hair. No, I know you'd never do such a thing. I only meant to say that even if you ever did... Claire, it would make no difference to me. I love you so. Nothing you ever did could stop my loving you. He took my face between his hands, only 4 inches taller than I. He could look directly into my eyes without trouble, and said softly, Forgive me. His breath, barely scented with a tang of Glenfiddich, was warm on my face, and his lips, full and inviting, were disturbingly close. Another flash from outside heralded the sudden breaking of the storm, and a thundering rain smashed down on the slates of the roof. I slowly put my arms around his waist. The quality of mercy is not strained, I quoted. It droppeth as the gentle dew from heaven. Frank laughed and looked upward. The overlapping stains on the ceiling boded ill for the prospects of our sleeping dry all night. If that's a sample of your mercy, he said, I'd hate to see your vengeance. The thunder went off like a mortar attack, as though in answer to his words, and we both laughed at ease again. It was only later, listening to his regular deep breathing beside me, that I began to wonder. As I had said, there was no evidence whatsoever to imply unfaithfulness on my part. But 6 years, as he'd said, was a long time. Well, that's the end of chapter 1. It is well written.
Well, I'll read the last verse. I lost you, Sibley, but since you were just about finished the last verse. So that was Genesis 19, verse 38. And the younger, she also bare a son, and called his name Ben-Ammi. The same is the father of the children of Ammon unto this day. And that was Genesis chapter 19. And Judith and Sibley, you guys make me smile. Thank you very much. Anyways, it is now time for chapter 20, folks. Is there anyone out there who would care to read chapter 20? All right, I think I'll go with it then. All right, Genesis chapter 20 from the King James Bible. And Abraham journeyed from thence toward the south country, and dwelled between Kadesh and Shur, and sojourned in Gerar. And Abraham said of Sarah his wife, She is my sister. And Abimelech king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. Now this is not a continuation. Like this is not a chapter 20 is not chronologically. Or is it? Just a moment here. Oh, it is chronological so far. Sorry, folks, I got confused. Chapter 20, verse 2. And Abraham said of Sarah his wife, She is my sister. And Abimelech, king of Gerar, sent and took Sarah. But God came to Abimelech in a dream by night and said to him, Behold, thou art but a dead man, for the woman which thou hast taken, for she is a man's wife. But Abimelech had not come near her, and he said, Lord, wilt thou slay also a righteous nation? Said he not unto me, She is my sister. And she, even she herself, said, He is my brother. In the integrity of my heart and innocency of my hands have I done this. And God said unto him in a dream, Yea, I know that thou didst this in the integrity of thy heart. For I also withheld thee from sinning against me. Therefore suffered I thee not to touch her. Now therefore restore the man his wife, for he is a prophet, and he shall pray for thee, and thou shalt live. And if thou restore her not, know thou that thou shalt surely die, thou and all that are thine. Therefore Abimelech rose early in the morning, and called all his servants, and told all these things in their ears, and the men were sore afraid. Then Abimelech called Abraham, and said unto him, What hast thou done unto us? And what have I offended thee, that thou hast brought on me and on my kingdom a great sin? Thou hast done deeds unto me that ought not to be done. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What sawest thou that thou hast done this thing? And Abraham said, Because I thought, Surely the fear of God is not in this place, and they will slay me for my wife's sake. And yet indeed she is my sister. She is the daughter of my father, but not the daughter of my mother. And she became my wife. And it came to pass, when God caused me to wander from my father's house, that I said unto her, This is thy kindness which thou shalt shew me at every place whither we shall come. Say of me, He is my brother. And Abimelech took sheep and oxen and men servants and women servants, and gave them unto Abraham, and restored him Sarah his wife. And Abimelech said, Behold, my land is before thee, dwell where it pleaseth thee. And unto Sarah he said, Behold, I have given thy brother 1,000 pieces of silver. Behold, he is to thee a covering of the eyes, unto all that are with thee, and with all other. Thus she was reproved. So Abraham prayed unto God, and God healed Abimelech and his wife and his maidservants, and they bare children. For the Lord had fast closed up all the wombs of the house of Abimelech because of Sarah, Abraham's wife. And that is the end of Genesis chapter 20. Now, if we want, we can carry on. We have finished this block that ends with Genesis chapter 20, and that is the reading for up to January 6th that is scheduled. If we want, we can read further, but if we read the next block, it would be good to read 21 to 23. That's what the next block is. So now I don't know how you all feel about that. I know that I don't think I can read all 3 chapters. I don't know. So, well, we've been reading for almost an hour. So, unless there are other readers, we will close with this chapter. If not, if there are other readers, we will carry on and do 21 to 23. Oh.
Hey people, I'm finally back.
Hey, I can give 21 a go if you want.
Wow, that would be terrific, Paul. Good morning to you. Or good afternoon, rather.
Good afternoon. Genesis 21. And the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For Sarah conceived and bare Abraham a son in his old age, at the set time of which God had spoken to him. And Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him, whom Sarah bare to him, Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac, being 8 days old, as God had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born unto him. And Sarah said, God hath made me to laugh, so that all that hear will laugh with me. And she said, who would have said unto Abraham that Sarah should have given children suck? For I have borne him a son in his old age. And the child grew and was weaned. And Abraham made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned. And Sarah saw... Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was reading the text on the screen and I lost my place. And Abraham made a great feast the same day that Isaac was weaned. And Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, which had born unto Abraham, mocking. Wherefore she said unto Abraham, cast out this bondwoman and her son, for the son of this bondwoman shall not be heir with my son, even with Isaac. And the thing that was very grievous in Abraham's sight because of his son. And God said unto Abraham, let it not be grievous in thy sight because of the lad, and because of thy bondwoman in all that Sarah hath said unto thee. Hearken unto her voice, for in Isaac shall thy seed be called. And also of the son of the bondwoman will I make a nation, because he is thy seed. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and took bread and a bottle of water, and gave it unto Hagar, putting it on her shoulder. And the child sent her away, and...
Now, how do my channels change? Hit the wrong button. Oh, been sending this to the wrong channel. You guys already saw this stuff. Hi, Paul. That was a good act. You're really good. But see, Paul, I'm not acting. This is for reals. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Are people quiet? I finally came back, lol. Anyways, if you're actually here, it's crazy. I actually was on a break due to some stuff. My family actually doesn't know that I'm doing this. I think I shouldn't do this. But I'm doing this as a side hobby, and I might not just do this for more now.
Oops, get my channels all mixed up here. I was supposed to address Paul on the other channel. Anyway.
I believe you fell off.
Oh, sorry. I don't know where I fell off there. Sorry about that, guys. And the water was spent in the bottle, and she cast the child under one of the shrubs, and she went and sat her down over against him a good way off. As it were a bow shot full, she said, "Let me not see the death of the child." And she sat over against him, and lifted up her voice and wept. And God heard the voice of the lad, and the angel of God called to Hagar out of the heaven, and said unto her, What aileth thee, Hagar? Fear not, for God hath heard the voice of the lad where he is. Arise, lift up the lad, and hold him in thine hand, for I will make him a great nation. And God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and she went and filled the bottle with water, and gave the lad drink. And God was with the lad, and he grew and dwelt in the wilderness, and became an archer. And he dwelt in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took him a wife out of the land of Egypt. And it came to pass at the time that Abimelech and Phicol, the chief captain of his host, spoke unto Abraham, saying, God is with thee in all that thou dost. Now therefore swear unto me here by God that thou wilt not deal falsely with me, nor with my son, nor with my son's son, but according to the kindness that I have done unto thee, thou shalt do unto me, and to the land wherein thou hast sojourned. And Abraham said, I will swear. And Abraham reproved Abimelech because of a well of water which Abimelech's servants had violently taken away. And Abimelech said, I wot not who hath done this thing, neither didst thou tell me, neither yet heard I of it but today. And Abraham took sheep and oxen and gave them unto Abimelech, and both of them made a covenant. And Abraham set 7 ewe lambs of the flock by themselves. And Abimelech said unto Abraham, What means these 7 ewe lambs which thou hast set by themselves? And he said, For these 7 ewe lambs shalt thou take off my hand, that they may be a witness unto me that I have digged this well. Wherefore he called that place Beersheba, because there they swore both of them. Thus they made a covenant at Beersheba. Then Abimelech rose up, and Phicol, the chief captain of his host, and they returned unto the land of the Philistines. And Abraham planted a grove in Beersheba, and called there on the name of the Lord, the everlasting God. And Abraham sojourned in the Philistines' land many days.
Thank you, Paul. Who would like to read 22? We're going to go up to 23, folks. All right. Genesis chapter 22, King James Bible. And it came to pass after these things that God did tempt Abraham, and said unto him, Abraham. And he said, Behold, here I am. And he said, Take now thy son, thine only son Isaac, whom thou lovest, and get thee into the land of Moriah, and offer him there for a burnt offering upon one of the mountains which I will tell thee of. And Abraham rose up early in the morning, and saddled his ass, and took 2 of his young men with him, and Isaac his son, and clave the wood for the burnt offering, and rose up, and went unto the place of which God had told him. Then on the 3rd day Abraham lifted up his eyes, and saw the place afar off. And Abraham said unto his young men, Abide ye here with the ass, and I and the lad will go yonder and worship, and come again to you. And Abraham took the wood from the burnt offering, and took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it upon Isaac his son. And he took the fire in his hand, and a knife, and they went both of them together. And Isaac spake unto Abraham his father, and said, My father. And he said, Here am I, my son. And he said, Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering? And Abraham said, My son, God will provide himself a lamb for a burnt offering. So they went both of them together. And they came to the place which God had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth his hand, and took the knife to slay his son. And the angel of the Lord called unto him out of heaven, and said, Abraham, Abraham. And he said, Here am I. And he said, Lay not thine hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. For now I know that thou fearest God, seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, from me. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in a thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram, and offered him up for a burnt offering in the stead of his son. And Abraham called the name of that place Jehovah